Welcome, one and all. We are here for the PLAYRIXNATIONal. This is an internal company-wide competition where 8 teams within the organization will be competing for some Rix coins at the end of the day. Of course, just to let y'all know, the first team that ends up winning, you come first place, you get 120 coins. Second place gives you 80. And of course, the third place prize will be 60 Rix coins going to the squad that ends in that position. However, let's be honest, we're in a company competition. What this is more about is the bragging rights. In between everybody, they're going to find themselves in a situation at the cooler, in the emails, being able to type out, hey, remember that one game, bro? I had you. I was able to get that W. Of course, before we lead into tomorrow's games, which will be our best of threes to get us into the top three, today we're mostly going to be concerning ourselves with seeding matches in our best of one group stages. There's going to be 6 games in each of the groups, and all of the teams are going to be playing up against each other to try and figure out how to get those points, get themselves into tomorrow's playoffs, and position themselves in the best way possible to win out here the PLAYRIXNATIONal. One of the things that is going to be interesting about this particular tournament is the fact that right now, all over the world, there are qualifiers happening for TI, but those qualifiers are happening for people that, they're trying to win TI. They're trying to get through to the nitty gritty of the meta, trying to find the deepest exploits, trying to figure out what's the best way to defeat any team on the planet. Whereas here, defeating your friends is a very different thing than defeating the whole world. And also, whether we like it or not, a lot of us out here in the tournaments, we're not TI ready just yet. We're not at the caliber of player of a Yatoro, of a Sumail, or anything like that. Instead, we're going to have to have fun with the game, enjoy some fun drafts, enjoy scenarios where the game just goes crazy and bananas, enjoy incredibly long team fights, very long games. I just know that today going to be an exciting day of Dota 2 action. As mentioned, there are going to be 6 games happening here on this stream. There is, of course, going to be encountering on the group on server 1, and then of course here in server 2 we're going to be having DON'T PICK ENIGMA taking on their first opponent. First games, I think, in tournaments are generally speaking the most important ones, and specifically because it gives you momentum. If you get that first W and you know for a fact that no matter what, you're not going to be losing initially, gives you confidence as well. Makes other people around you think that maybe you're the one, you're the big dog that they all have to deal with in the game. And then, of course, leading on from that, we do still have another set of matches taking place for the rest of the day. The other 3 matches per server, and that'll lead us into the end of things. So, as you can see, quite a lot of Dota that's going to be happening here on our first day. 12 matches in total in between the 2 servers. But that just means that you have 12 games of Dota to enjoy. No matter who your favorite team is, no matter who in the organization that you're supporting at home, to get the W, to get the win, they will have the opportunity here, and you'll be able to cheer for them to figure out exactly what they should be doing to get themselves over the finish line tomorrow. We're going to be starting in just a few minutes with our first game, our first drafts. As all of you know, and if you don't know, I'm going to let you know right now, drafting is currently the most important thing in Dota. By far, in my opinion, this is where the game is, generally speaking, won or lost if you're able to get a good draft going. And of course, we're going to be seeing our first draft of the game. P.I.V.O versus Don't Pick Enigma. Please don't pick Enigma. I like the hero though, although I don't always think it's the best hero in the game. But we'll talk about that a little bit further down the stretch. Right now, it is important to just quickly assess exactly what's taking place with these heroes. As on the Radiant side, with the second pick of the game, Enigma, they will be comfortable with the Legion Commander. When the patch first dropped, 736, the initial version, Legion Commander was by far the strongest hero in the entire game of Dota 2. Things have become a little bit different now, but in this game, this LC not only is not going to be as broken as she was in the laning phase, she will have some difficulties throughout the game. Spectre, PL, as well as the Centaur get on top of you very, very easily. And if they can get on top of a sniper, they can and will kill this hero every single time. So if you're going to pick sniper, make sure that you protect yourself in the rest of the bans. Before I talk about this lion, I quickly want to address this vengeful spirit, because having venge, the thing I was talking about earlier with Oracle being able to save the Legion Commander, or the target of the Legion Commander whenever the LC jumps into a fight. Vengeful Spirit can do very similar thing. With Venge, you just swap back the swap target, and not only do you save them from dying, but you end up repositioning the Legion Commander. If you follow the target that gets swapped, and before you know it, you're much too deep in the fight. You're going to get stunned up again and then get blown up. So I already feel that they have done a marvelous job answering this Legion Commander, preventing her from being this massive presence in the team fights. That being said, though, we did end up seeing a Lion pick in the situation. And we're also going to get introduced to some of our players here in case you weren't aware of who's playing for which squad right now. So these are the guys on the Radiant and Dire sides, respectively. I like Tiny Tink Tank. That's a really cool nickname. That's pretty based. So Lion will help them with some additional source of jump from their squad, as well as making sure that I don't think we'll see an Ember Spirit or a Storm Spirit come into the mid lane anymore on the Radiant side. In the meantime, though, they have gone for Slaughter and Lifestealer. I really like this. Slaughter to make sure that any of the other physical damage dealers that normally play well into the Lifestealer, I mean, Ursa's banned, but your Troll Warlords, for example, don't necessarily have the best time in the game overall against Slaughter. So you should have a good lane. There's a lot of minus armor between him and the Vengeful Spirit, so they have some Roshan potential. And they can melt these really squishy heroes like Sniper and Lion if they ever get on top of them. And to make matters worse, you also have the Lifestealer, who's going to go in all the right-click damage on planet Earth, has a vehicle in the Slaughter to get closer into the fight, but also just has good laning up against this Legion Commander. Very often, Legion Commander wins the game by bullying her lane super hard. Not that easy to do against the Lifestealer, so it does mean that there's not that much kill threat on their lane. Like Oracle Lifestealer, I don't envision them getting that many kills onto Legion Commander Lion, but if Lion is out of position, he can definitely die in this situation. And then while this is happening, we get Dragon Knights. The Dragon Knight coming out from Enigma. Don't pick Enigma, guys. Trash. I mean, before this, they are really doubling down on having many sources of reach and getting forward. 3 of their heroes by Blink Dagger. But crucially, one of their heroes, 2 of them actually, LC and DK, are fairly tanky. So even though they do have this minus armor, it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world to kill these heroes off. So if they can extend these fights, create a lot of chaos, all of a sudden the sniper can just sit back and just hit people. Kill them from long range, baby. Now let's see what we have in our final set of bans. For Don't Pick Enigma, they definitely do need a 5 position, so good ban on that Warlock. And P.I.V.O, they need mid, right? Unless Slaughter can play mid. But I definitely think they want a mid laner. I'm kind of surprised that Don't Pick Enigma banned Ember Spirit, because I feel like Ember Spirit loses very, very hard to DK in lane. So definitely would have been fine to just leave the Ember, dare them to pick it, and then have them just lose out in the game. Unless they want to put Sniper mid and DK safe lane, though. That is an option that they can pursue as well. Witch Doctor banned. Thank God Witch Doctor is banned. Holy hell, that hero is... I'm actually, in retrospect, I just expect Witch Doctor to be banned. I don't expect that hero to ever be in the game of Dota 2. So when he gets this far in the draft, I'm very, very surprised to see this. What is left, though, for them in the 5 position? They can pick up Treant Protector. They can get Undying, maybe. Let's see. Phoenix isn't too terrible. Actually, I really like Phoenix. I like Phoenix a lot. I think you go Phoenix here. If they have a Phoenix player, this is one of the good games for him. Very difficult for them to deal with the egg. These heroes don't have very good right click. 2 strength cores who can suffer from the Sunray burn. And you have the Legion Commander duel, so that Lifestealer, even if he has rage, can't actually approach the Supernova because he'll just get dueled and it'll blow up in his face anyway. Instead, though, they opt for the Goblin techies. I have not been seeing that much techies lately. Hero has kind of fallen off the map. In this game, I guess you lane with DK is the better option than laning with the sniper. The sniper lane has a lot more harass, but the DK lane feels a lot more stable. But it depends on who goes into the mid lane for the Radiant lineup. So where is this going? Let's see. P.I.V.O. What do we got? What do we got? How are we ending out this game? Storm Spirit is available, but it's a bit risky in this game. There's a lot of catch available. I don't think Razor is the option. Maybe, no, not Viper. It leaves them up. Actually, Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger is the key. I like Wind Ranger quite a lot here. Let's pick up Viper. I was thinking about Viper, but Viper makes their lineup really, really slow overall. They kind of have to end up dominating the matchup in the mid lane if they want this Viper to be successful. I don't know how I feel about this Viper here. I mean, Lifestealer can scale into the late game, but I don't know if I want to be the only person with the Slaughter scaling into DK Sniper Legion Commander. That feels relatively complicated. That being said, their first like 25 minutes for P.I.V.O, if they play those 25 minutes well, whoo, they can just overrun Don't Pick Enigma well before they're often going in the game. Then suddenly things are over before you can even think about playing Dota normally. Overall, though, I must say, I actually prefer... I do think the P.I.V.O, their draft can win, like I said, in 25, 30 minutes. But I think Don't Pick Enigma has a more stable draft, relatively speaking. And right now, I do prize stability quite a lot, so we will see. And they have decided to actually run the DK into the safe lane with the Goblin techies. Or at the very least, the safe lane player has picked the DK. Whether or not he plays there is a different story, but he picked it at the very least. Let's see what happens. As we have our first set of games about to kick off here in the PLAYRIXNATIONal. Gonna be a couple of games that are gonna be fun to witness. Obviously, you saw some of our Russian talent there, you know, displaying their beautiful faces. But right now, you get to see mine, and shortly, you get to see some beautiful Dota in the opening games of the PLAYRIXNATIONal. Remember, it's group stages, so it's just BO1s. That's it. One game. That's all. No second chances. No double attempts. You just have to play as well as you can immediately as you get into the competition. So let's see what these guys have got. P.I.V.O versus Don't Pick Enigma. No Enigma in the jungle, yo. Maybe an Enigma somewhere else, but definitely not in the jungle. So we have them now moving across the map. Nobody's picked up a smoke to make a big move just yet, or popped one. So looks like both teams will be happy just to get themselves in a position where they get the bounty runes, a normal, regular trade, and that's all. That's all they desire.
30 секунд до начала сражения.
Don't Pick Enigma. I wonder if they're going to do anything weird with the Slaughter build. Because there are some of these games where you see Slaughters decide they want to scale, not just be utility with like Blink Dagger and stuff, but go some like Ags, AC. I mean, Blink you still get no matter what, but you could maybe look at the Viper and say, I want some more right-click output myself to contribute to the team's damage. Now things are kicking off. Bounty runes will be traded at a normal level. Everything is Gucci, and now we are off to the races. We need to start off game number 1 of best of 1. The first game of the PLAYRIXNATIONal. Remember, one and all, 120 Rix coins for the winner, 80 for second place, and then 60 comes out for you if you end up in the 3rd position. It also looks like Don't Pick Enigma are changing their mind. I'm kind of surprised that they decided to put the DK middle. I mean, DK is one of those heroes that can be, for the most part, fine in pretty much any lane, but I feel like if Sniper was mid, Sniper just sits very far back, just farms anyway. Whereas DK can take some harass, but this can also be a skill lane where the DK can end up beating the Viper if he's just a better player. So the matchup between Serv and Stefan will depend a lot on their abilities in this game. And so far, Serv is doing well. He's going to hit level 2 without having suffered too much harass from the Viper, which will mean that his game is going to be very smooth sailing for the most part, I think. Top lane, we do see that this Lion helping to protect Tinky Tink Tank. Everything should be fine for now. And the bottom lane has the LC techies versus the Life Stealer and the Oracle. Looking at the way that these lanes are set up right now, it does seem like DON'T PICK ENIGMA should be able to come out of them in very good stead. I think they can find like a kill or two down bottom with the Lion and the Legion Commander. And even top lane. Top lane is not the easiest lane in the world to play. If that Vengeful Spirit gets out of position, she can end up just dead in the top side of the map. Also, this bottom lane is looking quite nice for DON'T PICK ENIGMA. Look where their creep wave is. Because unfortunately, it doesn't seem like P.I.V.O were able to find the full pull there. Creates conditions where the Legion Commander is allowed to farm right under the tower. And remember, I spoke about it. What happens if the Venge gets out of position? And she was slightly, but she moves towards the west. She will be fine. Won't get killed off by the sniper lane. Also, looking at the build middle from the Viper, seems like he has no real interest in being able to put too much pressure onto this DK. 2 points into the poison attack, but I think with the 1 point that he already put into the passive, I don't think he's going to be going super aggressive. Going to play more of an anchor style Viper mid lane without too much aggression. Down bottom, I like the way that Frey has been playing as the Oracle. He realizes that, look, they actually oh, mid lane, Serv is gonna get solo killed, first blood. Stepan, how did that happen? Oh, I thought he was not gonna get the kill because he did not go for the points into the Nether Toxin, but wow, makes it happen. DK gets outplayed in this mid lane. Well, that is one of the things I was worried about with having DK mid instead of the sniper. Sniper, you just sit back. DK, you kind of have to approach, so if you get caught too low HP, too out of position, this Viper can just all walk you down. There's not much you can do about it. I was going to mention how well this guy's playing down bottom with this Oracle, playing very far back, but unfortunately for him, they might have needed him a little bit far further forward because DON'T PICK ENIGMA. The kill lane is finally starting to come into effect, but look at this, Frey with the counterplay throws in the Purifying Flames with the tower hit, and that's going to be a kill onto Legion Commander. Lots of experience for the Oracle too. This is a very well done. The kind of thing that we like to see. 2 for 1 in favor of P.I.V.O so long. But I think this top lane definitely needs to keep going the way it is. Mid lane, he does it again. The Viper with 3 points into the poison attack outplays the DK, getting a lot of gold. And that's going to give him level 6 in the process as well. Now he's got the break to be able to apply on top of the Dragon Knight. And with that, I think DK might not be able to come back to lane. He needs help. This techies from the bottom lane needs to come middle or something. Help him secure a rune at 6 minutes. Just help him ensure that this game doesn't keep scaling the way it is. Because if you leave a Viper to keep doing this to your DK, this Viper is going to snowball very heavily out of control. You will not be able to stop him. On the bright side for them, they do have quite a bit of physical damage on the side of DON'T PICK ENIGMA, but man, this Viper, yeah, this is a problem. It's going for the Blade Mail as his first opening item. This is always an amazing item versus the Legion Commander. She's gonna feel not too happy about dueling you if you do ever get the blade mail off. Lion can end up killing himself with his own spells. The sniper also doesn't want to sit there hitting you because you're gonna take a lot more damage than the Viper. You know, Viper has now 2 points into the corrosive skin. Quite a bit of magic resist going for himself, so this game. Okay, like it might be the step and show with this Viper. 3.1k net worth, top in the game, and he's gonna smoke up. He's coming back middle, has mana for the Viper Strike. Serv, if he goes too far forward, he's dead, and there it is. Viper Strike will connect. He's gonna attempt to TP out, should be able to get home. But that means that he is sent home again. Another free lane for the Viper. And his team is chilling, right? It's not like their lanes are going poorly at all. Chip is farming well on the top side of the map. This Lifestealer is farming bottom, so they don't have to worry too much. They do have to worry maybe about their Wisdom Rune being stolen. Boris, he's there to try and defend it. Both of them have stunning spells though, but the Lions is an instant disable. He doesn't use it instantly though. So he will not be able to get the Wisdom Rune and actually might die for this one. Chip closing in upon him. There's no way he should be able to survive this. He's doing his best. There's the Guardian Sprint. Nice 2-hero Earth Spike, but it's not going to help him. Chip gets the kill. Boris got the Wisdom Rune. And P.I.V.O have this game seemingly in hand right now with how well everything is going on the map. Oh no, another Viper Strike middle. This time he doesn't have a TP scroll, he needs help, and there comes the help. It's the whole damn team teleporting in to try and help him, but I'm not even sure if they're gonna find this kill. He's actually fine. The Earth Spike connects onto the Viper and Boris, who also came as reinforcements, but Don't Pick Enigma. I understand why you want to bring in heroes to help him, but when you bring in the whole team like that, the advantage you give away to the enemy, they are now free farming everywhere. They're going to get to their next round of items. Most of them are going to pick up level 6 as well without you having level 6 of your own. I must say, Don't Pick Enigma right now. Really struggling with the outcome of this game. They're going to go onto this Legion Commander, but does have the press the attack. Plays it out, he'll be fine. That being said, look how far forward he is and stepping. This Viper has made a rotation down bottom. The Legion Commander needs to leave. You want Legion Commander ideally. They'll settle for the techies though. Techies will definitely die here. The killing spree coming in for the Viper. 5-2 scoreline in favor of P.I.V.O. Oh, P.I.V.O. What do we need from Don't Pick Enigma now? Because Radiant side is just comfortably cruising in this game. A 2k net worth lead at 9 minutes in. Although I would like to see the move that Viper made bottom. I want to see them make that move to the top lane as well. When 10 minutes comes and they get their next rune, if it's a haste rune, then I definitely want to see that mass rotation coming in from this Viper. Go top and see how quickly you can kill off the sniper. One of the things I'm also worried about when I look at the Don't Pick Enigma draft, as hold on, we'll talk about it in a second. Serv being gone on once more by Stepan's Viper, and he's gonna go for him. He enters into the dragon form, as Game King also made a rotation. The blast off will be there, but took way too many poison attacks. He also has a cloud burst innate or facet coming in from Stepan, so able to apply a little bit more damage in that regard. Honestly, I don't even think he should go Blade Mail anymore. I think he should pick up like Blink Aghanims or something like this. Okay, maybe not both Blink and Aghanims, but maybe Hurricane Pike Aghanims. I could definitely see him going for that. And he did at least change from the immediate Blade Mail to buy the Dragon Lance. I really think you should just buy Hurricane Pike this game. Things are just going way too well for your team. Things are going so badly though for the DK that he's forced to just farm inside the jungle. But look at this, Stepan. Him and Boris, they're going on a smoke maneuver. Boris, remember, does not have level 6, so there is no swap to bring the sniper a little bit closer, and they don't have vision of where the sniper is, so they're going to be forced instead to use the twin gate to go bottom. They do have the duel available on this Legion commander. If they can find the angle to get in here, they could really punish this lifestealer. He's raged. Oh no, this is not what he should have done. This is the worst place possible for him. He's going forward though, realizing that he has allies behind him, and instead they're going to turn their attention onto the Legion commander. This Viper is a little bit too strong, but they do not have enough disables. Did not find the magic missile onto the LC, so Steppen cannot put in all the damage. I really thought Enigma was maybe going to turn onto Lifestealer when they saw him rage forward, but they don't take the bait. That's the only thing that keeps them alive. I must say, though, as bad as things might look for Don't Pick Enigma, especially for the Dragon Knight, it's not so bad overall. Dragon Knight is still farming right now inside the jungle. He just needs like a Blink Dagger to start being a hero. It's pretty bad for the Legion commander, but they still have the sniper that is farming decently well. They just need some Blink Daggers on the Legion commander and the DK, and they could set up some kills around the sniper, play to protect him. But the problem is, Slaughter has just got a Blink Dagger of his own, and I'm sure he'd be happy to use it somewhere. Down bottom, Mayfield. They seem content in trying to force this tier 1 tower to happen. This will cost them a lot of farm and progression onto this Viper. I will say, sometimes in Dota, you don't actually have to take towers. If you're preventing the enemy from farming, making sure that they can't make any moves on the map, have better vision than they do, honestly, whatever. Just keep farming. At least until you have your big items, and then you're like, okay guys, it's time to fight. I've always felt that Dota primarily is a game about power spikes. So you need to find when you're strong and play around that particular power spike. For example, they are strong right now with the Blink Dagger on Slaughter, so they're going to go top to try and use it, but they might not even need it. Viper Strike goes out onto the sniper, but here comes the Blink to cancel out the TP. They finish off the Slaughter's life. Therefore, playing some really clean Dota for themselves here in this first game. Don't pick Enigma. They're struggling, man. They really are struggling. Question is, how on earth will they recover from this situation? Like I said, it's going to have to come from the Blink Daggers. Until they have Blink Dagger on DK and Legion Commander, they cannot do anything on the map. And these heroes just don't have the money right now. DK is going for Mage Slayer first, and Legion Commander, she wants the Blink Dagger, yes, but 700 gold away at this point. Taking the tier 1 will help to get there, but I feel like they shouldn't let this happen. They can rotate down bottom with Slaughter, with Viper, after they take the tier 1 themselves and stop this. Yeah, and that's exactly what they do. Don't let this happen. Just keep the pressure up all across the map. Force them away. Lifestealer trying to catch up for the wounds. Doesn't have enough distance, although Chip does. Going in with the Slaughter. The Bash will come out as well. And with the Viper Strike out onto the Legion Commander, she is dead to rights. Steppen now on a mega kill streak on the Viper. Amazing performance from the mid laner here. As we just have a quick pause. Somebody needs a bathroom break. Look, all these young kids can play TI or whatever, 3-hour games, don't need the bathroom, but we're not out here. We're not at that point just yet. We have aged out of that bracket, so we feel just need a quick little break just to use the bathroom. But so far, they are actually lucky to give the pause over to Don't Pick Enigma, because Don't Pick Enigma are the team that needs time to think about the next few minutes to be like, guys, what is the plan? Where are we going from here? How do we intend to approach the next engagement? Because when we get the Blink Dagger on Legion Commander, who's even our target? We can't go on Viper. Viper will survive that engagement, won't die, and will turn around and kill you all instead. If you jump onto the Lifestealer, Lifestealer might not die. If he survives, he's just going to jump in Infest, get out, he'll be A-okay. And if you end up jumping onto the Slaughter, Slaughter right now is really damn strong. So this is not an easy situation for them. They really have to think about how to approach the next several moments. Still, though, they have an opportunity because, as you saw there on the scoreboard, it's still nothing. Nobody's taken the game just yet. Nobody has been able to get any kind of momentum gained officially. So as long as the game is going, Dota is not called defense of the lanes, defense of the team fights, defense of the mid game. It's defense of the ancients. So if your ancient is still alive, you have an opportunity to come back. And in this game, like I said, there are several things. Another good thing they have in their favor for Don't Pick Enigma is what I mentioned at the beginning of the draft. Their lineup scales later much better than the Radiant lineup does. So if they can delay the game, stall things out, find ways to be farming all across the map, then maybe they can find a way back into game one. And speaking of, we are back. Oh gosh. Right as we unpause, we end up having to pause in again, but looks like it's just a little lag spike. But to that point, there's lots of space on the map for Don't Pick Enigma to farm. And if you look at these heroes, unfair, Radiant heroes kind of need multiple heroes to get kills. Or at least they need Slaughter and Viper to be there. So if we can just force these heroes to be playing at other places in the map, or you know where they're playing and you play elsewhere in the map, you just try to greed things out, play with as much alliance playstyle rather, as humanly possible. Maybe you get enough gold to put yourself back in a winning position, but it's a lot to think about. From the side though of Radiant, the only thing I want to see from them, if I'm honest, I want to see them in the next couple of minutes finish the next item on Slaughter, hopefully it's BKB, and then just group up and go. Group up, go, and never stop. He's going Aghanim Scepter first. I mentioned this build earlier. If he goes Aghanims, then I definitely want BKB afterwards. Serv, poor Serv, just trying to get himself back into a Mage Slayer. I'm actually not sure. I understand why you want Mage Slayer this game. You have Legion Commander in the offlane. Legion does not buy items like Pipe. She can buy Eternal Shroud, but she's not that kind of hero. So you need some kind of way to reduce the magic damage on Radiant. And they have pretty decent magic damage. Mostly on the Viper, but Oracle is no joke either. And now they're smoked up. They're trying to encroach here into the dire side of the map. Oh no, Legion Commander comes up the hill, but will get scouted. They do see Game King, who's forced to blast off to safety. And they're not going to find... Look where... Oh, Lion Man chilling in the trees, deep, hiding away. Won't get caught, but they will at the very least dodge the smoke gank and buy themselves a little bit more time. Obviously, the big beneficiaries of that time are the Sniper and the DK. And yeah, that's what I want to see from them. Just group up. Because right now, you are so strong that Don't Pick Enigma, they cannot fight you. They straight up cannot fight you. And because both teams don't actually have very good team fight, you're all playing around high amounts of skirmishing, constant brawling. That means that when they group up like this, Don't Pick Enigma, they can't even say, well, we have a black hole or something to play around. They cannot really do much. And now bottom, Legion Commander is not going to be able to do much either, because she's going to get jumped on trying to TP out, but the bash cancels it, and the right click on the Lifestealer kills her off. And to make matters worse, they still end up defending the tier 1 tower in this bottom lane. That tower just refuses to fall in this game. Mid lane, step in. They might actually be able to kill him here. They have Finger of Death from the Lion. He does have 15 charges on the... Well, actually at 20, but not able to get them off before he ends up dead. And that's going to be a huge kill. Tinky Tink Tank. That's like 1,000 gold that he ends up getting for that kill. That's massive. He's now the net worth leader on the map. And they've demonstrated that they can kill this Viper. Obviously, Viper was very alone, but Viper definitely not immortal.
Центральную башню сил света атакуют.
Lifestealer. Game King about to make it a triple as they chase a little bit too far from Don't Pick Enigma. They were feeling themselves. They really wanted that kill onto Chip, but we spoke about it in the draft. The save potential that can come in from this Radiant lineup. You have Oracle, you have Venge. You turn it into a very heavy punish against the side of Don't Pick Enigma. On that particular fight, they will realize that we cannot fight the units. The only route we have to victory right now is pickoffs. Our heroes aren't strong enough yet. We still need Blink Dagger / BKB on the Dragon Knight. I feel like he needs both, especially since he was playing from the mid lane. But here comes Don't Pick Enigma. This time around, they do have the Finger of Death. So if they find a duel, they can get the kill. Who are they going to come across first? There's Lifestealer. This would be a huge pickup. If they could maybe even get them both. Finger of Death picks up the one. Duel will get on top of the other. Do they have the damage to kill this Lifestealer? Yes, they do. Don't Pick Enigma finally getting something going for themselves. 2 huge cores picked up. And 2,000 gold goes their way. Massive gold. And that was also duel damage for the Legion Commander, I think. Was it? I think she won the duel, right? There are now problems starting to emerge on the map. The thing is, when you go for these heroes, Slaughter, Lifestealer, Viper, the next like 10 minutes is the stage of the game where they should feel the absolute strongest. So they can't afford any of these pickoffs to happen. Also, I want to see Steppen. I mentioned earlier I would love to see him go Hurricane Pike. But since he's not going to go for Aghanims next, I really think he needs BKB as well. This is not one of these games where these Radiant heroes can get away without BKBs. Well, except Lifestealer, but that's Lifestealer. Speaking of, Lifestealer is about to finish off having a Radiant soon. But his game just got a lot harder because Lion just picked up a Blink Dagger. Lion with Blink can catch you before you use your Rage. So that even by the time you Rage, you might be at half HP or just might not even get the spell off. They have some chain disable here on the side of Don't Pick Enigma. 4 single target heroes. DPE, it's going to be their time to pick up a little Tormentor. Let's see, who's going to get the shot? Is it Lion? Is it Techies? It's going to be Techies. Okay. Techies shot. So now we have access to the reactive taser onto allies, which is always very nice. I must say, Don't Pick Enigma has also done a very good job of making sure that even though they were very far behind in the early laning phase, the gold lead hasn't really gotten out of control. The worst it got to was about 5, but that was after that disastrous fight they took in the top lane. For the most part, this game has still been relatively in control. And it looks like they want to smoke again. They're gathering up on the dire side of the map. I think they want to go on an adventure. But unfortunately, Legion Commander is bottom. And she's the one that they need to start off these fights to begin with. Slaughter just finished his Aghanim Scepter. Would love to find somebody to use it on. But nobody's showing on the dire side, really. Sniper's farming in camp between the camps. DK is chilling on the Mighty Mines. Jungle is just being warded up and taken over by this Legion Commander. So they're playing very safely on the side of DPE. But I think both teams are ready to fight. Radiant side has Slaughter with Ag's Blink rather. And they just picked up a Radiance for this Lifestealer. So this is definitely the time to go and assert yourself on the map. They're going to take the twin gate through the top lane. They throw out the scan as well, but it doesn't connect onto anybody. Dire side still have a scan of their own if they want to throw it. Also, I see that Viper actually bought the blade mail. I don't like this anymore, honestly. I don't like this. Serv, he's not gonna like what's about to happen to him because he's gonna get blown the hell up. Nobody can save him on that one. Everybody just needs to get the hell away. And they were coming to make a play of their own, but Serv just a little bit too far from the rest of the team. And he just dies way too quickly on the DK. Oh boy. Game is looking kind of tough at the moment. Stepping. Moving forward now. Like I said earlier, if you're gonna go Hurricane Pike, I don't want him to go for the Blade Mail. I would have preferred like straight BKB, the Eternal Shroud, or just straight Ags. It feels like he has too many medium items, and they're probably just going to ignore him for the most part. But let's see, PFU still trying to siege with this Viper. Unfortunately, they are playing into a sniper. And pushing high ground into sniper is no mean feat. And to make matters worse, look at this PFU lineup. Their push is horrendous. The only one who can actually hit towers without winning a fight is Viper. But now they might win this fight. They're going on to the Legion Commander. There will be a counterplay with the Blast Off. That'll maybe get the Legion Commander out. But no, there's a bit too much damage. And now Serv in the middle of the fight, but you can't kill the Oracle. There is going to be the Reign of Destiny plus the False Promise keeping her alive. Chip has Blink Dagger. Really wants to find the sniper. Tink Tink Tank has a sniper on him now. And Lifestealer ends up killing him off. While this is happening, Game King also loses his life to the Viper all the way here on the east. And that's 4 heroes instantly removed from play. DPE struggling game 1 against PFU. So, Tier 1 tower will end up falling. Or Tier 2 tower, rather. But that's the only way they can actually push. If they just try to slow siege while Sniper's alive, Sniper's just a little bit too annoying, but you win a fight, all of a sudden there's nobody left to defend. And you easily end up rinsing out the heroes and the buildings. Now they've moved top. After this, they should go Rosh. No, other way, boys, other way. Hey, there we go. Roshan is on the Dire side for the next few minutes. Chip pings it out. He's like, guys, very easy Roshan to pick up. And this is going to go very, very fast, this Rosh. They just picked up a Desolator for Lifestealer. They have Corrosive Haze on Chip. They have the Viper here, and they're going to have the Wave of Terror from the Vengeful Spirit. This Rosh, okay, let's see how many seconds it takes to kill this Rosh. Okay, they started now. If the Lifestealer was here, I promise you this would have taken like 10 seconds, but took him a while to show up. And now DPE are also coming in on the backline. I think they know that a Rosh is happening. They want to try and stop it, but I don't think they'll be there in time. This is going to go too quick. The Venge is also positioned to try and break the smoke. Yeah, it's too late. Rosh is gone. Ends up taking 15 seconds in the end, and they also find the stun onto the sniper. He didn't leave in time. And instead, though, there will be a dual kill. Swap back onto the sniper. He is now dead. Next to 4 will be the Legion Commander. The duel is lost. The fight is over. And all of these heroes are dead. It's a rampage for the Lifestealer. Going absolutely ham in this fight. An Aegis, a rampage, 2.5k gold in the back pocket. And honestly, looking like the end of the game here. PFU were just a little bit too strong relative to Don't Pick Enigma. But this is their timing. I was saying around the 20-minute mark. The next 10 minutes are when they should be at their absolute strongest. And that is what we see reflected right now. PFU, they're on the high ground. They have the Desolator out onto this Lifestealer. So, Tier 3 tower should end up being chomped down. And because they're so strong and they still have an Aegis, they could easily take Rax. They've seen how weak DPE actually is. It's gonna be a duel. Okay. Why would you duel the Life Stealer? That's the worst target. He just kills off the Legion. And now, on the back edge of the fight, we end up eliminating the Game King. Oh my god, did they kill Viper while that was happening? Okay. They do manage to have enough damage to kill off the Viper. That's a significant amount of gold. And they take away the first life of the Aegis. Chip is being chased in right now. Blink back in by this Lion. Not able to kill off the Slaughter though. Silence. And they will get the kill onto the Sniper. Sniper buys back though, in tandem with the DK. And so far, they're still defending the base here. It's very close to them killing the Slaughter there. It's just that they didn't have the Assassinate. But they hold the base. An expensive hold. It's now a 20k net worth lead in favor of PFU. But they hold. They hold. Oh boy. I still can't believe they don't have that Blink Dagger available on the Dragon Knight. He doesn't have Blink, nor does he have BKB. It feels like that's what's really holding them back. If they had a BKB on this DK, one of the big things is that he could BKB, run forward, and just try to spam out as many breathe fires as possible in the fights. But the way things are looking right now, it's complicated. Where's Lifestealer going after the... Is he going to finish the full Abyssal Blade? Or is he going to go like AC on top of... Oh no, he can't go AC because Viper's going AC. Okay, okay. I would have preferred... I still don't like the Blade Mail. Definitely would have preferred AC heads up, but I understand why he's the one to buy AC instead of anybody else in the lineup. That way, both Slaughter and Lifestealer, who both benefit heavily from having an AC, get to pick up other greedier items to go in tandem with the Viper's AC. What do we do now? Okay, he's going the full Abyssal onto this Lifestealer. Oh man. You might actually have to start queuing up. I think it's too soon for Rapier, but Sniper needs like Chrysalis. He also needs a BKB. And I think probably needs a Rapier at some point. They're just not dealing enough damage. And they're too squishy at the same time. Sniper is instead going for the MKB. Also, speaking of Sniper, I see he bought Mjolnir. I think in this game I would have definitely preferred having Gleipnir instead of Mjolnir. The static charge of Mjolnir doesn't really help you that much, but having another source of reach, another way of forcing out some BKBs on PFU, I think would have been much more useful. We'll see how it goes though, as tier 3 tower down bottom gets taken away. They're making another attempt at Rax. Not gonna find anything off of this. Unfortunately, Sniper is still really good at defending high ground. So maybe they'll just wait for the next Roshan, which could come up potentially in 3.5 minutes. But that is a long time. That's a lot of opportunity for Don't Pick Enigma to find their farm, get their items, get their BKBs in particular. I haven't actually seen anybody queuing BKB on this Dire lineup. That feels like a big problem for me. Next Tormentor of the game, taken by Don't Pick Enigma. It will go the way of the Lion this time around. Haven't really seen PFU going for their own Tormies all that much. They don't seem to care too deeply about it. But they are smoked up with a couple heroes. Looking to try and potentially make something happen on the map. Sadly, they're not gonna come across anybody, so that entire move just ends up being completely wasted. Oh, swap coming in. They get the grab onto the Sniper. Beautiful follow-up there. He wasn't far enough, and that's him dead. 73 seconds without buyback. By far their strongest hero, so Don't Pick Enigma. This might just be it. You're staring down the barrel of the end of this here game. as now the mid lane of Rax will also get themselves chomped away. Will they go for the full megas or will they just go for the throne? Either way is fine because 50 seconds without sniper. They're playing with this Desolator on this Lifestealer. 20 charges in the Desolator at that. He's dealing a casual 300 damage. Seems fair and balanced. Swap back again. Going on to Game King. Goblin Techies is going to get eliminated. Very, very big kill. Don't Pick Enigma have now found themselves without any real estate on the map. They're dealing with the mega creeps. To make it worse, PFU are not even leaving their base. They're sticking around. They just want to go for the end here. They don't have an Aegis on this Lifestealer, but they don't have damage to kill him either. Legion Commander can't dare duel anybody. There's too many saves, too much counter engagement, and they're just gonna call it. Well, they haven't called it yet. That's the PFU lineup. There's gonna be a big jump. Nice little overwhelming odds, but like I said, way too much damage, way too much counter initiation. They will end up killing the Legion and ending the game. GG, well played is called. PFU come through with the W, and whew, man, oh man, did that look fresh. Did they look so clean. That is a way that you want to start your campaign here at the PLAYRIX National because, whew, listen, I haven't seen many of these teams that are at the PLAYRIX National, right? We don't know exactly what they're capable of, but we just got a very good showcase from PFU. Several things that they did well, drafted themselves into the kind of lineup that can play for the mid-game timing, a strong mid-game timing, made sure that they got very strong lanes out of it, especially that Viper lane middle, absolutely demolished the situation. But the main thing is once they realized they were strong, they started playing together and they didn't stop doing that. Whenever you have a good power spike in Dota, the most important thing is to keep together and ensure that you can leverage that power elsewhere across the map. And PFU did that wonderfully, and that is going to be them getting to the top of the group as a result of this with their opening win. Of course, there is another winner elsewhere, so they're tied up in that regard. So, good, solid performance from them. From Don't Pick Enigma, for me, the big things that I want to see adjusted is their read on which lanes are strong. In particular, throwing the DK alone into the Viper lane was always going to be a recipe for disaster. But them coming to rotate and save him needs to happen more often if he has another bad lane like that. But crucially, guys, please buy BKB. You have no idea how different this game could have been had they simply bought the BKB. Had they done that, life would have been a lot simpler right now. Things would have been great. But they did not, so they end up taking a tumble. And we will be seeing them play later on today, of course. But for now, the first thing that we need to see them play again is PFU, because they are going to be taking up arms in our next matchup, taking on Rakav. If I messed up the pronunciation, don't blame me, you know. Not my first language, or my second, or my third, or my fourth, or my fifth, not even my sixth language. So we're trying our best out here. Nonetheless, PFU versus Rakav. That particular game is going to be important for both of them because from what I saw, if I remember correctly, both of them are sitting on 1-1 in the group. Therefore, the winning team is almost guaranteed to go through in the playoffs come tomorrow with 2 out of their 3 games having been won already. So they certainly need to perform to their absolute best coming into this game from both sides. Obviously, we've already seen what PFU can bring. I'm wondering if they are still going to stick to the script and pick themselves up a situation where they go for this mid-game, high-tempo timing. We'll find out, though, because for now, that game is being prepared. That game is being lobby made. The players are getting some water to make sure that they are refreshed. So I believe we're going to be taking a short break. And then when we come back, the next series of the day, PLAYRIX versus PFU in another game in the group stage of the PLAYRIX National 2024 tournament. Or maybe it's not a break. Oh, it is. Yeah, sweet. welcome back, one and all. We are here to continue the PLAYRIXNATIONal with our second BO1 in the group stages. So far, earlier on today, we got to see the team of PFU taking down no Enigma. Please don't pick Enigma. But they did not pick Enigma and they still ended up losing. So now we proceed to our next matchup, which is, of course, going to be Pять, rаков taking on that PFU side for whoever wins this one is in a very interesting position because that's going to accelerate them much higher up the leaderboard. But winning 2 games out of 3 guarantees you entry probably into tomorrow's playoffs, and then you get to play for the top 3 placements. Of course, first place taking 120 Rix coin, second place taking 80, and then the third placing team taking 60 as their haul back into the ranch. This game that we're going to be witnessing, I think, is going to be giving us more information as to what the relative strength levels of these squads actually is, because we don't know. We just are not aware. We did just see PFU win a game, but who knows whether or not they were just much better than their opponents, but not much better than their next opponents. Of course, you can see all their beautiful places on screen right now, presenting themselves, smiling it out, letting y'all know who you work with in the organization and who you need to send the email to say, hey, by the way, remember that game where I trashed you, where I made you look like an idiot in game? Yeah, that's what happened. So I'm very excited to see how this one is going to turn out. I'm especially intrigued to see the different styles of drafting that a lot of these teams will have. We, of course, saw earlier on the kind of draft that led into more late game scaling, a little bit more pick off orientation. We saw this big death ball high skirmish lineup coming in from PFU. We did not see the other game, so we don't know exactly what's going to be coming out here from Kim and the boys, but I am hoping that the kind of Dota that they present us is fun to watch, high skirmishing, high amounts of activity on the map, but especially decent lanes, because Dota, if one team loses the laning phase in Dota, you're already at like a 70% disadvantage. So we are genuinely hoping that we can figure out a scenario to make sure that the lanes are even, so that the mid game is even, so it comes down to pure execution and decision making in the latter portions of the game. That game, of course, coming up very, very shortly. Speaking of the game, and speaking of this particular tournament, people are gonna meme, oh, just a random corporate tournament, people having fun. Y'all have to remember that right now, Eastern Europe and Western Europe are the strongest Dota regions on the planet. Everybody who's playing in this particular tournament, if you play pubs, if you go online and play any kind of ranked games, you are playing in one of the strongest regions on planet Earth. So there's no way that you have not picked up a couple of tips and tricks. There's no way that you haven't elevated your game simply by being involved in the community. So don't just be here for the corporate games. We want to see y'all in the pubs as well. I really want to see how this game is going to shake out. I also want to see if they have a plan for Stepan. Stepan Viper, he played really, 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 really well in the laning phase. I don't think they're going to give him Viper again necessarily. That probably had a lot more to do with the matchup, because he picked the Viper after he knew he's playing into DK. If they get him a good lane like that again, I demand that they address him. I demand that they make sure that, like, you know what, guys, we deal with this dude. Don't allow him to just run ramshot over the entirety of the game. So we need him. We need him. We need him. So PFU, if you want to get yourself into the easy road into the playoffs, just win this one out. Sadly, though, that also means that for Pять, rаков, if they lose, then suddenly they're in a very precarious position, because then they'll be 0-2. And you never want to be in that position in these kind of BO1 group stage scenarios. Of course, we have seen that there's quite a lot of games to go today. Every single group stage game will be played here, either on this stream for server 2 or on the other stream for server A, which means that all of these squads, if you are a family member, if you're a fan of these people, if you happen to have had somebody buy you coffee the one day, watch the games, back them up, see just how far they can go in this particular tournament. And also, let's hope it gives them the bug of competition. There's a non-zero chance that at least one person in this entire tournament in a year or two will see them in some TI qualifier. Not 100% chance, but it's not zero either. Of course, we've only had our games from the first group to begin with. The second group's games will be happening a little bit later on in the day once we've wrapped up Group A. So you have to be patient. You have to be patient if you're looking out for somebody on the side of P.I.V.O or Loyal Patch or anybody else. Just pick your targets. Just chill. The other team looking at Group A that also ended up winning their inaugural game, Natаша Два Баша, they took a game Didn't see how that one went, so we can't necessarily say exactly what the eventual matchup between them and PFU will look like, but lots of Dota to play. I just want to see at least one Enigma. Come on, guys, pick Enigma. Don't pick Enigma, just pick Enigma once, just for the memes. If it turns out that your next game is a loss as well, then your last game has to be an Enigma pickup to figure out where exactly things go. Of course, as you did see, both groups have 4 members each, which means that as we go into tomorrow, we will be elevating, I believe, 2 people from each squad to go into tomorrow's games and figure out exactly how things will shake out to round out the PLAYRIX National for 2024. This is I'm not sure if we had this exact tournament last year, but my second time working with these folk. Last time around with these corporate tournaments was very fun to watch. And so far, it's been quite enjoyable as well. I'm excited to actually hear from some of the players involved here as well, because most times when people get into a corporate level, even if you play games, you might not necessarily be as committed to play a team game with a reliable stack of players. So it'll be intriguing to find out some of the stories of how these teams came together. Were they already playing with each other, then they figured out they work together? Were they already working together, then they're like, hey, by the way, you've heard of this Dota game? Let's check it out. Let's do something. Or did they just come together for the stack, play like 10 games before the tournament and like, right, that's good enough. Let's figure out how to go from here. A lot of questions to be answered. And of course, those questions will only be answered directly by the players themselves, which we'll be hearing from a little bit later today. But our first order of business is going to be this upcoming series, the draft of said series. And I also want to see, how do I phrase this? I want to see if they have a different look in them from the side of PFU, not just playing that skirmishing, big ball type of lineup. Maybe they can play for the late game. Maybe they can play to overrun you in the laning phase with some high tempo push lineup, some Beastmasters, some Lycans or whatever. We do not know, but we are about to find out, because here we go. Our second game of the day here. PFU playing on the Dire side. Patraka Vriat will be playing on the Radiant side. And they opened up their draft with a Grimstroke. They have second pick on Radiant side, having banned Oracle, no Zeus, no Lifestealer, no Axe. And then, of course, PFU will ban out the Lina again. They ban Skywrath again. And this time, they take away the pushing hero of the Visage and keep the Lich out of the pool as well. So now, let's see where this goes. Witch Doctor was banned out by them. I'm kind of surprised that they banned Witch Doctor, because generally Grimstroke plays as the 5 position hero. But Witch Doctor is busted enough that you can just do whatever you want. That hero is crazy right now. So now the question is, where do we go now? Offlane hero for them? There's still Slaughter, which pays very well with the Grimstroke. We already saw the hero do well. They could play with the Beastmaster. They opt to play with the Tiny instead. So this Tiny, it could be a position 4 Tiny. It could be an offlane Tiny. It could be a mid Tiny. It could be a carry Tiny. They have left themselves with a lot of variability with what this hero could accomplish in the game. I like that a lot, because it also means that PFU can't just instantly counterpick the lane. They have to consider all the possible game states of where this Tiny can go. And it's one of the best heroes in the game for carrying the Grimstroke's stun. Once you have Blink Dagger, you go forward, Avalanche Toss, a ton of magic damage and stun. Afterwards, you get stunned up by the Inkswell as well. And then if Grimstroke is in range, can just pop you with the Stroke of Fate if you're low enough. I kind of like this opening. PFU, though, will still stick with the Vengeful Spirit we saw from them last game. Yet again, we get good things with the save. We have some minus armor available. We have some decent laning prowess. It is also a hero that can be played into the off lane as well, but not anymore. Now that they've picked up the Abyssal Underlord, pretty much set in stone where we're going to be seeing this Vengeful Spirit being played as the 4 position here. One of the things I love about Underlord right now in this meta, 2 things. It's solid lanes no matter what. You always have options against illusion heroes. You always have options against the spirits that jump through middle with the Pit of Malice. But I think this is one of the most versatile heroes in the game. Both facets give you different ways of playing. You play with the cleave, you become a monster, right click, and you just farm incredibly fast. You play around the Fiend's Gate with the Necro Book. then all of a sudden you have that additional pressure that you can apply after winning a fight with the Fiend's Gate. The hero can itemize in a variety of different ways as well. I think Underlord is in a very good spot in the meta. Another hero, though, that is indeed in a good spot is this hero that we see on the Radiant side, Crystal Maiden. The Frostbite is absurd right now. Her laning prowess is, depending on the partner, can be just absolutely ridiculous. And if you can find opportunities to lay out a good freezing field, it can really frustrate matters for PFU in this game. The other hero that they get grabbed for themselves is the offlaner of the Tidehunter. Another hero that can play against illusions, in case one of the sides wants to pick like some Naga, some Chaos Knight, some PL. Gives them some more team fight as well. It's a hero that can build auras to try and combat the auras that come out of this Underlord. But it does have some difficulties playing against the Viper, especially this new Viper. If it was previous Viper, where you only got the break from the Nether Toxin, then, you know, Tidehunter just gets out of Nether Toxin. It's fine. Somebody in the team will buy a 4-star. Now that it's persistent on you, there's literally nothing you can do to get rid of the Kraken Shell. You will eat these disables. Because normally, you know, Vengeful Spirit Stun, Jakiro Ice Path, Underlord Pit of Malice aren't the easiest spells to reliably land. But if you set that up with the Viper Strike first, the hero that gets Viper Struck will eat at least 2 of those spells and almost certainly die the way things are looking right now. Still, though, there is a lot more activity from the side of the Radiant, so it does seem like they're the ones that are going to play for like high tempo, moving across the map, making things happen for Batrak Avriat. But looks like PFU is still happy to sit with their style of, we farm the lanes, we group up together, then we push as this big ball, we win fights, and that's how we take down towers. This Ursa obviously fits in perfectly in that playstyle, and it's a hero that can really deal with Tidehunter in the laning phase. So I like what I'm seeing here. So we need a hero that's going to be good in the carry-to-carry matchup versus the Ursa. So we have Troll Warlord in the game. Troll can be good against the Ursa and can lane against the Underlord. So I like the Troll idea. Maybe Wind Ranger. I'll go for the Medusa. Okay. Ursas don't really build diffusal blades anymore like they used to. There used to be a point in time where Ursa's main progression was that diffusal. You play very fast, and then you can get on top of the Medusa, remove her mana pool. Without that, looking at those draws, this can actually be a really good Medusa game. The Underlord doesn't really do much against you because most of his damage is percent-based, and you don't care about percent-based damage. It's still not the easiest game because Viper can really be a big problem for the Medusa. Because Viper just Rs you and guarantees that like a huge portion, not just of your mana pool will be gone, but you can't reposition easily in the fight to get out the necessary damage. Although I do like the Medusa, I still feel overall PFU, their draft makes a bit more sense to me. They should have solid lanes all across the board. Yeah, I think we might be looking at one of our first teams to claim a spot in tomorrow's playoffs, but that cannot be said just yet. We do have to wait for how the game itself will shake out, because if this Medusa isn't handled, and let's say this Ursa starts to have a bad game on his bear, not able to dish out the damage, not able to shut down the Tidehunter, then all of a sudden we're looking at a very different situation, and the game goes to hell. But let's find out which way it goes. Batrakov Vriat versus PFU. Radiant side will be Batrakov. On the Dire side will be PFU. And if PFU win, if they get this W, then all of a sudden they will find themselves in a situation where they are #1 seed, 2 wins clear, and almost certain to find themselves heading into the playoffs tomorrow here at the PLAYRIXNATIONALS 2024. But they can't count their chickens just yet. Do not overexert yourselves. Don't go too far. All you have to do first and foremost is just play some solid Dota. I would be scared though if I was them, because I'm looking at Pro 100 Shuba. He's wearing that Team Spirit shirt. Maybe he's been playing some Team Spirit games. We don't know, but we do know that he's a real fan, and maybe he's been spending some time in the pubs mastering his tech, making sure that he is able, as much as humanly possible, to deliver the performances that the team spirit jersey necessitates. So his game will be interesting to watch. The game of this Ursa, I think for me, this game is going to come down to the Ursa, his performance in the laning phase, and how the Tiny versus the Viper lane goes. Because the Viper ends up putting in the same performance against Tiny that he did against the Dragon Knight, then all of a sudden you have this Tiny that like can't progress in the game, has a delayed blink dagger, is lacking in levels, so doesn't have the same amount of damage output on the Avalanche toss combo. And then if that starts to happen, this game slows down massively for Batrakov. So they need this Tiny to be able to do well. The Tidehunter also has to have a decent-ish game. So we're going to find out how it all develops as we're getting into it. Game number 1 of 1. It is only a best of 1 of Batrakov Riyadh versus PFU. PFU wins. They are 2-0, almost guaranteeing playoffs. If Batrakov wins, then things also become very interesting in their favor. Yeah, if they win, then they're 1-1 and PFU is 1-1. Then it all comes down to what the matchup of Natasha Dva Basha looks against the Don't Pick Enigma squad. But we'll figure that all out as we go along. So here we go.
30 секунд до начала сражения.
We have folk just chilling in behind the tier 1 towers. No big smoke moves just yet, so both teams might just play cleanly. I say that though, but here comes PFU. Maybe trying to get themselves onto the high ground. TGI is the one scouting it with his Tidehunter. Gonna get gone on. The Stroke of Fate is good from Cruella to slow a lot of heroes down. Although Pro 100 Shuba, the Crystal Maiden, gets slowed up, hit with the Ice Path and killed off by the Bear. To make matters worse, they're going on to Kim. They really want this Medusa. But the Stroke of Fate gonna be a little bit too good. Can't make it happen. Step in, step in, step in's gonna die. Loses his life here. That is a huge deal. Yes, they get the first blood, but having the Tiny involved in getting a kill, he's going to have a little bit of time to get to level 2 first because, wait, who has more experience between him and the Viper? Should be him, right? Because there were fewer heroes when they got their kill. Okay, let's see how this is going to start off. Steppen wants to be able to do what he did in the previous game, apply an absurd amount of pressure onto this Tiny. Has the Cloud Burst facet as well. Alrighty, let's see where this game goes. Tiny, not necessarily the most traditional hero that you put middle versus Viper. Although he's better than like most melee heroes. But eventually Viper will be strong enough to just like stand on the high ground and harass you forever. Which will make the game a lot more complicated for the Tiny. Down bottom, our first blood victim, Pro 100, just supporting the Medusa. This is another reason why they picked Medusa. You already have Crystal Maiden, so getting that bonus mana regen in the game doesn't benefit that many carry heroes, but certainly will benefit a Medusa down the stretch. Then, of course, in the top lane, we have TGI on his Tidehunter playing with Cruella's Grimstroke into the Ursa and the Jakiro. An Ursa that was already going to have a good lane regardless, and now also has the Footblood to make that a little bit easier for himself. So definitely things looking good in this top lane for the side of PFU. Mid Tiny just doing tiny things, farming with the tree. I will say from what we saw in the previous game is that the Viper for him in the mid for PFU didn't necessarily play that well in the lane, like regarding the actual laning phase. But his mid game play was a lot better for Steppen. Now it begins the harass from Viper. He's not level 3 just yet. Or level 4, excuse me. So doesn't have the 202 to put the full harass out. And given that it's Tiny, there's no point playing around the Nether Toxin. Tiny doing well. Up lane. We do see a little bit of a battle between the Ursa and TGI. Don't think either of them are in any real danger of dying. I must say, this Tidehunter has been doing a very good job of getting all of his farm. I thought he'd been a bit more trouble given the heroes he's dealing with here, there's a lot of like dot damage that Tidehunter doesn't always like playing against. But still, TGI is doing pretty well for himself. Cruella can even leave for a while, go stack some jungle, make sure that by the time the Medusa or the Tide, frankly, want to try and recover in the jungle, the farm will be available for them. This Ursa still gonna be quite a waste from his Battle Fury. They're putting pressure right now out onto TGI. They get the Ice Path onto Cruella de Vil. I feel like that might have been a bit better onto the Tidehunter, but now that they have showed off that they have a little bit more strength in this Ursa, we should definitely see the Tidehunter playing a bit more carefully. And now, yep, here's where it starts. Frey starts to play in between the waves, just throwing out poison or dual breath, throwing out the liquid fires. And now Metal Stepper, he wants to replicate his success from the previous game, going onto this Tiny. He will succeed. Will he die for this? No, he doesn't. And there's a water rune in front of his face to enable him to get some presence back. Alrighty. And that's what we saw in the previous game. In the actual CS department in the laning phase, not necessarily so hot, but when it comes to walking down targets and killing them, which is what Viper is supposed to do, he's doing it magnificently. We haven't spoken that much about this side of the map. Chip playing on his Underlord. It is literally impossible for Medusa to zone him out. They can't zone Medusa, so she's going to always be able to farm, but there is nothing you can do to stop this Underlord. He's going to be just so strong. Already the CS leader on the map. Can pretty much decide what kind of build he wants to go for. We do end up losing Cruella de Vil in the top lane. Grimstroke does die, and now they might be leading onto TGI as well. Magic Missile will be there, but they don't have the appetite to dive the tier 1 tower against the Tidehunter. So they'll let him skirt his way back to safety. That bottom lane is going to be an absolute just pure farm fest. Not much is going to happen besides hitting creeps. Radiant side can't kill the Underlord. Dire side can't kill the Medusa. So you just farm and farm and farm away. Although Medusa lineups are always overall benefited by a static, slow game. She gets to just scale and scale and scale. That being said, the hero does not buy BKB, so she does buy Manta, which will be useful in this game. Unfortunately, you cannot dispel the Viper Strike anymore. We have a haste rune get triggered out right now. See if the Tiny decides to go anywhere with this. Try to find the kill. You will not. He's just sticking around middle. Just playing with these heroes. It's fine. On top, they do have potential to maybe kill off the Tidehunter. He's eaten quite a few Fury Stacks charges. Kraken Shell, though, pretty much just bails him out of trouble there. If he doesn't get Krakened, he dies, bro. I wonder what facet Chip went for. I didn't check earlier. Did he go for the AoE facet, or did he end up going for the Fiend's Gate facet? I think personally for this game, I prefer the Fiend's Gate facet. Just because you don't get that much out of the cleave. Like, there's no illusion heroes on the other side or anything like this. However, you know what you do get out of the other facet. Let's see. Let's click on him. So, okay, I see. You went for the other one. You get the mana burn out of the necro units with this particular facet. And I think that's a pretty big deal. the Medusa, so every little source of mana burn that you can find, you certainly do want to achieve for yourself. You see the Tiny now waiting for the next rune to trigger. He had a haste rune last time around, so you can't get it now. It's probably going to be like, what, illusion? Let's see. It will be an illusion rune, but it spawns on the top side of the map, so will not be picked up by this here Tiny. Will be picked up by Steppen, but needs to be a little bit careful. There will be the usage of the Grimstroke Inkswell. They're trying to get on top of it. They're trying to kill off this Viper. They will succeed in doing so, but the question is, does the Tiny escape out of this? He's already very low on the HP. They drop down a blood grenade, and they should be able to kill him off. Indeed they do. The Fiend's Gate was a good one coming in from PFU. Chip, fantastic first usage of his ultimate. Big deal. Now it's also with them having to move Grimstroke from top. Whenever Grimstroke leaves the top side of the map, Tide can't play this lane. He just simply cannot. Even if it's just 1v1 versus the Ursa, he doesn't want to be stuck playing that lane, so ends up losing out on a lot of net worth. Can't really do all that much himself. Just has to stick back and try find levels. And speaking of levels, they will decide to give them over towards the Tiny. They recognize just how badly they need a Blink Dagger in this game from him, because he's the only one that goes forward. In the meantime, top lane, Steppen going forward onto the Tidehunter. And with the Viper Strike applying a consistent break, there's no way to get out of this one. They might also now invade into the triangle. Or maybe just secure the top tier 1. Okay, they're going to focus on the top tier 1 instead. Got a creep wave coming in. No siege wagon for them, but maybe if they glyph for this one, they can get it down to like half HP. Let's see. They do have liquid fire as well, though, from Frey. So that certainly will make this push a lot easier. Yeah, I think you just take the tower. You play in between the waves. You liquid fire it. Might not need to glyph the wave, but if you do glyph it, it may be a little bit faster to take. Okay, there's the glyph. They glyph it now, and that should be the tier 1 tower being taken away in this top lane. Nicely done by PFU. They're not done just yet. They're gonna head on over into this triangle. They will see these ancients stacked. They could try and steal them, or they could try and make a move towards middle, where this Tiny is just trying to farm right now. The Tiny is actually coming for them. He's coming in. He's invis, but he walks underneath the sentry ward. They find him. They have the vision. He gets off a wonderful avalanche onto multiple heroes with the toss almost killing off Frey. The Jakiro is still alive. Dies after dropping down the macro pyre, and the damage of the fire will mean that they get the Tidehunter as well. A 3-for-1 exchange here on the high ground. PFU definitely looking like the strongest team so far in the PLAYRIXNATIONal. Just impeccably clean gameplay all across the board. The problem with all of this is that while Kim has indeed been farming, you know, got that Lancer Pursuit, can farm a bit better, but Medusa needs time, man. Gone are the days of a couple patches ago where 25 minutes in, Medusa's there sitting with Manta, Chrysalis, the second Aegis, and like D-Lance, and that's enough to win the game. The hero requires much more engagement, much more farm, many more resources to have the same degree of influence that he used to have. Well, she used to have, rather. Medusa is a very sexy lady. Now middle. Still don't have this Blink Dagger from the Tiny. If they had Blink Dagger right then and there, be dead. They would have blinked on top of him, tossed him back to the rest of the team, easily killed him, but they do not have the necessary tech. Have to let him go. They're even wrapping around here. They have Ravage at the ready from TGI. They do ping it out. They see what's happening. It looks like from Batrakov, they say, yeah, we don't really want to keep fighting this one, guys. Bottom lane, though, Kim needs some help. Does pop up the Stone Gate, so should still be alive for now. Ice Park was there too, but he's A-okay. Comes in the Grimstroke. finding himself able to get off the ultimate, the soul bind onto this Outer Lord as well as the Venge. They kill off the Vengeful Spirit. Chip should end up dead as well. They give the last click to Kim. So both the mid and the safe lane are finding themselves with a nice little injection of gold from this move to bottom. The first punish that happens against PFU that we've seen in the series. And for them, man, Stone Gaze is such an annoying spell. They don't really have solutions for the Stone Gaze. That's a big, big deal. They need to be able to get on top of Medusa and burst her before she uses the spell. If she gets off Stone Gaze, you know, she's gonna live. It will be a turnaround, and we saw what happened in that bottom fight right there. The problem as well for PFU is looking at their disables. They have Ice Path, Magic Missile. These are the only long-term disables that will actually stop the casting of the Stone Gaze. Meantime, all that thought, we'll talk about it in a second. They didn't find the toss back nicely from this young Tiny, so he might burn inside the Macro Pyre. Now they swap back TGI. They should be able to kill him as well. Once again, PFU responding much better than Batrakav, and unfortunately that blink play, and if they were able to toss the Viper deep into the lane, on the high ground perhaps, they could have killed him, but his team had too easy a time responding. Now they'll just be able to take down this mid tier 1 tower, giving a dominating streak to the Ursa. Chip in the gang, doing their thing, but yeah, this is just them continuing to roll the game again. We saw it yesterday, we saw it earlier today, sorry, we're seeing it now. Tier 1 tower should end up falling as well in the bottom lane. This is an Ursa draft as well, remember y'all, so they could actually make their way very shortly into the Roshan pit. And they're doing it. He's only going to be here though for another couple seconds, so they will have to port through the Twin Gate if they want to fight him, which will mean contesting against the Radiant lineup here. It does have some heroes trying to take down this tier 1 tower, but if they can defend this, they should be able to secure the Roshan for themselves as well. I'm kind of surprised that they're still going forward. I feel like they should just go back and take Roshan. And somebody's pinging. Someone's like, guys, let's go take Rosh. We have a strong Ursa. We have a Vengeful Spirit with us. We have this Underlord to help us tank. We've got Viper. Guys, time for Roshan. There we go. Not going to be the fastest Rosh in the world, but they are nowhere near being able to contest this from this Radiant lineup, so just gotta let this one slide. He just gets taken away. Do at least have some real estate falling in the mid lane. SLVP has his Blink Dagger, trying to get into the Echo Saber to accelerate his own farm so he can get closer to the BKB and then the Kanda. Also, I like the adaptation from the Viper. He realized in game 1 that the Blade Mail really did nothing for him. I think he bought it mainly because he saw there's a Legion Commander. But now, just go straight Hurricane Pike. And then after this, I imagine he's going to go back into the Aghanim's. I don't think he needs Eternal Shroud here. I think you need BKB more than E-Shroud at some point. But for now, PFU just want to leverage how strong they are on the map by putting pressure onto this tier 2 tower. They do have some long-range poke though from this Radiant lineup to make sure that not all the damage goes in. The high ground, okay. Ursa just blinked in. Will have his Aegis stolen away. That was a very weird blink from the Ursa. This is not good. They need to get out of here. Kim is here as well. Getting in some Stone Gaze, running forward. The Pit of Malice will hold them back. TGI does land in the Ravage, but unfortunately it doesn't really catch anybody else that's important. He trying to take the Fiend's Gate right now on Chip. The swap away will be there. He gets his life saved by Boris. Shout out to Boris Diakarman, keeping him up, ensuring that it's only supports that fall. But man, losing that Aegis, that genuinely, if they lose this game, it's going to be because of that one play. It turns the whole map around. Now they can't push any tier 2 towers. All of a sudden, this Echo Saber's almost done on the Tiny. And Kim, look at Kim, this Medusa, also very short distance away from having the next item as well. This is a problem. This is very much a problem in this game. CGI. What did he buy for himself? Did he just go straight blink? He did. Straight blink dagger now available. So now they have the double blink. So it's not just SLVP that'll initiate the fight for them. They have some follow-up coming in with the Ravage. So I would like to see them make a smoke play. They don't necessarily have the best vision on the map. They have this observer ward scouting through middle. But they don't see anything on the PFU side of things. PFU though. They don't see anything outside of that one ward they have on the cliff face on bottom. They'll try to play around that area. They smoke up. Will they lay out more vision as they go? Indeed they do. Little do they know though that their opponents are all the way on the other side of the map. Batrakov will not get caught out by this one. We now have this Echo Saber for the Tiny. Zero is a problem. Actually dishes out an astonishing amount of damage, especially if you're a support right now. And Kim not far away from having the butterfly. Manta, butterfly, chrysalis. With Aegis number 2, D-Lance was like the... Actually, I'm lying. Sometimes it will just be Manta, butterfly, chrysalis with Aegis would be good enough. Might not even need the D-Lance. Stepping in the boys. Now maybe time to pressure this tier 2 bottom, but this move is kind of risky as well. It looks like Batrakov are ready to let this one go in exchange for an 8 for getting themselves the full butterfly on Kim. And unfortunately, Pro 100 Shuba just gets himself sacrificed under the tier 2. Alright, with this happening, they're not going to hold this. Just let it go. I mean, nah, just let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. They actually glyph for this? I do not like this glyph. This tower's gonna fall anyway, and I don't think they can actually fight this. Even with the Tiny being nearby. Tiny's gonna go in, finds Avalon. They actually almost kill the Ursa, but the Ice Path prevented the instantaneous Ravage into the Anchor Smash, which means that Ursa will live. That is so unfortunate. Man, oh man, that is so unfortunate. That Ice Path literally saves the whole fight for PFU. This is problematic, man. That's a huge fight. Middle. They also come across the Tiny, caught in by a lot of Atos. They have the slows, they have the stuns, but now here comes the Stone Gaze from Kim. He's gonna try and make sure that they are zoned away from this, but they've already left. Now he's hitting a Viper Strike, trying to get out of it with the Manta, but you cannot dispel it. And now it's the Medusa that needs to get the hell out of here. Rod of Atos slows her down, but the Avalanche from the edge of the fight from the Tiny brings the support slow, and now they can throw in a freezing field onto Chip. He cannot get through his own portal, gets frozen in place. The toss of the Tide Hunter brings him down. A double kill for Tiny. Alrighty, that's what we want to see. And he was the hero they went on first, but his team was able to re-engage very strongly, losing nobody in the process. And PFU overestimated their strength a little bit there. The thing is, they took that fight so easily bottom because both the Medusa and the Crystal Maiden were not there. But when those two heroes all of a sudden were able to emerge, make their presence known, things look very, very difficult. And that fight gives the butterfly to the Medusa. Ursa can buy MKB, doesn't mind doing it, but Certainly not ready for that item right now. As they now smoke up, they want to reveal this butterfly. They do not have a blink dagger. They do not have a ravage, sorry, to go along with the blink dagger of TGI. But they'll still try to find somebody. Frey, just pick up the triple bounty runes that have been left behind. Some free gold for the twin-headed dragon is always nice. Radiant Smoke did go nowhere. In the meantime, they were taking a Tormentor on the PFU side, and they ended up picking up the Vengeful Spirits one on the Aghanim Shard. So now we have the Bouncing Magic Missile. The positioning of these Radiant heroes, to be fair, has been very close to one another. So you certainly will get some value out of this item. Especially when it's free. Very good. Now though, they just did pick up a BKB on this Ursa. We will know how long Roshan respawns within 5 seconds. So now that they have this BKB, they feel a lot more confident to fight around this area. But it's a long Roche respawn. 2.5 minutes. PFU will not get lucky enough to steal it away this time. The one big problem though for the Radiant lineup that they're having is that the Tidehunter is basically a support. He effectively has had no game of Dota. He literally just has a Blink Dagger to his name. No actual items of progression beyond that. And normally at this stage, you know, you see the Tidehunter, he's got himself some mech. He'll have the Blink +1 as well. Now he's just in a tough place in this game. Forced to try his utmost to recover with his team. Especially because, like, the way things went middle, the Tiny had such a rough time that he was forced to steal a lot of the stacks that were made for the Tidehunter. So Tidehunter never had a moment in this game where he could just sit with, like, triple or quadruple stacks, farm them out with the Anchor Smash and get big from there. That does mean that there's a lot more responsibility on the Medusa. She has to perform really, really well if they want to win this game. We will now smoke. They were hoping to try and find this Tiny, but they were a little bit too soon. They still will get him with the Avalanche, but he has BKB and Enrage. There's no way you're killing this guy right now. There will come reinforcements as well as they rip through Cruella de Vil. The Ravage is there, but where is the follow-up? They do manage to get the Magic Missile stun out onto TGI. They go back onto the Crystal Maiden, ripping through the Maiden. SLVP was held in place with the Rod of Atos on the other side of the fight. They did manage to chase down and kill the Vengeful Spirits, and they're hoping to do the same to the Ursa. Kim and TGI really want him, but sadly the Pit of Malice stops their approach. They cannot keep going on the Ursa. They've got Ice Path behind him. TGI now taking a lot of damage. TGI needs to be careful. One more right click from Ursa will kill him, but he can't get there in time. In the meantime, Rod of Atos has been out onto Kim. He cannot cancel the TP attempt though, so he gets out to safety. So miraculously, it's only the supports that end up dying. A 2-for-1 exchange, but an exchange that favors PFU. PFU starting to just get a little bit scary in terms of their net worth. The Jakiro has more money than Tidehunter. He's about to get an Aghanim Scepter for himself. Stefan, having adjusted from the previous game, going straight BKB after this Hurricane Pike. And of course, SLVP just wants to get his Kanda as soon as humanly possible. They need the addition of the damage output. And although this game says 8,000 ahead, most of this is connected to how poor the Tidehunter is. If we normalize the Tidehunter's net worth for an average offlaner in this kind of game state, the difference is honestly not that big between all of these heroes in the map. It's just because Tidehunter and Crystal Maiden are so poor. Speaking of Tidehunter, he goes forward, putting up the Anchor Smash, but they haven't killed any heroes yet. Kim went in with the Stone Gaze behind the edge of the fight, looking to try to bring down Maiden. He does so with the help of Tiny. Next on the chopping block is going to be the Viper. That's a perfect way to use the Stone Gaze. Cut off the retreat angles whilst you initiate on the front foot. And they might give... Oh, dude! Tide? Seriously, bro? Why did Tide Hunter take the... Oh my god. I'd be so upset right now. Well, sometimes your Tide Hunter takes the haste rune. If this was a Tiny with the haste rune, this would be a dead Jakiro at the moment. But because it's a Tide Hunter, Tide literally can't do anything to get this kill by itself. Legitimately, had they gotten that haste rune on Tiny, they could have killed Jakiro and then taken the tier 2 tower, but now you can't. You gotta just get back. Somewhat peculiar move from the Radiant lineup, but won't cost them that greatly in the grand scheme of things. Also, are y'all see what I mean by that death on Ursa earlier? Because of that death, the tier 2 tower still being alive top, they still have access to their triangle. More farm for this Medusa to accrue. And more importantly, more places when the tier 2 towers are being sieged to TP onto to make the play like what we saw just now from Kim coming in on the backline with the Medusa. So this game. Still hanging in the balance. I would actually say that although it's 4K for Dire lineup for Fu, I would say I favor Radiant at the moment. I favor the Radiant lineup. Like, they've done such a good job holding it now. But Rakav, all that's left is getting an Aegis into the hands of this Medusa. And she'll undisputedly be the top hero on the map. And PFU recognize this. That's why they are right now inside the Roshan pit, trying to take away this Aegis. Make sure that this Medusa doesn't have the additional life. Ursa now as well is building into the MKB. So if they get this Aegis, the next fight will be him having both MKB, BKB, the Aegis. Who did they give the cheese to? I didn't see who got past the cheese. Probably Steppen on his Viper got past the cheese. Yeah. So Steppen with the cheese, Aegis on the Ursa. They want to take away this tier 2 tower. They've seen just how much it can mean for them in the game. And if they take the tier 2, they could potentially steal this Tormentor that's coming soon. And they cannot fight this. But Rakav gotta just let this one go. And there's the MKB for the Ursa. This bear is very, very strong right now. Very, very strong. This game is slowed down as they try to take again some map control, try to force themselves into a position to take this tier 2. But Batrakov don't want to take this one lying down. They've actually smoked up, thinking about making a jump. TGI is the first one caught. That is going to make space though for an Avalanche toss on the back edge of the fight. And now the Ravage comes in, catching on to 3 with the Soul Bite between the Viper and the Underlord. They're trying to get themselves away here. They've only killed off the one, however. And now the second one should end up falling. I think Chip might die. He does. But at the same time, they swap in the Tide Hunter to get ripped on the high ground by the Ursa. At the same time, Ursa now, okay, he saved his BKB, so should be able to get out of here. Steppen, not going to be so lucky. No BKB for you. No more life for you. And the Ursa, he didn't blink far enough away. He tried to re-engage here, but he didn't try to escape, so now he just dies. The Avalanche is going to be back online quite soon. He does have the BKB TP out, though. But he, oh my god. If SLVP had started hitting him immediately, he actually might have died before he got home safely. Nonetheless, he does get out. It costs him his BKB and his Aegis to do so. But more importantly, it costs them every member of their team. A full-on team wipe. And Batrakov, now honestly, with a 52% win probability in their favor, it must be said that they are in the lead in game 1. And the thing is, we were talking about this in the previous game that PFU played. When you have this Viper hero and he stops scaling, he stops having that great progression, This hero does not feel so good. I play a lot of Viper. I spam this hero. And I would not want to be in his position right now. And I understand why this Jakiro felt like he had to end up going for this Aghanim Scepter on himself. Because when you get the Aghanims out onto this Jakiro, you know, the big thing is that you're going to get the duration on the Macropyre, and you get the pure damage with the Ice Path coming along it, or the Ice Walls. But I feel like they need some salvation. They need like a Force Staff, a Glimmer Cape, a Lotus Orb. Some of these items just to help when they get caught by like Ravage, Avalanche, Soulbind. I'm not so sure that this Aghanim Scepter is really going to help them in these fights, but we'll see. If they can find the initial catch, get the Pit of Malice onto somebody, follow that up with the Magic Missile, Ice Path into Macropyre, then that is an astonishing amount of magic damage. But it is highly contingent on execution. And sadly, the only hero of theirs that has a Blink Dagger is the Ursa. So it's not like this Venge or this Underlord can go forward for you to start those fights. It's going to be difficult to initiate onto them. Now that we have a smoke coming in right now from Rakav. Yet again, they're not playing into the best vision on the enemy part of the map, so they're not really sure where these PFU heroes are. So Viper though shows in River, but that's going to be an Invis Rune. Do they have vision for him? They don't need it. He gets forced off onto the high ground though with his BKB and TGI. He jumped on the high ground, gets off a Ravage. There's a big Pit of Malice with the Macropyre burning through both supports. Jakiro with the itemization helping to win this fight so long. And now they rip through the Tiny with this BKB Ursa. TGI though needs to be a little bit careful. Pit of Malice there, back again. They're going to go back on top of him, killing him with said Ursa. And now it's Kim all by his lonesome. There come the Fiend Gate minions. It's the Necro Book boys. Rod of Atos is there. The Mana's gonna get burned. Ursa's right on top of you. You don't have Stone Gates for yet another minute. There is no way out of this one for the Medusa. A triple kill for the Ursa. My oh my. Rakav, learn the important lesson. If you don't want to get team wiped, never walk blind into the enemy high ground. They do just that. And although I was skeptical about this Aghanim Scepter, it immediately proves its value. Thousands of damage being done by the Jakiro, and now on the high ground, putting some pressure onto the tier 3 tower, even forcing out a cliff. This game has been so topsy-turvy, so up and down. Tier 3 tower. Be a Soulbind to try and stall this out, but he'll pop the Enrage. It does mean he doesn't have Enrage anymore, only has BKB to protect himself, so with that being the case, I think you're back. Or are they trying to force a buyback out of the situation? Let's see. No buybacks forced, as we saw a quick replay of him just getting off his Enrage. I would have liked the replay of the other fight if we have it. The one with that massive Macropyre from Jakiro. He must have done like 5,000 damage there, surely. Well, they hold. They don't lose their tier 3 tower. Don't lose a set of racks. But things went from bad to worse after that fight. Just saw a BKB being picked up by Chip, so the Underlord has BKB, Halberd, Crimson Guard. Very decent items for himself. And we see now that the Ursa has his Disperser. I was mentioning in the draft that this hero used to buy Diffusal Blade. And now in a game against Medusa, it's especially value. Especially after you've already gotten yourself access to this MKB. And he has an Elven Tunic as well, so this is a lot of attack speed and damage coming out of this bear. I mean, look at him right now. He's got 120 damage. I mean, 320 damage, excuse me, not 120. That's way too low. Kim and the gang go look towards Roche. They might not have put the exact timer down when it died the last time out, but they're preparing themselves to be able to claim it from the dire side of the map. And as it stands, Fu don't really have that many heroes positioned to actually help defend this. It's gonna be a long Roshan though. 2-minute respawn. That's back-to-back 2-minute plus spawns. It's been a long time since I've seen that happen. We'll see how it goes though. Roshan now in 90 seconds. The positioning is better now for Fu than it was for Batrakov. But Batrakov have access almost to one additional item on the Dusha. Saving up for buyback right now. I think she should stay with full buyback. I'm trying to think how badly she needs MKB or BKB, excuse me. I think she could definitely make use of it. We saw the magic damage from the Jakiro last time. We've seen how big of a problem Pit of Malice is for her. Not fun dealing with the Viper. Yeah, you can still get Viper struck, but you don't really care that much as the Medusa in that situation. This game really has slowed down as both teams are sort of recognizing the situation they're in. For Fu, if they win the next fight, they should be able to claim a lane of Rax at the very least. But Batrakov, them winning fights is also a very big deal. How far is the Medusa away from having Daedalus? I think she definitely needs that additional punch to her name. Can't be playing without the Daedalus on the Snake Lady. And Frey, you know, I was saying at the time, maybe you should have like gotten a 4-star or something. She has Aghanim's Kaya with the 4-star. It's crazy, dude. Yo, Jakiro. And also, now that I think about it, his build saved that previous fight. Because he's the one that forced off the Viper onto the high ground, forcing the rest of Radiance to pursue blind up the cliff, and then setting them up for the macro pyre. So Frey is certainly looking like my MVP of this game. He also played really, really well in the previous game against DON'T PICK ENIGMA on his Oracle. We're 40 minutes into the game right now. I think they're waiting for this Swift Blink on this Ursa. And Roshan is now available. He is bottom. And there aren't any Radiant heroes in sight. So they might actually try and contest for this one. Batrakov Vriat. Nowhere near the positioning needed to try and contest this one. So we're going to be having an Aegis. Oh, middle. They're actually going on to Stefan. He will die. Bye-bye Viper. But worthwhile trade. As an Aegis goes the way of the Ursa. To get a refresher shot and the Roshan's banner as well. This banner can be their tool to end the game. All depends on the subsequent fights. But right now, Batrakov, they're actually going to smoke up and head to the top side of the map. I think they glimpsed a little bit of vision that the Underlord was there. The scan doesn't connect. If he goes to the left, he might actually be dead. I think they saw him. It is daytime as well, so they do have that additional vision. Underlord. Can he get himself out of this one? No, SLVP, we need you. Go, 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 go. They need the Tiny. The smoke might pop soon. Will they head over towards the west? Now they see him. They know where he's at. They're going to jump him. He has no way out of this. Does have a BKB, but it's got way too much physical damage. They kill him off. The kill goes the way of our Tiny, who now is actually building into a Moonshot. So he can also start delivering that physical damage. I mean, he has a Kanda, so he has some crit potential. Becoming a pseudo carry in his own right will certainly not hurt in the deeps department. Let's see how this goes for the next engagements, as they're gonna just dodge the fights for a while. I don't think they actually want to fight into the... They want to fight anybody but the Ursa. The only reason they made that smoke for top It's because they were like, well, this Underlord seems completely alone. Nobody's around him. If they knew he had allies, they would have left him alone. And I'm still very surprised by Kim's decision not to buy any crit. I can completely understand getting the Skadi. That makes sense to me. Well, actually, does it? Let me think. Enemy team doesn't really have that much heal. This Ursa did not itemize for lifesteal. This Underlord doesn't have any like big regen items, like Greaves or anything. Nor does the Viper. I mean, the slows are definitely going to be very, very nice. But I feel like they would have gotten more out of the out-and-out damage of a Daedalus. I suppose it's more about the stats, though. Making sure that Medusa's actually tanky enough so she doesn't just die the moment the bear gets on top of her. That's going to give her some additional armor and the like. A nice little read there by Pat. They get back just before the smoke play was running into their faces. So Patrakov, game will keep going for them. Boris. He's just chilling. Farming away, getting to the Aghanim Scepter. And here they come. PFU. Gonna try and at least get on a set of racks. Oh my god, it happened again to TGI. He blinked into the ice path. Couldn't get off the Ravage. He finally does. It's only gonna connect onto the Viper, who will get swapped out right now by Boris. The Pit of Malice of Chip working overtime. And now look at this. TGI getting gone on by this Ursa. Gonna lose a lot of his HP. Won't die immediately, but will eventually take a tumble after he's already lost his support Grimstroke. That being said, SLVP finding some revenge onto Boris. So right now it is support. 2 supports on one side for, let's be frankly honest, 2 supports on the other. The Tidehunter is just not being allowed to play Dota. He needs BKB absolutely badly. Because every time he jumps in, he's jumping into this ice path, jumping into a bouncing magic missile. Just not able to make his influence seen at the very beginning of the fight. Nonetheless, though, I don't think that PFU should stick around for this one. I think you let this one go. Oh, SLVP. He comes in on the back edge. SLVP, what the hell is going on here, mate? He needs allies. He needs help. He was just going for the solo pick-off onto one of these heroes, unable to find it, and just ends up dead. What the hell were you doing, bro? And now the Medusa's gonna be in trouble, chased down by the bear. The bear is gonna go onto the high ground. Wants this kill, we'll find it. It's a double for the Ursa. Will we make that a triple? Yes, we will. No revenge forthcoming out of TGI, and a buyback utilized by the Medusa. I don't know what happened, but SLVP might have just thrown the game for Patraka Vriat. Oh no. Oh boy. Now what? Medusa getting swapped back into everybody else. If she dies here, remember, this is her dieback. They have no Ravage to bail her out of this one. She needs help. Finally, though, the spells from the Crystal Maiden does seem to be enough. Crystal Maiden, though, dies for this and doesn't have buyback. So now they just re-engage, kill off the Tidehunter, eat through the Medusa. She is gone 2 minutes, no buyback. There's no buyback on the Tidehunter. Tiny does have it, but there's no way he holds this game by himself. No buyback, just to have one last hurrah, just to make one more play. Will they give him the Ink Swell so he can go in? There's Soulbind. Hits the Underlord, it hits the Ursa, but they just don't have the damage. There's nothing they can do here. Viper picks up a Skadi of his own. They just rinse through the tier 4 tower. The Ancient is exposed. SLVP try something, makes. He's gonna go in. BKB with the ultimate. Well, no ultimate from him, but Inkswell being popped. Doesn't really matter. The game is over. GG, well played is called, and PFU. They end up getting themselves yet another W. It was a shaky game. Let's not pretend that this was the cleanest situation of their entire lives, but nonetheless, they were able to capitalize more on their opponent's mistakes than they made mistakes of their own. So that will put them now on their second win of the day. taking out Batraka Vriat. That also means that they are 2-0 within the group. This last match is going to be, whew, yeah, it's pretty much an elimination game at the very bottom of the ticket of Server 2 in the first cachet of games that we have for ourselves. Man, oh man, oh man, they're going to be kicking themselves. This game, in my opinion, really was there for the taking for Batraka Vriat. Had two things not happened. When they made that smoke play, which ended up going into the dire triangle, where everybody died, Jakiro got to reveal his Aghanim Scepter. That's where the Underlord was with a huge pit of malice. If that fight goes fine, or if they just kill Viper in the river, very different game right now. Second thing, after that defense they mounted bottom, if Tiny doesn't go into that jungle by himself, we have a different game. But he does. Everybody comes one by one after him to try and save him. It doesn't work. Medusa then has to buy back. She dies very shortly afterwards. You just have this cascading effect of everything going wrong. But if outside of those two decisions, I think another side of them to really reassess the game, the Tidehunter pick just simply did not work out for them. I was mentioning in the draft how things could be complicated for the Tidehunter in the lane playing against Jakiro and the Ursa. Not only were they complicated, he was denied any progression throughout that game. Got a blink dagger at like, 15, 16 minutes? But that was his only item. Didn't even have the full phase boots complete just yet. He literally had blink, he had boots, blink, wand, and there was one other item. It wasn't a windlace, wasn't some tangos, but some kind of consumable. Either way, not necessarily something that was going to give him the edge to win out the game. He never got to his BKB, never got to any kind of place where it felt like I can be in these fights. And we get to see that because there were literally 3 different occasions where he'd blink in, wanting to get off the Ravage, wanting to break the enemy initiation, but he blinks into an Ice Path, or he blinked into a stun from Venge. And then by the time he gets the Ravage off, it catches like 1-2 heroes, but it's not necessarily the same huge Ravage that would have allowed them to win the big team fight. So just does not end up going the way here of Batraka Vriat. Some execution, I think, is the big thing. Some drafting problems, but I think it mainly came down to the execution of their draft overall. And that means that they are now in an awkward position because they're 0-2. 0-2. Them and DON'T PICK ENIGMA in the same spot. I mean, that gives them some hope, right? They now know that their fate is in their own hands. They just have to win that series. Wait, actually, aren't they out automatically? Yeah, both of the teams are out. Because if Batraka Vriat is 0-2 and Natasha Dva Basha is 2-0 and Fu is 2-0, yeah, they are pretty much done. They will, of course, have to play that last consolation game up against DON'T PICK ENIGMA. And that's going to be our next game. That game pretty much just determines who doesn't end lost, right? Because it sucks not moving to the next part of the tournament, but the worst feeling is ending dead lost. That is just pain and suffering. Well, they will still have a game coming soon against this DON'T PICK ENIGMA squad to figure out who's at the bottom. But for now, the people we celebrate are going to be Fu at the top and, of course, Natasha Dva Basha, who find themselves both 2-0. The winner, of course, will end up of their game later on in the day. So it'll be another BO1. Winner of that game ends pretty much at the top of the group. Nice, clean run. You get the better seed heading into tomorrow's playoffs. So you just feel better about yourself overall. And then, of course, the loser of that series is still in. They're fine. 2 wins. 2 wins guarantees you entry into the next phase of the competition. And they've attained that. So they can have a little bit of fun, a bit more of experimentation heading into this final game of theirs. And of course, that is all going to precede the games that we see from Group B, because the reason you want the top seed, the reason it matters, the reason it's important is because you want to play the quote-unquote easier squad on the other side of things. So let's see how it goes. I'm excited to also see what we get presented by the other tranche of teams in Group B. I will say, even though they lost this game, there were definitely some signs of life coming in from Batraka Vriat. They should feel a little bit sad that they're 0-2. We saw some good stuff coming out of Kim, their carry player. He was farming very, very well throughout the game, dodging a lot of ganks that were coming his way, using his ultimate at the proper opportune moments. So he was definitely playing very well. Mid laner, SLVP, I will say there was a portion of the game where things got a bit throwy, but when he was initially just getting the Blink Dagger, going forward, trying to make things happen, I like the fact that they were willing to give him the support necessary to keep pushing forward, get those fights going. So definitely like to see that coming out of him. The support play was was pretty decent. Wasn't necessarily the most outlandish, great stuff we've seen in the world, but they did what they needed to do for the earlier portion of the laning phase. Although in retrospect, they didn't really have an answer for the Venge. I would have liked a bit more stun on their supports as well, rather than the way that the game shook out in the end. But still, that's what these kind of tournaments are about, right? Learning experiences. It's about having fun as well. It's not just about, there's not a TI qualifier. You're not trying to play to get into the Riyadh Masters. You're just having some fun, playing some dotes with some homies, trying to compete for those Rix coins. And if y'all have forgotten, the winner of this tournament, after the end of tomorrow, will be awarded with 120 Rix coins. And then, of course, the second place team gets 80, and then the third placing team will find themselves attaining 60 in the long end of things. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to be determining the seeding tomorrow. I imagine we'll just probably make it like a single elimination bracket for the 4 teams that remain by the time tomorrow happens. So one round to get into the finals, and then one round for the lower side of things. So right now, we're just going to be waiting for the next portion of things. I believe, I'm not sure if we're having an interview today right now from the winning team, or if we're going to be having a break. So let us see. Let's give it a minute or two for him to connect to see if we'll have that conversation. Otherwise, we'll be moving to our next series, which will, of course, be the lowest placing teams of Pять, rаков versus DON'T PICK ENIGMA. Welcome, one and all. We are back again here for some more Dota 2 action. Unfortunately, the games we've seen beforehand have been games that have pretty much guaranteed qualification for Fu and Natasha Dva Basha, respectively. Now, we have to see things at the very bottom of the group. Pять, rаков going up against DON'T PICK ENIGMA, and the loser of this game will be officially at the very bottom of Group A here at the PLAYRIXNATIONal 2024, which would be a shame. Not fun to come into a situation, not just when you're playing a tournament to end loss, but we're all in the same organization. You're going to have to see this person in the Zoom meeting, come across this person in the Telegram group. How do you, in good conscience, say, hey, let's play some Dota? No, bro, I don't want to play with you. I beat you in that game. So although neither of these teams have any hope of entering the playoffs tomorrow, there is a lot of pride on the line for these two squads. You can't get to the top of the mountain, but at the very least, you can avoid being at the bottom. So DON'T PICK ENIGMA, Pять, rаков. This is a game they cannot afford to lose. Both of them lost their series earlier. They both lost to Fu. They both lost to Natasha Dva Basha. At least don't lose to each other. Or if you're going to have this game against each other, it's going to be a long one. I have a feeling we're in for like a 60-minute game. Everybody being like, let's just try and farm, just to make sure that we give ourselves the best possible chance of taking things in the late game. Now we see how things have been shaking up in Group A. Technically, Fu at the top, and then right behind them, Natasha Dva Basha. But the head-to-head is probably going to be a bit more of a difference maker. So we'll see how those series shake out. Then, of course, at the very bottom, we have Pять as well as DON'T PICK ENIGMA. 0-2, not a fun place to be. A better place to be is in Group B, because not only have those teams not played just yet, but they have the advantage of seeing how the meta has been developing in this tournament, seeing how things are looking in other tournaments that are happening across the world, as there are TI qualifiers currently taking place, and of course, just seeing how their opponents from Group A have played. So if you do end up winning your games in Group B, that'll be coming up in like an hour and a bit, then you're in the position to say, well, we have replays of the opponents that we already have available. Let's check out what the new tech is currently on the line. So going to be a fun game. Of course, for our final time here at the PLAYRIXNATIONal, we are going to be having introductions for the two teams playing. This will be the last time you see these faces. So if you're here to watch either DON'T PICK ENIGMA or Pять, rаков, look at their faces, look at them smile, look at them be gassed up, except for Game King and 134 megahertz. You know, what the hell, guys? Game King, you're a techies player already, so you're already griefing us a little bit. 134 megahertz. We want to see you smiling out as well, you know. So maybe in between the games, we can figure out a solution, get his wonderful gums on camera. But in the meantime, they need to get their brains into the game, because, like I said, you're already not going into tomorrow, but you want to be able to showcase what you're capable of doing. So we're going to have that one last draft between these two squads. Don't know who's getting first or second pick between the two sides. From what I've been seeing recently, it does seem like playing on Dire side, for me personally, I feel like playing on Dire side is a lot easier than playing on Radiant. The one thing that is better to do on Dire side is like twin gate rotations, but overall, for the state of the game, I would rather be on the Dire side. And that is where we see Pять, rаков playing on Dire. They have second pick, and they get themselves access to the Shadow Fiend in the first phase. DON'T PICK ENIGMA. Yes, they did it. They picked Enigma, baby. That's what I wanted out of them. Your last game in the tournament, you might as well go out in a bang. So they grabbed themselves the Enigma. They banned Lina, Tiny, Venge, Medusa, and Ursa. And then, of course, we saw Silencer, Witch Doctor, Rubik, Lifestealer, and the Zeus banned out by the side of Pять, rаков. And they went for the techies as their opening pick in the second phase. We already saw a techies earlier from Game King. It didn't necessarily look that hot overall. So I'm not sure what else he plays. This probably is his hero as well, the Clockwork. I mean, this is a good lane, right? Enigma plus Clockwork. That's a lot of harass in that lane. Some team fights, some push potential. But crucially, the thing that I like about this, these two heroes, they give you vision on the map. Clockwork can spam out the rocket flare so you can see more. And of course, Enigma can just send around his Eidolons to provide the necessary vision for him. The thing is, it's still not yet enough to fully deal with Shadow Fiend. But that being said, Clockwork is probably one of the best heroes in the entire game as a support against Shadow Fiend. You stop him from ever being able to get off the Requiem. You get on top of him directly with the hook shot. And you're also able to create zones of space so he can't chase you down with the Razors combinations. I like this Clockwork a lot. We get the Earthshaker as well, so they look like they're gonna go full in on the team fight here. Okay. So we already have Enigma, already have Earthshaker. Two heroes that'll buy Blink Dagger potentially. Or actually, I think only Earthshaker needs to buy Blink. Clockwork will just be Clockwork, and Enigma can go for like the full auras. And then there'll be these two supports that like start the initial salvo of the fight for you. And then later you can get a Blink for the Enigma. In the meantime, Batrakov came back for the Ogre Magi and the Wraith King, presuming that that's going to be their lane down bottom. Or on the top side of the map, sorry. Very beefy boys. The critical thing about that lane is Wraith King has a lot of sustain for himself. So you won't get out harassed and just muscled out of the lane by the Enigma. But crucially, Ogre Magi can just walk up and hit people in the face. I like what they're doing with this lane here. Simultaneously, I also like what they're potentially doing with this Clockwork sniper lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so a Clockwork plays 5 then instead of 4 in this game. Plays with a sniper. Earthshaker will play with the Enigma. There's actually not that much kill threat between Earthshaker and Enigma onto Ogre Magi, bro. Holy based. What, 7 armor to start with, a ton of HP. Yeah, man's just gonna live for a very long time. Because they did already pick their mid and their safe laner for Batrakov, Don't Pick Enigma has... The only worry for them is just banning out offlaners that can get on top of Sniper. They already took out the Night Stalker, which I think is one of the better offlaners, and Centaur is still in the pool, so I think you take out those two. They took out the Pudge instead. Alright, similar rationale. Interestingly enough, Batrakov were banning safe laners. They think the Sniper is going to go into the mid. Man, Lina would have been so nice for middle. I think they should pick... I don't know if they have a Keeper of the Light player, but I think Coddle could have a pretty decent game here. There's not that much that can get on top of him in this game. You continually blast out these waves. You have the double high ground defense of Sniper and the Clockwork or the Coddle. And eventually you can get the Ignis, right? Additional big team fight combination with Enigma, Earthshaker. Okay, but they get the Rainbow Pony instead. Alright. And this draft ends with a Hoodwink for Batrakov. So is this mid Ogre? Who's going mid? Who's going offlane rather? Who's going offlane? So offlane Ogre. Offlane Ogre with Cruella de Vil's Hoodwink. Okay. I'm fine with that, I think. The hero can get like some Blink Dagger or something later, can be the first one that goes into the fight. Because they needed somebody to start fights. Before this, they didn't really have anyone. Now, Ogre can buy a Blink. Hoodwink can also be the one to start things off with a Bushwhack from the trees. Okay. I'm not so sure how I feel about these drafts overall. I don't really like... I like one of each of their supports. I like the Clockwork. I like Hoodwink. I don't like Earthshaker. I don't really like Techies. I love that they picked Enigma for the memes. That's always hilarious. But I think they can build auras on the Enigma. They do have burst damage on the side of Batrakov Riat. But there are ways that Don't Pick Enigma has of stalling them out from getting that damage, say, onto the Leshrac. Also, all of their heroes right now, Hoodwink can buy the Spirit Vessel and be the one to disable the Bloodstone of the Lesh. But if this Leshrac gets to like BKB Bloodstone, I feel like... I actually think I like what I'm seeing from Don't Pick Enigma. As long as the early game is not an absolute disaster, I think they should be pretty good throughout the game. And we still are lacking that many tools to get directly on top of Sniper. So if Sniper is able to keep his distance, the Earthshaker and the Clockwork can create space for him, then we could see Tink Tink Tank being able to blick 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 away at long range with the Sniper. But that being said, Batrakov Riat They have access to the Shadow Fiend. Right now, one of the premier heroes in the entire game of Dota 2. So if he can leverage the strength of that hero, which it doesn't seem to be well addressed and well countered by the Don't Pick Enigma squad, then I think they're looking very, very solid for their first and unfortunately only victory at the PLAYRIX National. Both of these squads are 0-2. Let's figure out which one will finally get a win on the board as we enter into game 1. Looks like both squads were smoked up, trying to find something. I like how both of them in their initial games weren't necessarily willing to commit the full smoke, but now they're like, all right, we'll move as fire, but we're definitely smoking first. We're not just going to walk up blind and lose heroes again for free. Will there be a fight now? We're going on to the Clockwork Goblin. He's taking the most damage first. Game King might be the first blood. There was a very nice fissure to open space. Kim will also end up dead. The first blood, though, does go onto Game King. But unfortunately, they will lose the Wraith King. They will lose the Shadow Fiend. They might even end up losing TGI as well. They will not. Okay, they'll give up on him. But they also grab... Are they going to get all the bounty runes? Holy based. No first blood for them because they lost Game King first. You know, Wraith King had the facet that allows him to maintain his life after dying, but overall, this is still not going to feel very terrible for the side of Don't Pick Enigma. The only thing that's going to kind of suck, though, is seeing what the laning phase is going to look like, because SF Shadow, his lanes against the Lesh, I think they're going to just trade farm amongst each other. Both of them should be fine for the most part. Like, I don't really anticipate the game going completely sideways from the lanes for these heroes. Top lane, we have the Enigma, who is being backed up by the Clock, playing into the Techies and the Wraith King. I love how SLVP is playing this. Just play as aggressively into this person as humanly possible. Force them to always have to back play into raises. You can't like fully stop the Leshrac from farming, but you can make it a little bit more difficult to him to do. Down bottom. Cruella de Vil. Cruella de Vil. Playing with TGI there on the off-lane Ogre. And they are going to struggle in that lane. Yes, they might not be able to kill these heroes, but there is a lot of harass that's quite annoying. I'm kind of surprised they put the Earthshaker down bottom and the Clockwork top. I don't think it... That being said, I don't think it really matters that much. I think neither of these two supports, whether it be Clock, whether it be Earthshaker, does anything to the Techie's Wraith King lane. So... they're just going to get as much experience as they can, figure things out, and go from there. I also want to see what build SLVP is going to go for here. Because you either go for the right-click build or the magic dealing. I do think for this game, they are lacking in the magic damage department. They do have some from the Ogre, but we need enough to kill heroes, and that's going to come from the Shadow Fiend. Then I guess the Wraith King can end up building like some Blink Deso for this game. I think Blink Deso would actually be quite nice. Oh no, SLVP. Is he going to be able to kill Sap? Ooh. If the Raze had connected, that probably would have been a kill, but it does not. He will end up living on the Leshrac, but SLVP definitely playing on the front foot here, asserting the power of this SF in this laning phase. And he also ended up going for the Shadow Maya talent to make sure that whenever he raises you, you get held in place a little bit longer. In the mid. Still just trading farm. Everybody just putting in the damage like it's nothing. It's fine. Actual double kill coming in from the sniper there. Tinky Tinky Tank. That was very unexpected. Like, here with this Raid King. But like I said, whether it be Clock Enigma, whether it be Earthshaker Enigma, King should not die here. Just gonna wait for the wave to come close to him and get his HP back up with the Mortal Strike. He's getting ran down a little bit though, but he should be fine. Down bottom TGI, he's the one that's in trouble. The plink from the sniper, and now, oh my gosh! Big hit coming in there from the Enchant Totem. Managed to kill off the Hoodwink. Top lane. Kim actually died. How did that happen? Okay, I feel like that should not be happening. Like, he died without even the Clockwork being here. This was just Enigma with Eidolons. Just playing heads up into him, man. Okay, this is not looking good. Down bottom, we're also about to lose TGI as well. Oh no. No, this can't happen. Not like this. Not like this. One more plink. Tink, tink, tank on a dominating streak. This is very problematic. This is Batrakov, Vriat finding themselves right now on all three lanes, having some major difficulties. Being outfarmed in the mid lane, losing their carry in the top, now losing their off laner down bottom. All the farm in the world going towards Don't Pick Enigma. I mean, I know I said I did favor their draft somewhat, but... oh boy. Gonna have to be an uphill climb right now. And part of the problem is, normally when a game is going like this, at least if your mid laner is having a good time, you rely on the mid to be like, okay bro, we need you to move around the map and like create the space for us that we haven't been able to find early on. This Shadow Fiend, it's not like he's gonna go early blink, early mules or whatever. So his potential in making those big moves, not gonna be as high as they kind of need it to be. Down bottom, TGI about to die again, losing his life once more on the Ogre Magi. Serv VP playing against Serv. Actually, did their raise miss? It looked like it connected, but it didn't. Does he have a shield rune or something? He does, okay. It ate the shield rune. He's fine. $5K net worth lead though in the first 6.5 minutes. This is utter domination that's happening. All 5 of their heroes are higher net worth than all 5 of the Dire heroes. Only now does the Shadow Fiend sneak his way back into the top 5, disposing the Clockwork, but yeah, they need some help. He's making a move. Okay, just getting a bounce rune. Because he can't. The thing is, wherever Shadow Fiend goes, if he goes top, they have Wraith Fire Blast, Blast Off. If they're not perfectly positioned, he'll never be able to actually catch up and get the finale damage. And the same is true down bottom. They don't really have easy angles to engage onto the sniper. So if he moves over, he might have to settle for the Earthshaker, but would definitely want much more than that. Top lane, Kim. Potentially dead again. Blast Off will be there. With the Wraith Fire Blast underneath the tier 1 tower, Game King should end up dead for this one. And now SLVP is here, waiting for the drive underneath the tier 1 tower. Finally able to respond with the TP. And that nets them to death onto the Enigma. Quite a bit of gold picked up for the Shadow Fiend there as well. And I like that they left Cruella middle to soak up some experience, get a lost hit or two, and make sure the tower doesn't go too far against them, thanks to the efforts of this Leshrac. SLVP activates the amplified damage. Now looking for an additional raise onto this Earthshaker. If he actually found that one more right click and immediate raise will kill this Earthshaker, he needs to be very, very careful here. Especially now that Fissure is down. They're trying their best to just like get him as low as possible. Make the prospect of diving the tier 1 tower as little attractive as humanly possible. And they succeed. He leaves. Serv gets back to farming. Ting Ting Tank almost has access to his Maelstrom. think in this game especially, oh my god, he just hits him with the assassinate. And this is as the Shadow Fiend was coming bottom to render aid onto his allies, but that cannot happen when you're in the grave.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Kim, you got your work cut out for you, buddy. I think this has to be like an Omelette Deso game. They're gonna need damage like ASAP. Unfortunately, they're gonna run out of space to get that damage as the top lane tower is being pushed into by this Enigma. Don't pick Enigma. Now maybe regretting not having picked Enigma in the initial games because it is looking very, very positive for them. They even brought in the Earthshaker here. They're trying to get the angle around the Wraith King. He does have a point into the ultimate if he wants to use it. So they're rather going to go onto the techies instead. Enigma finding the black hole on the 3 with the Echo Slam follow-up, blowing up the Shadow Fiend. Kim, I think, did he die for real? No. That was just going to be the first life on the reincarnation, forced to expend the point. Although they are able to get something back here, it does require yet again that Batrakov have the entire team making the rotation.
Dire's middle tower.
So now this mid lane is just a Lesh pushing in the tower. As we see this again, Enigma about to, the second right click would have killed him. But he gets off the black hole, sets up for the kill onto Shadow Fiend. And Shadow Fiend was one of the heroes doing decently for this lineup. So now this does not feel good. TGI certainly not doing decently. He's about to die again. For the second game in a row, the offlaner of Batraka Vriat is effectively a support. This Earthshaker been making his life a living hell in the offlane. 7k gold lead right now for Don't Pick Enigma. And with Sniper being top, they should easily be able to finish off this tier 1 tower. SLVP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And at least I put some pressure into the tier 1 after having lost his own one. With the Siege Wagon here, they should actually be able to find this. Doesn't seem like there's any response coming from Don't Pick Enigma. They want to trade for the tier 2 tower top instead. So they'll pop the fortification, delay the mid push, and now they're also forced out of fight. Game King jumping in onto the techies. They eliminate him very, very easily. SLVP even forced to come to the top lane to assist his team with the defense, but they caught him behind the tier 2 tower. He's just gonna die. How did the Earthshaker even get there? But he finds the grab. Tinky Tank finishes the kill and is now an 8,000 lead. Not even 12 minutes into the game.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Oh boy. This is very, very, very scary at the moment. Kim still very far from having the Deso, only finishing off the Omelette right now. He needs like Omelette, Deso, Blink, BKB, Nullifier. There are a bajillion items that Kim is going to require in this game to be effective. And they still are really struggling to close in on the Sniper. They have no solution. Nobody has a Blink Dagger. This Hoodwink just cannot find the positioning on the far side of the Radiant map, so Sniper has been pretty much just playing a free game, as reflected by the fact that he's 2,000 net worth ahead of everybody else in the server. In the river. Oh no, they found the Wraith King. Oh no, Wraith King. You need to run, buddy. You need to run, buddy. Kim, no! Kim cannot afford to die, but he is going to. The Fissure will make sure that his escape is locked off. They even find him with the Malefice stun. They have the angle for the hook shot. They get it. They get on top of Kim. That's life number 1. Life number 2 will fare no better as he gets taken out almost as soon as he returns. In the meantime, the fight gets set up onto TGI. The Fissure was there. I thought Ogre was supposed to be tanky. Holy smokes, that amount of damage from Tinky Tank ends up demolishing that Ogre Magi. And they smoke up, they're heading middle. They don't have a Blink Dagger just yet on this Earthshaker, but they saw him, I think. SLVP, they're picking him out. They know where he's at. Rocket Flare connects directly on top of him. And there's going to be the right clicks from the low ground. Fissure to cancel out the TP. Assassinate to finish the job. Enigma credited with the kill, but nonetheless, SF sent back to the fountain. Damn. You know, I was hoping for a long, extended game here at the very end of Group A on the PLAYRIXNATIONal, but this is looking nothing like that. 9,000 gold lead. Tier 2 tower should fall. Hook shot. Flying out from the clockwork, connecting onto Kim again. This is the Wraith King. He doesn't have his ultimate. Assassinate will be there. He's armlet toggling for his life. But unfortunately, he can toggle all he wants. His life is still forfeit. Brought down. The only bright spot for all of these heroes being so weak is that their respawn timers are very, very short. But that also means they can just come back in and in for their chain feed. Cruella de Vil dies, granting a double kill towards Enigma. And guess who's next? It's good old TGI. Trying his best to escape on the Ogre, but he knows what's up. He knows he's cooked. Gonna try lead them on a merry little chase. Are they gonna give the Enigma the triple? They will not. But doesn't really matter. Oh my gosh. Well, well, well. Another black hole. SLVP. At the very least, he stole the wisdom rune. But we'll certainly die for this. He is trying to itemize into the magic damage build. I see him queuing up Yule Scepter. So he'll get Yules, finish the Kaya Yasha, and then get Blink Dagger BKB. But under these conditions, where you can't even get to the Yule Scepter, let alone the other complement of items that you need, things are very, very difficult. Kim has decided to instead gonna go for the Radiance, but are you gonna even get to Radiance, my friend? He does at least find Serv alone, and 1v1, it does seem like he should be able to bring down the Leshrac. Wraithfire Blast in 2 seconds. One, he just needs vision. He has it. Should be able to find this kill. There's a lot of gold going the way of Kim. Big mistake from Serv. We have already seen, do not play into the enemy triangle if you do not have high ground vision. Big plays.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's sadly not going to change the game state for them that much. Especially if SLVP dies here. He's been scouted. The sniper's not that far away. Game King should be pinging this out, being like, bro, we can actually kill him, like, really damn fast. Sniper, thinking about it, just throws in an assassinate, and there we go. Finally, the call is made. Go on to the Shadow Fiend. They should be able to bring down the clockwork for this, but definitely well worth if it means the life of the SF. And it might mean a double kill. Not necessarily for the sniper, but for the team as they bring down the Hoodwink or the Tinker in the process. At the same time, Hoodwink was deeper in the fight. She ended up brought down. Kim died too. There's going to be the Fissure directly on top of him. There's no way out of this one. He was hoping to at least kill Earthshaker, and he will do so. Gets a double from this. That's a lot of gold for Kim. But nonetheless, it is still the big beneficiary being Tinky Tink Tank. And he's chasing for more, blinking onto TGI. They want the damage out. And looks like the Assassinate will secure it. Another death onto this Ogre. Another kill for Tinky Tink Tank. He is 12-0-10 here in this game one, or only game rather, of our elimination slash already eliminated slash bottom of the group game in the PLAYRIXNATIONal. Complications certainly abounding on the map right now. They're gonna put their attention towards the tier 1 tower bottom. I still would not like to see the Mjolnir. I still think Gleipnir would be excellent. Think how many solo kills you could pick up with the Gleipnir? Like if you had Gleipnir into Daedalus, I think that's the perfect build. Right now it doesn't seem like he needs BKB, so you can afford to play a little bit greedier. Tier 2 tower now being sieged on bottom. The Eidolon army putting in some work. Sniper very safely right clicking this one. And they should be able to finish off with the Edict. Looks like they're gonna they may wake around for the Tormentor and try and steal that away. We do finally have the Yules on SLVP, but this is a drop in the ocean in terms of the resources he needs to make this hero feel good. And remember, before he gets BKB, he is always going to suffer playing into Clockwork. Always, always, always. He needs that BKB. Looks like now, though, they are going to turn their attention towards potentially securing Roche. But they're actually making a move here on the Dire lineup. But Rakav, they're coming in on top of the South Post. They smoke up with 3 heroes. They want to try and find them before they have the full team ready. The full team is already ready. They've already gone on Kim. Kim is already about to die. He doesn't have the ultimate at the ready. But there is going to be a very nice blast off with some damage onto Leshrak. Sam is dead. Does not have access to a Bloodstone of his own. In the meantime, SLVP, yes, he let off the Requiem. Yes, it did decent damage. But no, it will not save this fight as he ends up dead. And Tinky Tink Tink still able to just stand his ground. The sniper is just too damn strong. Cruella de Vil scurrying away. There will be Shrapnel. There will be Rocket Flare. They scout him out. Can they catch him? Doesn't seem like it. She will get into the trees. Hoodwink is fine, but looks like the Earthshaker doesn't believe that this is true. He wants to go for more. He wants to catch her. Okay, won't be able to reach her in time. Seems like it'll have to just settle for a 4-1 engagement when they earn 2,000 gold despite not having their Leshrak alive. Tinky Tink Tank just gonna come back, plink onto the tier 2 tower top. Batrakov have smoked up, but honestly, this feels like one of those desperation smokes. If they find nothing with this move, they should just call GG. There's no way back in the game. Kim, though, this is the best pickup. They find the sniper, but the fissure blocks off the approach, and now there's going to be the black hole coming in from behind with the magic damage from the Leshrak. They've taken down both of them already. Wraith King, though, will come back, and they still can't kill the sniper. Tink Tink Tank stays alive. Kim trying to man up against Serv. Will not be able to do so, and now Serv also has the Bloodstone, so he can heal himself up if he wanted to. Doesn't even need to, as they win yet another fight. SLVP wasn't even involved in that fray. He was farming out bottom, trying to get the gold for a BKB, but it ends up being a wholly irrelevant situation for them. Oh boy. That's so sad. He legitimately almost died on the sniper. If Kim had killed him, unironically, he might have been back in the game. Might have straight up gotten like 2,000-3,000 gold just from that one kill. Be able to buy the BKB or something. Have some influence in these fights, but the fissure to block it off. The wraparound with the Enigma black hole. Just too much for them to have to worry about on the side of Batraka Vriat. SLVP. I don't know about this one. He knows there's no black hole, but he has to know that there will be heroes chasing after him. And they're coming. They're on the way. Oh no, don't stop for the razors, my friend. The heroes are really, really fast. Earthshaker has Blink very soon, I think. Trying to go on the long angle. Will they be able to find the fissure here? They are still chasing. Blink up. There's the fissure. He can't get on the high ground easily. He is definitely going to die here. He walks up, yes, but to what end, my friend? He will end up dead. Another death on the Shadow Fiend. 45 seconds, no buyback. And that should be Don't Pick Enigma taking the Wisdom and the Tormentor from bottom. I'm very surprised they're not going for the Tormentor right now. Maybe they're waiting for the Enigma? But I don't think they need him. You can do this quite fast. And there we go. Tormentor taken. The Aghanim Shard will ultimately go the way of the Enigma in the jungle. So you get the Malefice upgrade. I mean, in a game like this, that's quite nice. Getting those bonus Eidolons, each Malefice tick, feels good. Now here comes Serv. He's on the high ground with the Diabolic Edicts. They've got some Eidolons. And they have the Sniper nearby as well to click away. He's also just spamming the Assassinated whoever comes across his path. That time around, it was the poor Ogre. TGI still having a very tough game. So here they go. Round 2. This time around, there's no glyph for them to pop. But at the very least, they still do have access to the backdoor protection. And Sniper, blink, 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 blink. Just plinking away. Oh no, TGI might be dead, but there is not going to be an assassinate because it got blocked off by Kim, who's trying to bring down the Sniper. He just doesn't have the damage or the survivability to do it. And with the black hole holding him in position, him and TGI walked into the black hole. He might actually get the kill now, but it's too late. Ting Ting Tank is too strong. Assassinate now going to go towards SLVP. He'll dodge it with the Yule Scepter, but his life is forfeit nonetheless. Another full team wipe. And honestly, Batrakavriat, y'all tried your best, but there is no way that this game is even remotely winnable. GG, well played is called. And don't pick Enigma. They pick Enigma, they get themselves the W, and that is going to mean that they will not exit the group as the losers. Third place, but they got a W. That's the most important thing. Shout out to them. Decent gameplay from the Don't Pick Enigma lineup. It's unfortunate for Patrakov that they weren't able to play to their best, but there were a couple of issues with the draft. The main big issues in this game, though, the lanes, we spoke about this before the game. The laning phase cannot go that well for one team. It went way too well for Don't Pick Enigma. If at 9 minutes, the enemy team has a 6,000 gold lead, the game is actually over. There very few times will you be able to come back from those kind of circumstances. And sadly, they were not able to make it happen for themselves. So they end up going down a 0-3 in the group. Feels bad to be them, but you know, they gave it their all. They did their thing, and they definitely played their Dota here at the PLAYRIXNATIONal. They will not be able to be in contention for the playoffs, though. So that kind of sucks, but maybe they stick together, just play around, play some stacks, some pubs for a while, just to be enjoying the game with some comrades. At the same time, although they did get themselves a W with Enigma, Don't Pick Enigma will wind up also not progressing through the tournament as they only came third. So one win, not going to cut it in terms of getting you to that next stage and ensuring that you have a spot, the ability to play for the top 3 and win some of those Rix coins here in the PLAYRIXNATIONal. Of course, that does mean that both of these teams are not going to be seeing more from them. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, but still, we're just hoping that they enjoyed themselves. We hope they had fun, and we hope that they feel that, you know what, guys, we learned enough about each other through this particular game of Dota, through this day of struggles, that we have something to play for down the stretch. So this last game, complete elimination, doesn't really matter. While this is happening, over on in Server A, Stream 1, we do have PFU taking on the side of Natasha Dva Basha, and the winner of that game will find themselves as being at the very top of Group A. They will take the top seed, and therefore they will have an easier road in tomorrow's games here in the PLAYRIXNATIONal. That does mean that our business on two for Group A at the very least is done. These games are done and dusted. The results are more or less in the bag. We're just waiting for that last series to know what the shakeup of Group A is going to be. We still have more games to bring you today, though. We're not done with the 2 action because that's Group A. There's still Group B. They need seeded opponents. They need to know who they have the opportunity to play against tomorrow. So that's going to be the next set of games that we're bringing forth to you so that you can absorb them, see what this Dota is bringing to you from this region. Honestly, right now, my favorite region to watch, which is wild. Anyone who knows how much I love Chinese Dota. Like, literally, Snare and Chinese Dota have been synonymous for a very long time, but now I'm starting to see a lot of good things coming out of Eastern Europe that maybe make me want to switch over for a little bit, see what's happening on the other side of the river. Overall, though, I must still say that there's been some fun games from Group A. So far, we haven't gotten on this stream to see Natasha Dva Basha play, but it has been very clear that PFU is the best team on this side of the bracket so far without Natasha. So if Natasha beats them, then we know for a fact that Group A has certainly pulled their weight in some of these games. Of course, Group B is coming soon. After Group A is completed, we are going to be showing you some of these Group B matchups, and that's also going to be quite entertaining to watch. We have no idea how these teams are going to perform. In the same fashion, we had no idea how Group A was going to perform. So, as you see, Group B is completely clear. No one has played any Dota. All they've been doing is watching. They've been absorbing what's been happening in the games around them, creating their new strategies. So, in a very short while, we will have the opportunity to get to see all those squads actually competing in Group B. I'm not exactly sure what the run of schedule is going to be, so we're going to take a look at that in just a second to see who plays who first and what's the order. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, but it does matter. It doesn't matter in the sense that you play all the teams eventually, but it does matter that you want to play a team that's not as good as you first so that you can build momentum, start to feel good. You start to feel like, yeah. We actually know what we're doing in this particular matter. Then you roll the next game. Then you roll the next game. A good example of this was that Fu, in their second game today, had they not played their first game, I'm not sure they would have had the confidence to recover from a massive mistake that they made in the game, but they had that confidence, so they could recover and they could get themselves the win. So we'll very shortly be seeing some more Group B action to figure out who is actually going to find themselves in the playoffs for tomorrow. I'm not certain if we're going to be having another interview or not in a moment, but what we're going to be doing instead, we're going to be preparing for Group B, where the Dota teams are getting ready to play. So go around, get a glass of water, join me back here for some Group B action here at the PLAYRIXNATIONal 2024.
I'm just waiting for the fight, but you won't even try to survive. You would rather keep it all inside, and I can help you decide who you're loving now, and how I'm not quite there somehow. My intuition says to give you up, but my heart can't easily let you go. I try to tell myself this isn't love, but I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. I don't wanna be alone tonight. I'm just hoping that you'll be just right. And I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. And I hate that I never
Welcome back, one and all, to the PLAYRIXNATIONal, as we have ourselves Group A completed, which gives us the opportunity to move into Group B, figure out our next two teams to go into the playoffs tomorrow, and of course, just enjoy ourselves, having fun, watching some Dota, and seeing some friends and colleagues enjoy this wonderful game that we have before us. Of course, before this game gets kicked off, just want to say shout out to y'all for spending this time with me, your boy Snare. It's been a good day. We've all been having fun, seen some strange Dota at times, but nothing that we haven't seen in the past. Of course, heading into Group B, the big thing for these teams is that they need to demonstrate that they have the same power level as, say, a Natasha Dva Bala, same power level as a P.I.V.O, because if you are beneath that, tomorrow is going to be a very difficult day at the office when you have to play those two squads in the playoffs. Of course, that means we turn our attention to the first game of the day, which is going to be, I was actually on the break. I was practicing this pronunciation, and it just all flew out of my mind. So I'm not going to do that now. We're instead just going to talk about the players. Pros, Gershek, Lishi, Zoomf, playing up against Bowie, Sunrise, Erop, and Defton. This game, as I said, of course, is going to be primarily about getting momentum. The first win under your belt is, generally speaking, what propels you further in these kind of group stage scenarios, especially if it's BO1s. If it's a BO1, you don't have second chances. You don't have another bite at the cherry. You lose, that's it. You just gotta, you don't even go home. You just stay home. It ain't going nowhere. No Rix coins for you. No opportunity to go down as 2024 champion within the organization. So this is one of these situations. You need to put your best foot forward as early as humanly possible. And that, of course, means you have to draft well. Drafting. I'm going to beat this drum until the end of time. There are a few things that's important in Dota 2 right now than being able to concoct a very good, holistic draft that can accomplish multiple things. If you're a good enough team, there are sometimes situations where you go all in on a one strat type of draft. But if you're not 100% confident that you're going to win a game, make sure that your draft has variability. It has abilities to catch heroes. You have good laning prowess. You have the ability to fight later on. You can take Roshan. You can scout vision. It's a lot of things to consider, but that is why this Dota game is generally a battle of the minds more so than a battle of the mechanics on the keyboard. So as these two teams are getting ready for that, I am hoping that we do see some changes from earlier drafts. I was kind of surprised at how many teams were only banning Witch Doctor second phase. I feel like any of these squads that are still in this, if you have the chance to pick Witch Doctor in the first phase, just do it. I don't care what else is in the pool. Just pick Witch Doctor. Maybe the enemy team gets some Storm or some Shadow Fiend, but I guarantee if you have Witch Doctor, you are putting yourself in a very, very favorable position if you want to win the draft. And for the most part, the games we've seen today have mostly been draft wins. There's only the one game where I felt like it wasn't necessarily a draft win. It was mostly down to execution, which was our first game of the day. But since then, execution has been the name of the game. And not execution, sorry, draft. The other way around has been the name of the game since then. So I just want to see another good draft. I want to see also some surprises. Some things that are deep in the pocket that we don't necessarily know how teams are approaching these meta picks. So give us the opportunity, guys. Let us see what you've made of. Get yourself to the top of this here leaderboard as soon as humanly possible. I also think that one of the cool things about what we've seen in this game or in this tournament so far has been the fact everybody is not GGing out. Very often, what you'll end up seeing sometimes is the teams that are doing really, really well, their opponents will play like 20, 25 minutes, and you can see that they sort of have given up. They're like, we don't know about this one no more. But what ends up happening in this tournament so far is that everyone is playing until the Ancient is about to fall. That's when they say, okay, now it's officially GG. Now we're officially done. We can't really do much more than this. The fact that that's not happening, I think, is going to be a good thing. So the upcoming game that we are going to have, we have the Power Tread side versus the Playing Our Hearts Out side. I had to dip back into the English translations. I'm sorry, y'all. I tried my best, but the pronunciation just wasn't pronouncing. I need some more lessons in Russian to do that well. This game, I like the names. Playing Our Hearts Out versus Power Treads. Having Power Treads in a game does mean that they probably have some carry players who are in the leadership positions in their team. And then the other squad, Playing Our Hearts Out, hopefully that means they have Hot. That sounds like a name that comes from an offlaner or from like a position 4 player or something. So I'm hoping that we get a contrast in playstyles. Maybe Power Trades is a side that plays more towards the late game, more towards being able to scale very highly on their main core. And then on the other side, it might just be that squad who plays a bit more, around like your offlane Beastmaster, your Slaughter, whatever. Just play for skirmishes and for big moments that can happen throughout the game. I'm not exactly sure what the side selection is going to be. Of course, we're going to be seeing that in just a moment. It's just a moment. But just to reiterate, the Power Trades lineup are the side that's in green right now. We don't know if they're Radiant, but they are currently the green team. And then Playing Our Hearts Out are on the other side, who have the best icon I've ever seen in my entire life. Little mouse having a beer on the moon. No, that sounds lit. I don't know if that's moon or just a big bowl of cheese, but either way, that mouse is chilling. That mouse having the time of his life, hanging out, all smiles, all toothy. The same is true for a lot of the folk on the side of Playing Our Hearts Out. They look so happy is the wrong word, but they look like they can do something in the game, So really looking forward to seeing how the game itself is going to unfold. I also want to bring everybody's attention to the fact that because I can't stress this enough, right? Because of how hard Dota is on an individual level, very often what is necessary to do in Dota, and we unfortunately haven't seen too much of that today, is teams going out of their way to help the person who's struggling in the squad. If I'm losing a lane, I'm playing off lane, I expect my mid laner to rotate as often as possible to help me recover. If I'm losing mid, I need my +4 and my +5 to make inroads towards the mid lane to keep me in the game. If I'm losing the safe lane, my mid must work extra hard, and probably my +4 in the team must also work double time to save my game. The reason a lot of the wins we saw in Group A happened is because one team would get a very strong advantage in lane, and that person who was being dominated wouldn't get the assistance necessary to come back. So this upcoming game, I really, 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 really want to see them double down on helping each other. It might probably come from the Playing Our Hearts Out lineup, just with that name. That would imply a little bit more teamwork coming out of them, but I just want to see good teamwork from them, good drafts overall from both teams, and importantly, everybody having fun. So this game is going to be fun. The draft is going to be exciting. It is about to come up on our screens in just a few seconds, so then we'll have a bit of a better idea of how both of these teams are reading the contemporary meta. Because the thing is, remember, the game is relatively new. Nobody's actually figured out the full meta in Dota at the moment. Nobody's figured out exactly what you should be doing 9 times out of 10. So that means that all the ideas are up in the air. Practically anything can work. And on the road to the Riyadh Masters, on the road to TI, we certainly want as many occasions where teams are pulling weird stuff out of the bag as possible. So in this first game, that's what I want out of the Power Trades. That's what I want out of the power of friendship. So let's see what we've got in the first draft, just as it's about to come up. Game 1 of 1. Remember, this is a BO1. You lose the game, there's no opportunity to come back and try again. You just have to eat your loss and move on. The PLAYRIXNATIONal so far has not been for the faint of heart. You gotta work hard. Not the easiest games to be playing out of, but they'll be out here. They'll be out here. I'm also curious to see whether or not in this game we're actually going to see one of the spirits middle. It's been very strange to me that not a single team has picked up a spirit. That's like, yeah, I don't know about that one. To me, that's what I always see, that, all right, you get these spirit heroes, then you just go and play the game of Dota. But we haven't seen that from any squad so far, but that could change once we have the draft live before our eyes. I also hope this Power Trades logo, looking at it, it would be really, 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 really cool if one day in Dota they decided to change the official logo to that. That would be that would be the most epic thing ever. Valve, wherever y'all are at, please add that particular logo with like the little sneakers with the pink ribbon on it. Please put that in my game. I would love that as my logo for the Power Trades. That would genuinely be quite excellent. Everything that Dota does that's more funny and more hilarious, more meme-tastic, I'm always in favor of. That's what I'm always about. And I'm always in favor of good drafts in Dota, but more importantly, I'm in favor of memes in Dota. This is strangely like one of the funniest games and one of the funniest communities, but sometimes for the wrong reasons. But everybody has fun with one another within the universe and the world of Dota 2. As we now are into our draft. Game number 1 of 1. It's a BO1 in the group stages. We've got Power Treads playing themselves on the Radiant side with the first pick, having already snagged up that Witch Doctor. And then, of course, playing our hearts out on the Dire side, going for the Axe in return. I have played this matchup. I died many times in lane as the Axe due to the stupid new Voodoo Restoration coming in from the Witch Doctor. It is, yeah, it's something. It's definitely something. It's definitely something. The bans, of course, were Shadow Fiend, Weaver, Tidehunter, and Ursa. And then on the other side, for playing our heart out, Warlock, Lich, Lifestealer, and the CK have been removed. So far, I would say that this has been the most meta draft that we've seen. Quite a few of the other teams have found themselves doing strange openers, not necessarily like some strange openers, but mostly strange bans in the first phase. A lot of Skywrath mages that we saw get banned. Lina got banned twice as well. But this is just very much more stock standard at the moment. The question is, where do we go deeper into the draft? With Wraith King gone, I'm not sure why they banned Wraith King, but I guess when you're playing Axe, it's not fun to have to play into Wraith King. You want to be able to reliably kill these heroes and then move on from there.
Radiant team picked.
Okay, play your heart out, go for this Pudge. Aight. So, a way to be able to hook this Witch Doctor out of his ultimate. We've got ourselves some, decent laning prowess if he is a 4, some scalability if he's a 1, but I kind of prefer this hero right now as a 4. It's a decent lane, Axe Pudge. They've got quite a few slows there, a lot of damage over time, and very beefy boys. Maybe that's but I don't know, y'all. Against this Witch Doctor, I don't know if I want beefy boys, y'all. The Maledict is going to hurt when it ends up popping onto some of these heroes, so we will see. I'm not sure how I feel about this just yet, if I'm honest. But I do know how I feel about this. Timbersaw. I like Timbersaw as a hero, generally speaking. The only issue that I might have here is their team is very, very, very light in the lockdown department. Like, oh my goodness. They have like the coconut coming out of the Witch Doctor, and that's pretty much it. We don't necessarily have a scenario for the Power Treads where they can lock down these heroes long term for Timber to deal the damage. So that's going to have to come from, I guess, the mid lane. Unless Timber is mid and they get off lane initiation. And what are we doing here on the side of the power of playing our hearts out? The power of friendship, basically. Playing our hearts out, go for the Centaur. This could also be the 4 Centaur. But they have 3 really tanky heroes into Venomancer, Witch Doctor, Timber. Veno's going to buy the Spirit Vessel at some point. Timbersaw just has, it's just Timbersaw. Whirling Death Chakram. And then, of course, Witch Doctor with that Maledict and the Voodoo Restoration. I don't know about the wisdom of this, if I'm honest. The thing is, if you can get on top of some of these heroes, you do have an astonishing amount of disable, but you don't actually have that much burst at the moment. Playing our hearts out, like this Wind Ranger will provide some of that additional damage, but killing heroes from 100 to 0 is actually not that easy. And now that they've picked up this Phoenix, who can sit behind, well, it's probably going to be core Phoenix, right? Or maybe offlane Venom. Either way, Sunray is a big problem, but the bigger problem for them is the Supernova. They do not have any easy way to destroy Supernova. Wind Ranger can't necessarily hit it. Centaur, Pudge, and Axe certainly can't hit it. So if you get off a very good Fire Spirits against these heroes, you'll always be able to get the egg off. And of course, now you have Sunray plus Maledict. Oh my god. Percent base damage, creating a massive pop on the Maledict will be a pretty big deal. I'm kind of surprised that playing our hearts out were the ones that banned Juggernaut. Normally, it's a team that has the Phoenix that considers banning like Juggernaut,
10
Ursa,
seconds remaining.
so you can't just close in on the egg, destroy it immediately. But in this circumstance, it's the Dire team that does it. And then they ban out the Necrophos as well. Power Treads, they've taken away the Outworld Devourer, Outhouse Destroyer,
10 seconds remaining.
Ouroboros, I don't know. I ran out of those.
5 seconds remaining.
Ouroboros Dishwasher, I don't know. Ancient Apparition now banned. So they do not want to have any of their healing disabled. Because they really are a super heal-focused lineup. Witch Doctor, Timbersaw, Phoenix. They might just be able to outlast and out-sustain these heroes on the side of playing our hearts out.
5 seconds remaining.
Playing out. That sounds so long to say. How can I make that shorter? Poho? Yeah. Poho team versus the PT team. There we go. We figured it out. What is our last pick here? We need a carry hero to be put into the safe lane. What heroes are available? Could play Weaver, actually. Oh, Weaver's banned. So Weaver's gone. I don't think Void necessarily is that great. I don't think Razor is that great. Morphling. Yeah, you can play Morphling here. Actually, this is a crazy Morphling game. It does kind of suck playing into Axe with the Blade Mail. If you get caught and killed, it is very, very painful. And for the same reasons, Axe also makes heroes like Slark a little bit uncomfortable to play. If not for the Centaur of the Axe, sorry, I would have said pick Slark, dude. Slark would have had an incredible game of Dota. Oh, Monkey King. Monkey King would actually play really well into this. But there's go for Medusa. Okay. Safe lane Dusa gonna be coming out for them. In this game, I don't know if I actually like the Medusa. If I'm Wind Ranger here, I just buy Diffusal Blade. Like, heads up, that'll be my first item that I end up buying. Diffusal, I press R onto the Medusa. Even if she gets off the Stone Gaze, by the time the gaze is over, she's completely out of mana and she has to leave the fight, no matter what. And Phoenix doesn't actually help heal the Medusa up, so you don't get any advantage from the Sunray from her. And unfortunately, there's only one source of like body in front of you. There's this Timbersaw, but they can run past them. Remember, they don't have a stun to hold these heroes back. So with Stampede, Windrun going forward, Axe, Blink Dagger, the Pudge, it feels like you can just get on top of the Medusa and just reliably keep killing her off. So I'm not really sure about this Medusa pick, if I'm honest. And then they go and end the draft on the Poho lineup with the Lion. So now you get the mana drain as well, which is always amazing. One of the best heroes against Medusa for that exact reason. But you also get some burst damage now. Remember earlier I was mentioning that they had a lot of catch, but killing off heroes might have been a bit complicated. Now you have additional catch with the Earth Spike, but you have the Finger of Death to actually tip heroes over. So when this Timbersaw is at like 200 HP, he's not just sitting there healing everything up. He can actually get bursted and killed. Unfortunately, they still don't have a Vessel buyer on their team. I guess Pudge or Lion can buy it if need be, but a Vessel would go a long way in this game towards dealing with that Timbersaw. In the same way, the Vessel from the Venomancer, if he gets it, will go a long way towards dealing with the Axe, the Centaur, the Pudge, these very beefy boys. Overall, I would say I definitely... I would say for me, it's like 65-35 in favor of Poho. I just really like what their draft can do, and I also don't think this Wind Ranger is answered at all. Once Wind Ranger gets BKB, she is actually going to be immortal in this game. We'll be able to just go onto Medusa and hunt Medusa specifically. So I'm giving my advantage towards Poho from the draft perspective, but it all comes down to how they execute, and crucially, it'll come down to the lanes. We've seen a lot of shenanigans happen in the laning phase, a lot of games effectively won by the 10-minute mark. So these teams need to ensure that that doesn't happen, get into their mid game, and then execute to show us what they're capable of in their opening game here at the PLAYRIXNATIONal. So let's get into it. Game 1 of 1. Winner gets their first points in the group stage of Group B. The loser, you start 0-1, but there's still a possibility, you know? It's just going to be a bit of a harder road for you going forward. Unlike in some of the previous games, we do not see any early smokes happening from any of these teams. They're just keeping it chill and casual, man. Chill and cash.
Thirty seconds to battle.
I'm also curious as to what the build-up is going to be for this Pudge in this game. But somebody needs a vessel, surely, on both teams, right? I don't think they can play without a vessel. So Igor hasn't leveled up anything on his axe just yet.
Battle begins.
Okay, he's not just gonna chill. We're gonna have a nice solid start to the game. Good trade on the bounties. It'll be 2-2 apiece. That'll get us started for this very important game 1. We do have this Phoenix that's going to be playing from the mid lane, and the enemy team is Igor playing the mid axe. Alrighty. I feel like this should actually be super Phoenix favored. Like, Phoenix should be able to dominate this guy. With Fire Spirits out onto him, there's very few tools that the axe will have to farm. Yeah, I feel like this should be very, very, very Phoenix favored, but I'm not sure. If my boy Lizard was here, you know, Lizard would tell me what's up. He'd be like, hey man, you know, this Phoenix can put pressure middle. The more pressure he puts middle, the easier his game will be. That being said, there is still like mechanics that Axe can play around with. Overall, though, I do think it should still, broadly speaking, be better for the Phoenix here. Bottom lane, we have Centaur and the Lion who are playing into the Witch Doctor Medusa. Now, did he go the Voodoo Restoration build? That is the most important thing. Listen, if y'all haven't seen it, trust me. This Voodoo Restoration is crazy, but sadly, he did. Why didn't he go for Voodoo Restoration? I don't know. He went for the Headhunter, which means that it gets the additional cost bounces. I mean, I also sort of understand, right? We'll talk about it in a second. The top lane, they're going onto the Venomancer, and she is gonna die. Poison. Also losing quite a bit of HP here. Sunrise running after him. They get a big whirling death underneath the tower. But Sunrise will take it. Snagging himself 2 kills. Really good start to the game here for this Wind Ranger. So I was going to mention that, like, if you have Voodoo Restoration, you demolish the lane. And throughout the game, there's so many tanky heroes that the enemy side has that they would suffer an obscene amount of damage from the Maledict procs down the stretch. But if you do go for the cost, I sort of get it as well. Because in this game, look at their stuns. The only stuns that they have for the Radiant lineup are the Paralyzing Cost and Supernova. So despite being in a position where going for that Headhunter facet loses the lane, it can save the game overall to have that little additional piece of disable when you otherwise lack it. So the one thing I'm not liking to see is you cannot have Sunrise have a good game. If you are Power Treads and you want to win, this Wind Ranger needs to be shut down. Sadly though, she's the one that's going to be doing the work here, putting pressure onto Poison and them. Just harass, 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 get them as low as possible. And like I said, this game she definitely builds Diffusal Blade. And after she does that, she demolishes the Medusa. Bottom. When I see the bounces happening with the Maledict out onto Tevin. Tefton should be fine. A couple of more right clicks from the Medusa were needed. She does not find them. So this Lion should be able to skirt his way to safety. I will say, all of y'all at home, trust me, when you play Witch Doctor, get the Voodoo Restoration facet. Top lane, they find another kill here. Chip on his Pudge runs down this Venomancer. And Veno needs to have a good game, because they need a Spirit Vessel. You simply cannot play this game without a Spirit Vessel. They're going to need it, but if the Venos game is like this, not only are you not going to have Spirit Vessel, you'll be delayed getting the level 6s as well. The one thing I will like though is, yes, we've had a couple of kills, but we haven't had like obscene amounts of domination on any of these sides of the map. So we're going to enter this mid game relatively evenly. Bottom. Oh my goodness. They almost were able to run down Vasha. But Vasha will live. Centaur will not get taken down in that situation. Was kind of, I'll admit, that was kind of scary. If there was Voodoo Restoration, buddy. Whew. Yeah. Top lane. Oh no. They're going again onto the Venomancer. They're able to bring him down, and now stalling out Poison, trying to put him in a bad position. Chip instead will get burnt down in the opposite direction. Okay, they play a little bit too close to the sun on that one. Do end up being pretty hard punished. Nicely done. I suppose Brianna couldn't really do much in that situation. This Pudge just running on you, hitting you in the face. Very annoying situation. It's top lane. They finally will maybe find a kill onto Poison. Healing up though, 12 stacks available. They need a power shot. They need some magic damage. They need a hook. The power shot comes, but it misses. If Sunrise connects that, that is an instant kill on the Pudge, but on the Timbersaw, excuse me. However, it misses, so Sunrise just has to watch here. Poison should still be a little bit careful, but they're baiting Sunrise. Sunrise should die. Coconut bouncing in top of him, but there's the hook. Woo! Nice little save. Without that hook from Chip, Sunrise is dead, but the hook does come in. Therefore, Sunrise will live. In the meantime, Igor almost ticked out to this, the burn damage from the sun, or not the sun ray, the fire spirits. Nonetheless, this game is pretty chilled right now. Not really too much happening. Top lane. Poison gonna be forced to get away again with the Timber Chain. Power Shot misses once more. But the big thing is that space has been created so that this Wind Ranger is constantly farming. Poison is constantly being zoned back. By the time we get to see the net worth, we're gonna see a pretty big disparity between the two. But now down bottom, they brought the axe here. Igor wants to make his first big move onto this Medusa. They finally are going to start going. Coconut will be there, but unfortunately, their Stomp will come first, and there's the chop. The thing about Medusa, early on, she's actually beneath the HP threshold for the Culling Blade. So if she just gets jumped on, she just dies instantly. There's nothing, literally nothing she can do about it. And that was before Stampede. Soon they're going to have Stampede, so you just press R on the Centaur, R on the axe, and Medusa guarantees dies. This top lane. Looks like more pressure. Going back. Oh no. Guess who it is? It is gonna be yet again them trying to run down Venomancer, but they can't actually get him all the way. So they back off for now. Running as deep as he can. Sunrise though, with the focus fire being sent back onto the Timbersaw. Man, if this Pudge was actually nearby with the rod, Poison would have died right there. Still though, proof of concept, right? They demonstrate that, yeah, we can threaten Wind Ranger, but simultaneously they'll always be threatened in the opposite direction. This mid definitely didn't go how I expected it to. And now Igor is feeling very good. They're going to try and go for the hook play. Oh no, that's not what they wanted. They wanted the call into the automatic Pudge hook, but instead all they find is going to be just the axe. I'm not sure they get that kill anyway, if I'm honest. Looking at like some of the damage numbers. I think they maybe get the kill, but it would require the dunk. And like Pudge would be pulling the Phoenix away from the axe, so he'd be further away from the cutting blade, easier to Icarus dive out. So I don't know. Nonetheless, the move does fail. Just feels bad when those moments do happen. I will say things are looking a little bit different than I thought. The mid lane, I didn't anticipate Pudge versus Axe. Oh, Phoenix versus Axe, excuse me. But I definitely didn't anticipate Axe doing much better than the Phoenix. And that is what's happening middle. And then in the top lane, this Wind Ranger and the Pudge are putting in a demolition derby onto the Timbersaw. But the big problem is the Venom. Veno is going to be underleveled this game, and Veno is going to be underfarmed. An underfarmed Venomancer does not play Dota. You don't need the most farm in the world, but you did need something, right? This is not one of those heroes that can play from ultra behind and still feel like he has massive impact. Kind of have to have a decent start to the game for him. I will say, though, on the other side of the map for them, yes, it's not been the easiest lane against a Centaur, but Medusa has still been more or less finding her farm. She's been hitting creeps, doing her thing. She can die very easily. But she's only died once so far to a mid lane rotation, and that's something you anticipate as a carry. The middle rotate, kill me off. And sadly, that's something that Axe can do to Medusa that Phoenix can't necessarily do to Wind Ranger. If Phoenix leaves mid, goes top to try and address the Wind Ranger, Phoenix is going to arrive with no stuns, no disables. They'll have damage, sure. They'll have a lot of burn damage, like dot damage. But if she wind runs away, or worse yet, gets hooked out by the Pudge, that's it. Not really much else you can do in that situation. So we will see if things do ship up a little bit better for the Power Treads as this game continues. As we are about to head back into it. The pause is finished. Gameplay is about to resume. Wait, what? Okay, it worked this time. Wait, wait, what? How did that happen? Huh? I am very confused. I thought for sure you just Icarus dive out, right? They didn't even use Dismember for that one. He actually used Supernova too? They destroyed the egg? Ooh, that hurts. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh, that hurts. Top lane, this is about to hurt as well as they're going on to poison. Sunrise able to tick him out with the damage. Chip holding him in position. Okay, mid lane. Oh no, we are about to lose Briannik. He's ticking out on the Venomancer. Does manage to barely survive the battle hunger. Igor, will he be able to get away from this Phoenix? He gets a hook out. The Pudge putting in overtime in this game so far. They do kill off Igor though. He eventually burns out. Unfortunately for him, between the Urn and the Fire Spurs is a bit too much dot damage. Nothing you can do. Still though, they're the ones enjoying the 4K net worth lead. They forced out a Supernova. This game just looks much more playable for the Poho lineup. I wonder what Vashe is gonna do. When Vashe is gonna decide to call in the axe so that he can go again down bottom. I guess for now, Tefton just marinating the Medusa. Taking away as much mana as possible. Top lane. We do have now the hook into the shackle shot. Poison will be focus fired into as well. Sunrise just needs a little bit of an angle. Runs him down with the walk down. Nice little wind run. And that's going to be an easy kill for Sunrise. Killing spree to boots for our Wind Ranger. And now we do have Stampede being popped. Where are they going? They were trying to get bottom onto this Witch Doctor, and they succeed in doing so. Man, they are just running over this map right now for the side of Poho. They also get the tier 1. They lose the tier 1 tower middle though. That is the one thing they haven't been able to do. Their tower siege is kind of atrocious without Wind Ranger. Mid lane, does Igor have a Blink Dagger? I don't think he does just yet. They look for the hook. Will not connect. Had it done so, we'd be seeing another death on this Phoenix. But it does not. Vashe, on bottom, will eat the coconut as well as the full death ward. That'll be a heads-up kill onto Vashe. Okay. We maybe got a ball game on our hands here. Not the most amount of gold picked up for that kill, but crucially it's space for the Medusa to farm. That's what she needs more than anything. Just Just let me farm. Just let me farm. Poison doesn't get hooked in the top lane. Chip won't catch him with it. Doesn't really matter. They have managed to get back into this gold lead a little bit. It's only 3k instead of the 4 it was just now. Phoenix also has Veil, has an Urn. I still feel like you could definitely use a Vessel, but I can understand why you want to go for the Shivas first and then come back. Bottom. Tefton is in trouble. Is Tefton dead? Oh my god. I am very surprised that they did not stampede forward for that one. I guess you see he has 21 charges, but if you stampede and stun him, they really are trying to bait a situation where this Medusa gets over cocky, maybe gets stunned from the trees, and then they run on top of her face, try to blow her up before she can pop the magic wand. But her team is coming to help her out. Smoke from Veno, smoke from Phoenix. Let's see where they end up catching, or who they end up catching. We see Lion, we see Centaur. But the smoke gets broken, and they still have the Stampede. And that's the thing, remember we spoke about their lack of disables. If they're not near a creep wave or right next to each other, the only way to start a fight for them is not. They literally can't. It might even be one of those games where Medusa has to buy like Gleipnir just so they have another source of initiation. Because right now, you cannot rely on this coconut. You need the supernova to end the fight, not to start it. Has Wind Ranger started building Diffusal Blade yet, is my question, I wonder. Wind Ranger. I would be astonished. Like genuinely astonished if Sunrise doesn't build Diffusal in this game. It's an incredible game, not just against the Medusa, but Timbersaw cannot play the game without mana. This hero here needs a lot of mana in his back pocket. And if you focus fire him in the fight, sometimes you don't even care that much that you don't kill him. You're just like, alright, you can't do anything anymore, mate. You know? Your game is over. So I really hope that Sunrise is indeed building into that Diffusal Blade. As much as I'm hoping that Medusa builds into Gleipnir. I do not want to see a Mjolnir Medusa on this one. It absolutely has to be Gleipnir. Although at the same time, Gleipnir is not necessarily standard on Medusa. Medusa has vacated the bottom side of the map. Poison has shown up. Oh my god, Poison, sorry mate, but you are dead, my friend. You are about to get shackle shots. You are about to get chain disabled. They're gonna start off with the call first and foremost, and this will be a very easy kill. They even get the shackle shot out onto the Witch Doctor, so both of them end up dying. Igor will pick up the Cutting Blade armor onto Poison, as Vashe able to just run down this Witch Doctor. Amazing plays down bottom by Poho. Tier 1 tower will now fall. They should be able to start taking over this Radiant jungle. Decrease the farm space that the Power Treads have. Top lane. Gleipnir coming out of Sunrise. That's why this item is good, Dusa. She's going to be held in place, even though she will be able to get off the Stone Gaze. I don't know if she escapes from this. She does have reinforcements. They now drop the Supernova with the Death Ward. So double ultimates committed. Well, triple if you count the Stone Gaze to save the Medusa's life. Definitely well worth it. And even without... I don't know if they can take the tower without all of these spells, but they get... Oh no, Dusa. Dusa, this is not the hero to get hooked. She is not the one to get hooked underneath the tier 1 tower. Now, Sunrise with the Gleipnir under 3, holding them in place. Here comes the Centaur. Doesn't have a Blink Dagger of his own, as the Pudge will tick out on the edge of the fight. The Maledict burn damage from Zoom, doing what it needs to do, but now Sunrise looking for the angle. He has Shackle Shot, doesn't clutch for some reason, but he nonetheless finds the double kill. Coconut will be bouncing around between these heroes. Zoom Almost helping to kill off Sunrise. Will succeed in bringing down Lion. Now the Sunray onto Sunrise. Will he get out of here? He's ticking down lower and lower. The TP attempt is being made. The Stampede is being used. And Sunrise is out. Vashe might not be so lucky though. There is a Maledict on top of him. Chakram, make sure there's enough damage. Big fights all across the board and definitely benefits the side of Power Trades this time around. Because they finally not just strike back top, but managed to secure the tier 1 tower, I believe, in the process. Igor, of course, going to go into the Blade Mail. Very standard itemization from this axe. Once he gets that, it's getting pretty decent into the Medusa. And they already have a Blink Dagger coming in from the Lion, so the follow-up for the Lion spells, will it be there immediately? And they're going to smoke up with said Lion, heading to the top side of the map. They just saw Poison coming a little bit further forward, but not necessarily the target I want. You know, this Timber, they're going to hook him onto the high ground, but they also realize they can't really fight this. Yeah, it was a bad initiation. They get uber punished. And Poho, very clean in the laning phase, but starting to falter a little bit when it comes to this early mid game. Igor also has level 12, so he's going to have Blade Mail plus level 12 very, very soon. As soon as he completes the recipe. Then probably another smoke to try and find a kill. Still haven't seen what the Wind Ranger is building. What is Sunrise up to? Surely it's Diffusal Blade. I just would not understand if it wasn't Diffusal Blade. It's not. Okay. He's gonna go for it later. Oh no, it's coming now. It's coming now. Okay. Whew. Alright. Diffusal out with the Gleipnir. Honestly, they're ready to fight. They should go fight right now. Like, these two heroes bottom can kill anybody on the map. And they have an axe behind them to help. Maybe their concern is that the Centaur isn't here, so all he can offer is Stampede from elsewhere. But maybe not. They just needed a target. They're going on to this Venomancer. Coconut. Gonna bounce around a little bit, but Cutting Blade comes out from Igor. That should be a pretty straightforward kill for them. Branik couldn't really do anything. And this Veno is struggling, man. These Radiant supports in general are struggling. Could you look at this Lion, right? Lion has the same net worth as the Witch Doctor and the Venomancer, but he has Blink Dagger. He has Boots. Like, when we look at these supports on the Radiant side, we don't really have items on them. At the very least, the items we have definitely don't have the same degree of impact as the Blink Dagger that Lion has right now. And they're going to go into the Roshan pit. This team, I must say, is pretty bad at taking Roche. Like, holy hell. This is some of the worst Roche taking that I've seen in a very long time. This is terrible. Yo, if they knew about this on Power Trades, they could have taken this fight. Like a Supernova on the high ground or something. Would have been great, but they don't really have the vision. Even though they're so nearby. And now, actually, they might just end up losing the Phoenix. There's going to be the Hex out to jump in. Easy kill off. Why was he still there? Why didn't he dive away? He knew the Roshan happened in the Radiant side of the map. Oh, no. And the thing is, you're not just losing a Phoenix, y'all. This is a mid-Phoenix. This is supposed to be your core hero, but ultimately functioning more like a support in this situation. And we still have yet to see a single Supernova in this game actually activate. It's tough. Top lane. Nice little disjoint on the Gleipnir with the Glimmer Cape. Good job by Zoom. And it's a good job because he just got that Glimmer. Like, not that long ago. Already paying some dividends for the Witch Doctor. But the rest of Poho, they are just going to start pushing. Tier 1 tower in the top lane. Forfeit for this world. Gold will presumably go the way of Sunrise. They want to try and counter this. They smoke, but they don't have the Timber Saw with them. And the entire complement of Poho is here. So I don't know about this one. And again, how do you initiate? How do you start these fights Look where Zoom is on the Witch Doctor. He's the only stun that's not Supernova. And there's no way he's going to get to any of these heroes before they stampede, before they pop the blink. And P.I.V.O realizes, they're like, wait a second. We have triple blink stampede. What the hell are we afraid of? We just have much better initiation than they do. Now we're going to blink on the high ground. We miss out onto the Phoenix. And now, though, with the Death Ward out onto Centaur, here they come. They're going to try and find revenge for their boy. Can they do it? No, they cannot. They actually just lose the Axe and the Centaur. Tefton surely dies here as well inside the Chakram. They will end up losing the Medusa, but this could be a massive fight overall for the Power Trades. Chip left behind by Sunrise, easily killed off, and that's 4 heroes down. They messed up that fight pretty bad. I think they should realize right now that it can't be the Centaur that starts the fights. The thing is, Centaur, the target Centaur wants to catch, whether it be Timber, whether it be Medusa, or specifically Medusa and Phoenix, his stun takes so long that they can use both of their spells before the stun finishes. You can use Stone Gaze, you can use the Stomp. Oh, there's a Icarus Dive, the Supernova, sorry, not the Stomp. Stomp's on the other side. Or you can't use the Stomp. Stomp will be coming in. These spells are faster. It has to be the Axe with the instant initiation. If they catch the Axe Phoenix call there, Phoenix dies immediately, and then Centaur can follow up by cancelling the Death Ward of Witch Doctor. He all of a sudden doesn't die, and the game looks a lot better. Top lane, Rise playing very riskily with this Aegis. Fortunately though for the Power Trades, there is Glimmer Capes available, so they end up keeping all these heroes alive. Down on the side of the map, we just see this Medusa still farming away, trying to catch up to Sunrise. After the Aghanim, we don't see the Aghanim Scepter as much anymore on the Medusa. In this game, let me think. What do you gain out of this Aghanim Scepter? Having that Mystic Snake Stone. Or rather, let me rather say, you don't see it this early that much. Like, it does get picked up, but not this early necessarily. They don't have, like, minus armor available already. I guess, okay, I realize it now. They need catch. So because they have such a bad ability to run down heroes, they're going to have to resort to the Medusa stoning you for a moment. But they're also going to have to worry about the Medusa dying, because now there's a big smoke move coming in from P.I.V.O. And this time they've switched it up. Guess, look who's going forward. It's Axe. And they also have the amplified damage rune on Sunrise. The only problem is they don't really have the best vision at the moment, but they should be able to infer where these heroes are. They're trying to come up the hill, but they don't have vision. I don't know about this one, but they do see the Medusa. Gleipnir is there. She is gone, bro. Gone, gone, gone. Has all her mana drained away. Zoom might also end up dead, but they don't have a reveal for him. Where are the dusts? Where are the sentries? Igor thinking about jumping again. There's going to be a shackle shot on the 2. There's going to be a call as well after the Earth Spike. Both of these heroes dead to rights. One of them even culling bladed for good measure. Pudge, as the Aghanim Scepter just goes ahead and eats the axe. Oh, when did he even pick up this item? It's not the axe, man. It's the thingamabob. What am I talking about, dude? The shard. Not the Aghanims. Well, it is an Aghanims, but it's an Aghanim shard, not an Aghanim Scepter. Well, we have now the tier 2 tower being sieged. Vashe happy to just tank up the tier 2 damage whilst it's being laid into by Sunrise. And with the siege wagon being nearby, this should not take too long. And there we go. Tier 2 tower removed from play. P.I.V.O feeling very good about themselves. A very good usage of their Aegis. They weren't able to necessarily take like decisive fights, but they opened up their map a lot more. And now I think they're going to be angling towards getting the tier 2 in the bottom lane too. Vashe still just doing his thing down bottom, chilling.
bottom tower is under attack.
What's the counterplay right now for Power Dreads? They know that there's no Aegis to worry about at the moment. But we still have such massive issues with teamfight. Oh no, poison, poison, poison. They get the hook out onto the Venom monster, and they get the call out onto the Medusa. They kill off Venom first, but there's going to be a very nice cog or coconut bouncing around, and now poison shackled to the tree. You're going to eat the right clicks from Sunrise. The hook is actually what finishes him off eventually. The Death Ward putting in some actually decent work, but it doesn't save the Supernova. That will end up getting destroyed regardless. Sunrise gets the power shot out onto this Medusa. Sunrise is falling low. Eating a Maledict. Sunrise might die from this. Maybe killing off Lishi before he dies. Not going to be able to do so because Lishi just has way too much in the tank. Just right click after right click after right click. Unfortunately, they messed up their initiation. They killed off the Venom very fast, but he buys back, returns to the fray. But the big problem is that the Wind Ranger spending most of her time hitting the Supernova and getting hit by Death Ward. Unable to actually get a beat on the Medusa. Unable to just sit on top of some of these supports, remove them from play. They just got straight out played in that moment. I feel like there was actually a moment before they jumped Lishi. If Axe had jumped Timbersaw instead, and they blow up Timber Venom as the fight starts and then try back out, that could have been a very different engagement, but the fight sort of took place in two different places. Axe was far away from the rest of the team, close to the tier 2 tower. The Centaur too deep in, onto the Supernova, forcing that out. Yeah, just a lack of execution there from Poho. Lichi now getting closer towards having the butterfly. You know, this is one of those games where Medusa is really good into the rest of the heroes of Ho-Ho. As she scales in the game and doesn't have to worry that much about the axe anymore. She can be excellent against those heroes. And Wind Ranger isn't the greatest into all of the heroes on the side of Power Treads, but Wind Ranger is excellent into Medusa, and Medusa doesn't really do much to the Wind herself. So it's one of those scenarios where one carry is good against the team and one carry is good against the other carry. Unfortunately for Wind Ranger, even with Butterfly, when the Medusa picks that item up, you can not still buy MKB, you want to buy MKB on Wind Ranger anyway.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I still think she needs more damage though, like a Daedalus or something. But maybe MKB will fix that by the time she arrives. It's only a 5k gold lead, 30 minutes in. Again, the bulk of this lead being focused on the underperformance of this Phoenix, who just really isn't having a game of Dota 2. At this point, Timbersaw is the actual mid laner. And it looks like, not that they want to smoke, but they're prepared to move on the map. I mean, there is an Aegis available now. It has spawned in on the Radiant side. So the big man is at work. Power Treads want to go say hello. They smoke up on 4 and heading to the bottom side of the map. They want to make sure that they don't get caught while they're making this approach. They're revealing the Medusa, but they miss their scan. The second one connects though, so they know that there's Rosh is happening. They have to go. They don't have a choice. Tefton, not going to get caught out just yet. Again, the lack of initiation on the side is really hurting them. Tefton though, they have reveal for him. He's going to be eaten up by the Pudge, kept alive, but both of them now might be dead as a result of this. They've already brought down the Lion. The Pudge is next. They need to get the hell out of here. Poho, man, their positioning in the situation just not up to par. If all of their heroes were ready, they could have re-engaged and fought, but now instead, they're just going to give up an Aegis. Power shot inside the pit. Axe is not going to be able to jump in. And the Medusa for Lishi will be able to claim this Aegis. And although Medusa can be dealt with heads up by the Wind Ranger, her into the rest of the team, they're all not going to enjoy playing into her. I mean, after the Butterfly, they have a Spirit Vessel on Phoenix. They can pick up a Skadi on this Medusa. make life intolerable for these strength cores. Down bottom, they do manage to kill off Poison. They ran him down. They also catch the Venomancer. Okay. Some neat little pickoffs there. They still maintain the gold lead. But man, things are tough right now. Basically, the next couple of fights will come down to initiation and execution. Effectively, if Poho finds the jump first, they will win their fights. But if they're being chased and ran down and trying to get away from this Medusa, these fire spirits, this Timbersaw, that's not going to work. They have to always be on the front foot for Poho to have a chance of winning this game. This is not a reinitiation team. This is a go team, you know? I want them to go right now. Go, guys. Go, 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 go. Yes, the enemy team has an Aegis, but they're also playing 3v5. Whoever you can catch, you can kill. Unfortunately, the target they really want is not in the area that they've gone into. Medusa is bottom. And Power Treads. This game has been going, continuing to do better and better. Paulison. Poison has a BKB being built up. That's going to make a big, big difference as well. I will say, Power Treads have been doing the things they need to slow the game down. Get this Medusa and the Timbersaw into better positions. Timber, basically a recipe away from having the BKB. Then you're not worried about Shackle Shot. Lion becomes absolute food to you, like not like he isn't already. Then the only thing you're worried about, like 2 spells at that point, you know? Medusa has Butterfly. They take out the tier 1 tower. And it used to be with Medusa, like I said, you have Butterfly, usually Butterfly, Manta, Aegis +1. She has the Butterfly. Doesn't have the Manta, but does have the Maelstrom with the Aghanims. Look at her go. Lishi just plonking this tower. And you know, this Phoenix Gergesh has taken being a support in his stride. Has accepted I'm not going to be able to play Dota the way I want to. But doesn't mean I can't have impact. Maybe steal the Wisdom Rune? Somebody? Wisdom? Oh no. Feels bad. And they're going to discover when they return home that Igor stole their Wisdom Rune. So a little bit of a lack of experience for Gershek and the boys. Olshek is going for the Heaven's Halberd. If you can get this Halberd out onto the Wind Ranger before she pops BKB, they actually don't have damage. Like physical damage on Poho is absolutely non-existent. And even their magic damage, they're almost wholly reliant on Tefton delivering that. Now though, they're on the high ground, looking for these 2 supports. It's going to be Sunrise though, who has to pop BKB. They need to get this Wind Ranger the hell out of here. We'll stick around for an additional right click onto Veno, which does kill the Plague Ward off. I'm calling him that because that's what he is kind of these days. Sunrise does not die. Almost ticked out to the Maledict, but able to survive in the very, very end there. Nice assassinations. But you're seeing some of the problems this Wind Ranger has. If she gets hit with Maledict, whew, there's a lot of damage that can come out, forcing the BKBs. Sunrise. Oh no, guess who they found? This is the best target. She does have the focus fire as well, so there's no mana remaining on this Medusa, even through the Stone Gaze. She is just dead, bro. Poison will come in to at least make a counterplay happen, but as he arrives, he gets hexed up almost instantly. There's going to be the Shackle Shot to the wall. Not going to be dead just yet. Igor will come in with the call onto 2, but they're still standing. They are still alive. Poison now, going lower and lower. They're trying to kill him, but he's just not dying. Instead, they will turn their attention towards the Wind Ranger. or the Witch Doctor, a much easier target in the north of the fight.
Is under attack.
As Wind Ranger skirts her way out of the engagement onto the west side. She picks up an MKB in the process as well. But we also saw the problem of Poison. Poison is a big problem now. Big problem. If there's no focus fire for him, he will not die during the initial salvo of stuns. Let's look at this. She got off the ultimate. She had the Stone Gaze, but it did not matter. But Poison, this Timber is starting to be an issue. Look how many spells this man ends up tanking. And when he's not being hit by a Wind Ranger, they literally do not have damage. Centaur just dies like it's nothing. And even with Wind Ranger, unless they have focus fire, you are just not killing this Timbersaw. Have to content yourself with the supports instead. It's an 11k Goldie right now for Poho. Aegis going to be down for the next 90 seconds. At the very least. Then we'll see what the respawn duration will be. He's going to be going for that Skadi next on the Medusa. Completely fine with that. Aether Lens for Zoom. That's going to be pretty decent. Has been sitting with this Philly Stone for quite a while, so that's going to be provisioning the necessary gold. And interestingly enough, look at this. Our Axe ends up going for the Aghanim Scepter himself. He wants the additional procs of the Counter Helix, but do they have an AC in this game to increase his right-clicking? I guess maybe that's the thing. They realize that if Wind Ranger's not hitting, they don't have damage, so they're going to try and itemize for it in different ways. Maybe go like Ags AC on the Axe. I think that's the only line. Maybe you get an Ags as well on the line at some point. The Centaur is going to be sticking to full utility. Blade Mail, Crimson Guard, Pipe. Definitely not the guy that's going to buy the AC for us. And okay, we saw on the line right there. There is going to be an Aghanim Scepter on the line. They recognize their damage issues. Wait, what? Axe is also building Crimson Guard. Bro, why? Just sell the Vanguard and buy AC, bro. You don't need it no more. Not necessary. In the top lane, Sunrise could get jumped here. And they are indeed going to go on him. There's a Wind Run available. Didn't pop the BKB. Will be able to do so now. With the help of the Stampede, should be able to get out of here. Centaur, though, just went right back into multiple heroes alone. Almost ends up dead for this, but Pudge is there. On hand with the Dismember Eat. And then blinking away to safety. Poison. Tries to scout him out, but recognizes that it's not going to happen. I must say, Chip has been playing out of his mind on this Axe. On this Pudge, sorry. Really good performance from him. And they could re-engage here. Will they find the Gleipnir? They find it onto the Timber. Focus Fire is out. And now, look, with Focus Fire, look at the difference. Poison does not feel so tanky. They blow the Finger of Death on the BKB, though. That's really bizarre. Now, Supernova does come out. Can they destroy this egg? Lychee comes in with the Stone Gaze, buying time. There's the stun on the 4 with the Death Wall flying out onto everybody. They are being eviscerated. 3 heroes fall almost instantly. Chip was forced to eat up the Wind Ranger just to keep her alive. But man, oh man, we finally get to see a big Supernova pop, and it is massive. Power Treads. Not over just yet, though. The fight might continue. Zoom. Stunned up, but inside the Glimmer Cape will stay alive. Poison, eating the Focus Fire, gonna end up dead. One more hit! They couldn't find the final hit. The Gleipnir will be there to hold him in position. The power shot misses! Somehow, Poison will not die. Hook as well doesn't connect onto the Medusa, so Lychee will be A-okay on the high ground. Poison, now having regen up back to half, back on the high ground. Ready to throw in some damage, but they're happy to have taken the tier 2 and to get out. And if they can do so successfully, they will be ecstatic. Power Treads, although they still enjoy a deficit. Well, enjoy is the wrong word, but there's a net worth deficit, but the state of the map Seems very, very positive for them. If they can recreate fights like what we just saw there. Egg with the supernova coming right on top of it with the death ward as well. Absolute perfection. Good check. Has the Heaven's Halberd. Haven't been able to see him use it out on the Wind Ranger except for that trying to kill him top, but want to see it before Focus Fire. Sunrise and the boys now. Making their way through the map bottom. They will come across this timber. Oh no, even a bigger prize. It's Lychee's Medusa. No, oh my gosh. They don't know which way to go. Both targets could be so palatable. And then instead, settle for going for the Phoenix. But Phoenix is not actually that easy to kill. Shackle Shot will be there, but they don't have the damage to destroy him before the egg comes out. So there's the supernova. Guys, why are we hitting the egg? The egg is now going to pop on the 3. Here comes the Medusa with all the damage on planet Earth that she needs. They burned away the Centaur's mana, but at the same time, Tefton has been draining away the Medusa's mana as well. So they don't feel like they want to keep that chase going. They will let some of them escape. Tefton, is he going to be so lucky? Yes, he will. Blinking away, he is A-okay. Now, potentially a re-engage from Centaur. He got caught in by the Eye of Skadi, hooked in out by Chip. And now, Axe jumping back onto Gersheg, bringing down the Phoenix, making it a 4-0 affair so far. And now, with this triple kill going their way, they can try chase down the last survivor, which is Poison. The Shackle Shot is coming back in just a second. There it is from Sunrise. Do they have what it takes? He gets hooked onto the high ground, cannot get back in his base, and gets killed off by Chip. It becomes a full team wipe. Despite them suffering the indignity of an egg exploding in their faces, they play the edges of that fight so well. They disengage, re-engage, disengage, re-engage. And for some reason, Power Treads kept chasing them, putting themselves out of position, and that allowed the re-engages to come back in and pick them off one by one by one by one. As a reward for their efforts, they can come into the Roshan pit, try and bring down the big man, get themselves an Aegis. So there's the Aegis, the banner, as well as the refresher shard. Refresher shard? Refresher? Guys? Refresher? Guys? Team? I guess they don't want a refresher. 2 spells is overrated. With this Aegis, very useful with this Lion, just draining all the mana away from the Medusa. Helps a lot as well that he was the one that got the Aghanim shard, so that he doesn't have to be right next to Dusa. Just has to wait for Dusa to be next to a different target, then he can do it. Interestingly enough, Bloodstone purchased by the Axe right now. Okay. I don't know what I make about this one, but okay. I'm still actually trying to wrap my head around what the Bloodstone actually does for him in this game. I guess some heals are nice. Does he have AoE? Thingy-ma-bob. If he has the Aghanim shard, maybe, but I'm not sure about this. Nonetheless, they are still in such a commanding position that he might not get punished for it overall. Now have the full Aghanim Scepter on the Lion, so that big burst of that magic damage is up in that AoE, baby. And it's just a cooldown reduction, right? 40 seconds for Finger of Death. Man, that feels good. Mid lane. Sunrise just pushing things out a little bit. Long range hook. Connects onto Poison. And they're going to call him in. Sunrise holds him in place with the Gleipnir. BKB might finish soon. We do see Vashe was holding back the Phoenix on the other side of the fight, preventing the Icarus dive in with the egg. At the same time, Zoom with the death ward from the low ground. Been putting in work here. These heroes falling low. The Aegis might end up popping from Sunrise. Trying to remove the mana from the Medusa beforehand though, and will succeed in this endeavor. That should be a dead Dusa. Axe realizes he's dead no matter what, sacrifices himself to the Lotus Orb, and now they find the burst onto Phoenix. Shackle shot from Sunrise now also connects onto this Venom monster. I don't think Prianic will be able to get out of this one. Hexed up by Tefton and killed. This fight, although they lost the Aegis, Poho feeling good about it because they forced Medusa to have to buy back. And though they didn't kill Poison, that was a BKB charge committed by the Timber, and they very nearly got him. Very, very nearly got him. I believe if he had fully shift queued, no, you can't do that anymore. So you can always get off BKB from that long range, I think. I'm not sure. Big deal here. Although those deaths do mean that they want to probably play around their next Aegis. Which does mean that we'll probably be getting ourselves into tier 4 item territory. As I say that though, Poho coming forward to steal this Tormi. Tefton already has one. And it will go the way of Sunrise, so we get some Gale Force energy going. I like Gale Force a lot. Not as busted as it used to be, but still a very fun spell. It's a 19k gold lead right now. The one thing though that they have done a good job of doing for Power Treads is itemization. Zoom has this Glimmer Cape, has access to this Lotus Orb, chillin' with the Aether Lens, so can play from very, very far out in general. And then Gershek, I feel like Gershek, I would like to see him buy an Aeon Disc if he doesn't have one already. There must just never be a time where they can just jump this Phoenix and feel like they can reliably, unreasonably kill her. Chip, what you got for us? We're 50 minutes in the game and Power Treads sort of locked inside their base at the moment, struggling to get themselves out. Another hook. Ooh. Almost caught Lishi. That would have been an abject disaster if that had happened. They were maybe going on to the Centaur that he showed. Medusa figuring that she needs to be able to get into the fight with the rest of her team. I think this Blink Dagger that she just bought is mainly about the Stone Gaze. The one fight they won like without reservation pretty hard was the one where Stone Gaze and the Supernova happened in tandem. So now there's a bit more license to use the Supernova away from the Medusa, because Medusa will come to you instead of vice versa. But defending this high ground is not fun because you just have to constantly worry about hooks. That being said, like I mentioned earlier, Poho's push potential is not fun. They can barely do anything to these buildings unless they win a fight first. Sunrise not far away from having Nullifier. So that means that if they do have any Aeon Discs, which I do not see any, it wouldn't really matter anyway. I would definitely like to see one on Gershek. I feel like I saw one maybe on the Venom Monster at some point, like the Aeon Disc. But with Nullifier about to pull up, it's not really going to matter. And now, they're the ones that smoke up just as the Nullifier arrives. But it's Power Treads looking for an engagement. The question is, how do they get outside their base and how do they start these fights? Pudge sitting in the trees, waiting to hook anybody out. Fool enough to stand in one place for too long. And it's not like they're not farming while they're doing this. Like, Pudge is just farming this mid lane. Centaur goes to farm top. You see Axe deep in his jungle farming there. Wind Ranger is busy farming the advanced hard camp as well as bottom lane. So they are accruing more and more net worth. Gonna have a Shiva's not too long from now for the Centaur. He just bought Ags like a few minutes back. And this Lion's already on 2.4k gold. Has buyback and everything. Just getting a bit too much out of the map.
You're not going anywhere.
Bottom lane. It's probably going to be the side that they have to focus on for the Radiant side, because very shortly Roshan will be respawning on the side. P.I.V.O don't know exactly just yet, but they are starting to angle in that direction. Probably going to keep these waves forced in. Or they could wait until the Roshan goes the other side. They have options. This game, though, the thing that's scary about Power Treads' situation right now, if this state of affairs continues for much longer, there will be tier 5 items on the map, and they are having a hard time getting out of the map to kill neutral camps. Top lane, though, maybe they're going on to the Centaur. They have sort of found him, but he gets away. He's fine. One minute until the Roshan moves into the dire side. And we'll see if Power Treads try to do anything to contest that maneuver, because if they don't, yeah, it starts to feel pretty tough. It starts to feel pretty difficult. Centaur is just going to be like, guys, we can draw the line to the top lane. And he's actually going to get gone on. He's all alone here. This is taking a very long time. He might still pop. Let's see, now he has pipe. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, no, he's fine. He's fine. Pipe hearts, he should be okay. He's a-okay. He's fine. In retrospect, they should have dropped the Death Ward on him. Had they hit him with Death Ward, if it was like 4 or 5 hits of level 18 Death Ward, I'm pretty sure he dies there. But they thought, man, we probably have the kill without it. And now they're just going to end up giving up an Aegis, which will go into the dire lineup. They could potentially contest this, but they already used the Noxious Plague. Not so sure they want to commit all in on this. So, Wind Ranger also thankfully went bottom to pick up the refresher shot inside the Roshan pit. Nice, nice, nice. So now Aegis Cheese, and they give Pudge the Aghanims. I don't know about giving Pudge the Aghanims. Like, I guess maybe the rationale about the Aghanims is about the health regen reduction for the Timber Soul. So it's like a pseudo spirit vessel. Under that rationale, okay. I wouldn't have minded the Aghanims on Wind Ranger, to be fair. But thinking about, or even on Centaur, so that Centaur can be the one to save Wind Ranger. But now, oh, hook. They find Veno. Veno's gone. Veno does have buyback. Forced to commit it instantly. But remember that Tefton used the ultimate with the Aghanim Scepter for that, so his cooldown is not very long whatsoever. Spell will be back very, very soon. Top lane. Gonna jump onto the Phoenix, but they don't have Wind Ranger here, so I don't know about them actually getting this kill. They turn. They did have to use Stone Gaze for this, so they could actually potentially hook the Medusa afterwards. With Stone Gaze down, No Death Ward and Noxious Blade used again. Ho-Ho just need to heal up on this axe, and then they should be able to find themselves another opportunity to jump in for this fight. They really want to try find their first building, their first set of racks, but them holding is so hard. It's so easy for this Medusa to just throw in a Mystic Snake. They throw in some Fire Spirits. They throw in a Sunray. Hell, even the Coconut. The particular facet that the Witch Doctor went for with the bonus bounces, this thing is awful for creep waves. You just throw into the creep wave and the creep wave is done. And they still have Venom Monster to help out. Top lane, Sunrise took quite a bit of damage. They will throw down the Roshan's banner to protect these creep waves. They're actually going to jump forward onto Lishi. At the same time, there's a call on the backlines. Igor, he finds the Witch Doctor, can't get the kill just yet. He goes into the Voodoo form, putting in the damage, but at the same time, the Medusa still ends up dead. They cannot save her. They force her to buy back, hook out onto the Centaur, dragging him away from where the rest of the fight is. Now Medusa has no buyback. Venom Monster has no buyback. These heroes, Shackle Shot from Sunrise is on to 2. Gershek, is he gonna die? No, he does! Dies while diving back to the base, forced into buying back, whilst they take away the first life from the Aegis. Jumping now onto Vashe. They really want to make it something happen onto the Centaur with the BKB duration, but they can't. The call from Axe, it catches Medusa. The big target has been got, and Lishi is gone. No buyback available for the Dusa. We now have a Gleipnir holding Zoom in position. They really want to maybe find that kill. There's going to be the Hoof Stomp. Zoom on the Witch Doctor, still alive by some miracle. At the same time, they do end up losing the Pudge on the other side of the fight. The Sunrise, he's in the base fighting 1v1 versus this Phoenix. And Phoenix, is Phoenix going to die? Yes, he will. He is gone without buyback, but it does cost a life for the Wind Ranger. I'm surprised she doesn't buy back. Okay, there we go. Everybody needs to buy back on Dire side. They can come and end the game right here and right now. Looking for their first lane of racks. It's a 42,000 gold lead, and only now are they able to take racks. Tefton, though, he dies, so no racks will happen. Sunrise does have the focus fire out, but the Coconut with the paralyzing cause prevents the additional damage. But he's not done just yet. Running headlong onto this Timber. Really wants this kill. Should be able to find it. No! He barely lives yet again. Poison does not die. That could have been the game if he died. Oh my goodness. Still, they finally break through the lane of racks. There's no Medusa, there's no Phoenix, there's no Venom Monster. It's a 2v3, but Pudge and Axe aren't here either. And Poison does feel pretty strong. There's a lot to worry about though, so he might not make a reckless jump forward, as they just want to try and tie up the second lane. Pretty big creep army here. The banner was destroyed in the last engagement, so they can't deploy it now, which means the Chakram will be very effective here, but this tier 3 tower should still fall. The question is, are they confident enough to stick around for the full set? Will be a Death Ward used up right now, and Zoom should be fine from the harass damage from Tefton. Tier 3 tower gone. Melee racks being assaulted. There's 2 sets of Sea Dragons here. A Hex now going out onto Poison, but he's not going to die. They should know better. They should attack the racks. Do not even bother attacking this Timber, so he will be fine. They're going to go in right now, though, and they spent too much time attacking Timber. Not enough time attacking buildings, so with that and the respawn of the Medusa, Poho forced to actually back out of the situation. Alrighty. In the middle of all that, an actually very big item has been picked up. Witch Doctor has Aghanim Scepter now. So not just playing around Voodoo Switcheroo, playing around a very big Voodoo, or very big ultimate with the Death Ward, bouncing around. If you can get multiple heroes with the Maledict, that would be epic. And the thing is, you must remember, 42k gold lead for Poho. Part of the problem with having these gargantuan leads is you run out of things to buy, ways to scale in the game. This Wind Ranger is probably practically maxed out. She just finished a Bloodthorn. She was queuing Lincolns earlier, but I think she switched from that. And she just picked up a pirate hat. We just got a overwhelming blink from the Centaur. Running out of slots for a lot of these heroes, but Radiant heroes can still scale. For Gershek, I would like to see this Phoenix buy a Hex next. Because if you look at this lineup on the side of Poho, they don't have any Lotus Orbs. They don't have any Aghanims. Oh, they have one Lotus Orb on Pudge. Okay. One Lotus on Pudge. They don't have any other Lincoln Spheres. So if you can find a target, hex them, and kill them off, would be a pretty big deal. This Lychee Medusa still has some space to go. I am not a fan of the Lincoln Sphere, personally. I understand why. So that you don't get focus fire, you don't get mana drain, but they have ways of popping it. But she still has a long way to go on the Medusa. She's like, what, 14k net worth behind the Wind Ranger. She can still buy Moonshot. She can still buy the Aghanim Scepter, like upgrade, give it to herself. And then, of course, you replace the Ags with... she's going Lincoln, so that'll probably replace the Ags. She can still upgrade for the Swift Blink. And then you can get a big damage item to replace your boots eventually. I wouldn't mind seeing MKB here. Roche is going to be up in 1 minute. Uno momento. Well, no, that's 1 moment. What is minutes, actually? I don't even know. Hook will not connect on anybody in the high ground. Poison, just clearing out these creep waves. So they're going to have to resort to Vasha, just sitting on the high ground, tanking up. And they get the hook now onto the Venomancer. Venomancer does have an Aeon Disc, but then that being said, there's a Nullifier on this Wind Ranger, so they burst through Veno, forcing him to buy back the Supernova. With the Death Ward though, look how much damage that did. Look at it go, man. They almost got some pretty big kills, but they ran out of juice in the end. Now they do not have another Supernova, they don't have another Death Ward. They might not have another Centaur. Well, they'll have another one if he buys back. But he gets out. Timbersaw instead caught with the Shackle Shot to the tree to create the space necessary for Poho to leave. They're chasing though. Look at Power Treads. They want something. Get the charge out with the Vessel onto Pudge. But not enough chase, unfortunately. And now they just go all the way back home. But they hold. Somehow they hold. Lychee with the Medusa. Still out here. Most of the damage came obviously from the ultimates. The Death Ward in particular. They actually have... If they don't get Witch Doctor first, they do not have an answer for Death Ward. These heroes just take way too much damage. "66 minutes in. We have a Seer Stone on the Witch Doctor. Lychee obviously with a Stygian Desolator, a Mirror Shield on Timbersaw, an Arcanist Armor on the Phoenix, and then a Book of the Dead for our Intrepid Witch Doctor. So even more hiding potential from him. Oh no, other way around, sorry. Venomancer has the Book of the Dead, which not really going to help him right now, as he's just dead. Did they find a Book of the Dead on Boho? Because if Boho have a Book of the Dead, then all of a sudden they can throw forth these Necro Books. Put a lot of pressure out onto the Medusa. Now Hook will connect. Ooh, it got the bigger target. It's the Witch Doctor, but he's not on the low ground, so they can't kill him. In the meantime, Tefton almost died. Needs to be bailed out by the Axe, who dives onto the high ground, but he's taking a lot of damage on Axe. Centaur also in a similar position. We do see Poison popping BKB, trying to run him down. They have to burn with this flamethrower. Doesn't seem to be good enough. So they'll just settle for the Venom Monster kill, getting the dieback, making this a 4v5 affair. And remember, they didn't commit their ultimates. Focus Fire is up, Dismember is up, Stampede is up. The ultimate from Lion is up. Oh, the catch onto Phoenix and Timbersaw on the high ground. Lodosaur bounces back the Earth Spike, so that's not a good look for this Lion. In the meantime, Death Ward going out onto Sunrise. Even through BKB, Sunrise almost dies, but they kill off the Medusa first though. She has to buy back. Supernova on the high ground. They don't manage to kill off Phoenix, and they do manage to kill off Sunrise. Oh my goodness, the Maledict ends up popping the Wind Ranger at the very end. Holy smokes. And now, with this Pudge trying to hide himself in the trees. Do they not see him? Did they really not see him? No way, dude. No way. Chip actually gets out of here. But this Wind Ranger, dead again. Sadly, they can't protect Medusa. Medusa's positioning has just not been good enough to keep her alive all the time. She needs a BKB, honestly. Like, I think she needs to change her mind about this Lincoln Sphere. And BKB has to be the only option. Because they still have so many ways to get through the Lincolns. But she's going to say, you know what? To hell with defensive items. We're going all in on the offense, baby. I bought Chrysalis. I'm going to try to get myself to the Daedalus. And they find Centaur. Centaur, not watching the map. Centaur, my friend. Okay. Pop Stampede to get out. They want to force the buyback from the Wind Ranger. And you have to remember, Wind Ranger, she's their only poke for the high ground. They have many better ways on PT to go high ground. Not even a tier 3 tower to worry about. She blinks to the far side. Chip goes in, BKB, Dismember out onto the Witch Doctor. Gets himself away before things get too dicey. We'll eat a Kosk though, and that Kosk is doing some good bounces between him and the Lion. Both of them might die. Lychee with a double kill. No Lion for 2 minutes without buyback. Holy based. A full lane taken by the Power Treads, and now they're going to go for the tier 4 towers. They just want to force the buybacks. They want the goal to be committed by this Poho lineup. So far, it hasn't been just yet. Tier 4 towers being taken away. Tier 4 towers down. The first one. There's the buyback from the Pudge. There's going to be a call going onto Medusa. She gets hooked towards the Pudge. She is going to die here. There's no way she's going to live through this. Now that's 2 minutes in the grave without the Medusa. Supernova will end up popping, but where is the rest of the damage from this Radiant lineup as Sunrise is inside the BKB, looking towards trying to bring down this Phoenix, potentially ending this game. Gleipnir out onto Phoenix, holding him in position. Hook as well onto Poison. They brought back the Timbersaw, not allowing him to escape from the base. On the far side on the east, they kill off Witch Doctor whilst they're working on the Phoenix. Gershek, what can he do here? How can he run away from this one? Does not have access to the Icarus dive. Gets caught in by the Axe Call. And that is certainly going to be a Phoenix dead to rights. Does have buyback, but does not have Supernova as he returns. Whew, what a chaotic game of Dota. Wow, wow, wow. They're coming to try and end this game. There's no Medusa. There's no Witch Doctor. The problem heroes have been taken care of, and like I said, there is no Supernova. Poison simply cannot do it all on his lonesome. As they have now gone through, they have the space. They're going for this Ancient. Focus Fire from Sunrise onto it. Poison doing his best to try and hold them back, but they don't care about him. They're ignoring the Simba and just going for the jugular. As GG, well played is called. Power Treads. Woo! Get themselves the W, get themselves the win, and put themselves in a good position here in Group B. What a game from them. A long game of Dota 2. But in the end, they are able to clutch that one out. I feel a little bit bad for the Power Treads lineup, you know, because Poho, I thought they were going to win, but Power Treads made that game very competitive for a very long time. Sadly though, just not enough to get them over the finish line in the end. So GG, well played. Congratulations to the P.I.V.O lineup. And I hope from them that we do get to see more of this exciting style of Dota. The good action from them. I do think there were a couple of mistakes that they made of their positioning on the map and not going as a unit when they had to. It still ends up in a situation they get themselves a W. And whilst we will see, of course, over on Stream A, we had Loyal Patch get their victory over the side of P.I.V.O. So now we have P.I.V.O at the top, Loyal Patch, and P.I.V.O third, and of course, Power Treads lineup sitting at the very bottom of Group B. But they have a chance to change that. There are still a lot of games coming up for the rest of the day, as we still need 2 more games to get through the series. So P.I.V.O, they'll be taking on initially the side of the Power Treads is our next initial matchup. So that is effectively going to be a loser versus loser matchup. If you lose that game, you are done. There is no hope of you getting into the playoffs tomorrow. And then, of course, we're going to round out the stream here with P.I.V.O taking on the side of P.I.V.O. And if they win here, maybe that game will give them a berth into the playoffs. If they don't, then it makes it a lot easier for P.I.V.O to get their berth into the playoffs. So a lot of the next set of games that are coming up do mean all the marbles, because you don't have many opportunities here in the group stages. You mess up once, that's just it. So the Playtrix, man, these games, the Playtrix International has just been very fun to watch thus far. I am uncertain as to whether or not the rest of the games that we have tonight are going to be delivering the same long game excellence, a full hour of action, a full hour of competition. We do not know, but what I do know is that we're all going to find out together. So don't go anywhere. Go get a glass of water. We're going to be taking a very small break. And when we come back, our next series of the day, a losers matchup between the side of Power Treads and P.I.V.O, where the loser cannot progress in the tournament. Let's find out who stays and who goes after a short break. See you soon. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. While we prepare for our next game down the stretch, we're going to have a little bit of a word with one of the players that just emerged from this particular series. I'm not so sure who it is, but can you hear me, good sir? Are you around?
Yeah,
Are you on the mic?
Yep, can hear
So
you
tell
now.
me, right? Lishi, yes, we can hear you, we can see you. Excellent. The man who came through with that Medusa. Admit to me, Lishi, right? Did you legit think you were gonna lose? Because I thought after a while that y'all kind of had it in the bag. You felt like you were really, really big on the Medusa. What do you think went wrong towards the end of the game, though?
No, we could. They kited us too well. They had a lot of force boots, force staffs, glimmer capes. We couldn't catch Wind Ranger. She would focus me all the time, and we felt scared. Even though at some point we were sitting in the base and we're like, we can kill him. Why are we sitting in the base? We can go and kill him. But we were very afraid. And we didn't know what to do. Yeah, we were sitting, tried to catch them. It didn't happen. But in the end, we almost got them. It was very fun. I hope the viewers liked the ending as well.
It was a very fun ending, especially when you all were pushing into the database. I really thought you all were going to win then and there.
Yeah, well,
I actually have a question for you.
We're like,
since you're talking about like being kited and lockdown and stuff, two things. Did the witch doctor go for the headhunter talent specifically because y'all like lockdown? And the second question is, could you not maybe have gone for from Maelstrom? Could you not maybe have built Leipnir on your Medusa just so you have that additional piece of lockdown to help you out?
Maybe. I thought about it, but it didn't seem like we were going to need a lot of catch in that game. Yeah, we thought we were just gonna go and fight and went fight, like several fights when we put the Phoenix egg. Yeah, and I use Stone Gaze and like everything dies and there's not much left to catch. But in the end, Gleipnir would have probably been a better choice, as well as Divine Rapier instead of the Dolls. Didn't have the balls to
always
take
the
it.
best hindsight.
Yeah. We were very stressed. We didn't know what to pick, what to do. Not used to playing in competitive setting.
Actually, let's talk about that for a little bit, right? How did the team come together? Because obviously all of y'all are supposedly within the same organization. So who reached out to who to say, hey guys, this thing is coming up. Let's get into it. Were you guys already playing pubs together and just happened to say, let's go in? Or was it like all of us in the office happened to discover that we play Dota? Let's just make a team for this one.
Several people play a lot of pubs together. Gerchik, Pryanik, as far as I know, as well as P.I.V.O. And once the tournament was announced, they reached out to me, and I think the one who did it was Frozen. He didn't play this game. He will play against P.I.V.O. And we just got a bunch of people and like, okay, let's play. Before this tournament, we had like maybe 6 games together. Yeah, we tried some strats in pubs, but that's basically it.
I will say, for only 6 games, y'all actually looked very clean on some of the initiations. One more question I have for you, right, regarding how the draft came together. At the point when you guys picked Timbersaw, right, third, although I will say Poison ended up doing really, really well, became practically unkillable later. But at that point, I was already a little bit worried about your guys' lack of overall disable, right? But I was saying to myself, okay, once we get to the mid lane, maybe we're gonna get like some Ember, some Puck, some Storm Spirit, a hero that can not just force the fight, but also force the disable to happen. What was the conversation in the team around picking Phoenix mid?
Phoenix mid, just a comfort pick for Gerchik. We actually played one of the games in the group stages where he owned mid pretty hard with that hero. About Timbersaw, I don't remember exactly how we picked him. We saw a lot of melee heroes on the enemy team, and we thought he was strong. Well, first of all, we were focused on the laning stage. We wanted to win the laning stage and feel comfortable in the lanes, which pretty much worked out, I believe. We didn't think about the mid and late game a lot.
Mm. So this was supposed to be one of those snowball type of drafts, you know. When we dominate the laning phase, we just go as this big ball, force them off the map, take the everything.
No,
I get it. I get it. I see.
Just don't lose the lanes. No snowball. Just don't lose the lanes. This type of draft.
Fortunately, this is only the first loss, and the magic number is 2. 2 losses, you're out. 2 wins, you're still through. So, still a couple of games for you all to play, and we're still going to be progressing throughout this day. So, Mr. Lishi, I will say I genuinely did enjoy your Medusa play. So, good luck, have fun for the next one, and I
I
can't wait
did
to see
that.
you guys potentially in the playoffs tomorrow.
Thank you for having me. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, the carry player Lishi. You did not do nothing, sir, because there was that one fight. I'm sure you remember inside on top side of the map in Dire Jungle. There's a Phoenix that goes with the Supernova. They're like 2 seconds away from destroying Supernova until you show up right in front of them with Stone Gaze. Everybody freezes, Death Ward bouncing all around. Yeah, okay. You did not do nothing. You might not have won, but you still had a decent game.
No, I did a lot, but I don't like what I did. Yeah, that was my point. Could have been better, as always. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Lishi, we're going to let you, you still have more games to play today, so let's let you go to prepare for those, because we still have more Dota here as well. So good luck, have fun, and we hope to definitely see you guys tomorrow in the playoffs.
Thank you, Sean. Bye.
That is, of course, Mr. Lishi, the carry player right now for the Power Trades lineup, who came very, very close to victory, but unfortunately, of course, like I was saying to him, they will have in their upcoming series. And that means we have to prepare for an upcoming series as well. So in the advent of that interview, we're going to be taking another short break. And when we come back, another set of games. We have P.I.V.O taking on Power Trades. It's a loser's game, but we're hoping to see a better performance from Lishi. So come around very soon to witness that game and to continue with this incredible PLAYRIXNATIONal Dota 2 tournament. Welcome back, one and all. We are here for some more Playtrix National action. We've already seen the first matchup between Poho and Power Trades go the way of Poho, although it was a very exciting affair. Now, unfortunately, Poho find themselves, or fortunately for Poho, they're good. Power Trades, not so much. They have an immediate game right afterwards where they have to try and compete to keep their hopes alive here in Group B of the Playtrix National. It will be an interesting game because their opponents in the side of P.I.V.O also lost their previous game. So that means whoever loses this upcoming matchup, this one BO1 game, has no opportunity to get themselves into the playoffs tomorrow. Of course, we just heard from Lishi how he's feeling about things, not necessarily happy with his own performance on the Medusa on the side of Power Trade. So I'm hoping that he's also going to level up, get the whole team to level up, and deliver us another exciting game. Maybe not a 70-minute extravaganza, but anything can happen in the landscape of Dota 2. In case y'all are not caught up as to what's happening right now, earlier on in the day, we concluded Group A. So we do know for a fact who are top two teams who will emerge from that group. And of course, them being PFU as well as Natаша Два Баша. And on this side of things, here in Group B, as we're proceeding in these matters, we just saw, like moments ago, so Poho dispatched with Power Trades off screen. On the side of Stream A, Loyal Patch was able to beat P.I.V.O. So now it is a matchup at the very bottom. 3 and 4 take each other on. Whoever loses, that's it. Remember, no matter what, 2 is the magic number. If you get 2 wins, you are most likely through to the next part of the tournament. Well, almost guaranteed, actually. And if you get 2 losses, you are guaranteed out. Neither of these teams have gotten to 2 yet. Only 1 loss apiece. So P.I.V.O, as well as Light of Power Trades, certainly have an opportunity to turn the tables, turn the tides, and make this a much more exciting day. And the thing is, it's not over for them just yet because there's still another game you have to play after this one. For them, this is sort of like the mental reset game. Get back to winning ways and say, okay, guys, I feel good. Let us proceed forward to the more difficult matchup against Loyal Patch and Poho, respectively. I have no idea who's going to win because we didn't get to watch the P.I.V.O games. We did get to see from Power Trades that they're able to play for the late game, play in the late game, even if they didn't necessarily draft around that axiom. Once the game was extending, you could see them making the in-the-moment decisions that would allow them to actually be competitive, despite the fact that they were losing a large portion of that game. Not many teams on Earth would be able to defend high ground multiple times in a row against a 40,000 deficit. 40,000 gold is an absurd amount of money, but nonetheless, they were able to hold. And honestly, had they not made that move aggressively into the dire side of the map and died there, they could have held longer. They could have just kept that game extended longer and for over and over and over again. So definitely we saw good things from them, hoping to see good things from P.I.V.O. Obviously, all of it starts in the draft. I was very happy to see that Power Trades were able to grab the Witch Doctor. He didn't go for the facet that I think is the busted one with the damaging restoration or something. Instead, went for the bouncing paralyzing casks, which did make a difference, especially considering how little lockdown the team had in general. But in this next game, I definitely want to see them play all in for the lanes. Do not let the game get out of control. And The pick of the Phoenix middle, I think he mentioned, Lishi, that it was a comfort pick for their mid lane aggression. But and simultaneously, maybe they don't go for it if the matchup isn't going to be a guaranteed W for them. Having seen Phoenix, we were doing TI qualifiers, myself and Lizard, a couple of days ago. We got to see mid Phoenix in that qualifier in Eastern Europe. But the problem with the Phoenix, it was playing against a hero that it could dominate, but ended up not. So I want to see Gershon play that only when he's 100% certain. I'm going to dominate my matchup, deny the enemy mid laner of any progression, any scaling in this game, make him a lot slower in the early game. And then we're going to not just play around my supernova, we probably need 1 or 2 other stuns, easy direct catch stuns, to make that supernova play a lot easier to pull off. So we'll see what that drop looks like for the side of PT, and obviously for P.I.V.O. Who knows? Haven't seen them just yet. Maybe they are enjoyers of Chaos Knight in this meta. Maybe they are Lich pickers. Maybe there are people that enjoy running with the Storm Spirit. All I know is we're going to find out together, and that's going to lead us into our penultimate game of the day. It feels like this day has been simultaneously very long but very short. Some of the games just flew by in the blink of an eye, and then some of them were dragged out, elongated morasses of gameplay. So you just never know in advance when it comes to Dota 2. That's why this is the best game in the world. Every game is legitimately different. And people say that about every game that's out there, you know? You can be playing some Counter-Strike, some Valorant, some FIFA, some League, whatever. But Dota truly is special. And to that point about how special it is, we now have a draft to see exactly what the ideology of these two teams are right now. P.I.V.O. die aside with the first pick, and of course, Power Treads will be playing with the Radiant second pick. What bans did we have? Darkwiller removed, Warlock removed, Phoenix taken out, as well as the Silencer by P.I.V.O. And then Power Treads, they took out Shadow Fiend, TA, Shadow Shaman, and Treant. They opened with the Centaur, getting themselves some movement on the map, some pick-off potential, some laning. But P.I.V.O., they're the ones that open the first overall pick in the draft with the Witch Doctor. I was just mentioning just now about whether or not we'll see Witch Doctor, and hopefully he goes for the facet that allows him to deal damage. I just want y'all to see it with your own eyes. If you haven't experienced it in your pubs, I've experienced it far too much, but this Voodoo Festeration, man. Whew, what a spell. Looks like they want to make sure and prioritize the health of the Centaur by banning out this Monkey King. We could see an Ursa ban later, or an Ursa pick for them, potentially. Actually, P.I.V.O. should just immediately pick Ursa if it's available. Because then you have Ursa Witch Doctor. Holy base. The amount of damage you will get out of this laning phase. I literally do not care what the lane partners are. Those heroes will die, and they will die over and over and over and over again. I wouldn't mind them picking Weaver, though, with the Centaur for Power Treads. Because then you get the potential of making the Weaver a carry later, or earlier on just keeping him in the lane to just play hyper aggressively. But they go for the Grimstroke, classic combo. Once you get the Inkswell on Centaur, it's more disable. Soulbind holds heroes close enough together that Centaur Stomp connects onto both of them. Alright. I can vibe with this.
Dire team pick.
P.I.V.O. will just go for the very early Lina. We have seen this Lina hero ban a lot in this tournament. The hero is strong, but I do think the hero is a lot stronger once you know what it's playing into.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
In my opinion, just picking the hero role, to be fair, it doesn't have that many negative mid lane matchups, right? So you just rely on your prowess of your mid player to be able to win things out no matter what.
Radiant team pick.
They followed that up with Slaughter. This could potentially lead into them picking the Lifestealer. Yeah, we see Lifestealer Slaughter quite a lot. And Lifestealer would just be good in the lane against the Centaur regardless. This matchup is interesting now, the Lich Slaughter. Back in the day, the Lich was like one of the hard counters to Slaughter because you gave plus armor to the heroes, so they practically just ignored having the Corrosive Haze on top of them. But now that the Frost Shield has been changed to give percent-based damage reduction rather than raw armor, you can still find yourself in a position where the slaughter makes you weak enough that a hero gets blown up. Because look at these three heroes from P.I.V.O. Witch Doctor, Lina. Lots of physical damage output between the Death Ward and the right clicks of Lina. So in tandem with the Corrosive Haze, can make heroes hurt. I like this a lot. If you look at this P.I.V.O. lineup, they want to fight on the first salvo of spells, right? They want to find you, stun you with the Slaughter, follow up with the LSA, Laguna Blade you, and then, if needed, use the Death Ward on like other heroes around you. But now that they're playing with the Wraith King, you give the king his Frost Shield, you give the king his Inkswell, he jumps in, he just disable. Eventually, with the Aghanim shot on the Grimstroke, you have the Dispel on that Inkswell, and then you still get the Frost Shield. And then after you die, you still have that additional life to keep the fight going longer and longer and longer. I really like this idea. And so far, like I said, P.I.V.O., they don't want to play in and out. They want to play in, burst, and then move on. What is up with their banner? Okay, I need to find out what P.I.V.O. actually means. This banner is so funny. Oh, beer. Okay, P.I.V.O. So it's a beer. Okay. So the beer team. I see. I understand. What does the beer team need now? Bro, if not for the Lich, this would be an amazing game for Phantom Lancer. The Lich does make it complicated, very much so, to be playing heroes like the PL. You're just not going to deal any damage in the game. But that mana burn could be very useful against the Wraith King. Alternatively, I still am fine with the Lifestealer. Actually, you still really like Ursa. I think Ursa is the way to go here. You still perform well in the lane against the Centaur. You have some Roshan potential. Once you have BKB, you can fight the Wraith King very happily to his face. And even with the Frost Shield, I don't think it's a fight he wants to necessarily be taking.
10 seconds remaining.
But instead, before they pick up an Ursa, they'll leave the carry pick for last.
5 seconds
And instead go for the Undying for now. So this shows us that this Witch Doctor will be playing 4, I guess. And then the Undying plays 5. Or vice, I don't know. They'll decide later, I guess. In this game, Radiant lineup is terrible at dealing with the Tombstone. Like, really, really bad. This is not a hit Tombstone draft. Also, there's multiple Strength cores who can suffer some damage from the Decay.
Dire team back.
I'm really surprised they actually banned PL. The Ursa ban makes perfect sense to me, but PL? I think once you have Lich, you don't have to worry really about... Hell, Lich Grimstroke, you don't have to worry that much about PL. But they take it out. So P.I.V.O. most likely to be picking Lifestealer at the end of their draft. If they want a ranged hero, you know, they could actually get away with Centaur. Not Centaur, Sniper. They could get away with Sniper. I mean, yeah, they have Centaur, so the Stampede is problematic to get on top of you. Wraith King buys Blink Dagger. But I'm thinking from the perspective of the early lanes, they maybe could get away with that kind of thing. But Ursa would have been the best, honestly. Diffusal Buyer rips through the Centaur in the lane. These supports have absolutely no way to stop him. Are they picking Terrorblade? With the Zeus ban? The Nyx could signal Medusa pick, and then the Zeus could signal like Terrorblade. PL's already gone.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
We get CK, alright. Here's the thing, y'all. Lich owns and demolishes CK. That being said, the games where I've seen that happen, it does require the Lich to have a pretty good game, but Lich is not an easy customer. That percent-based damage reduction, it applies to all of your illusions. And yourself as well. So there's a lot less damage. And normally CK is accustomed to blowing heroes up in a second or two. And some of the heroes he wants to blow up, Centaur, Wraith King, these are already tanky customers. If they have the Frost Shield on top of them, killing them does not feel like an easy endeavor as well. I don't know. I really don't like the illusion heroes into Lich. Power Treads.
Choose your hero.
They get the DK to round their draft off with. So, man, they just made CK's life even more painful. My goodness. You don't just have to deal with the Frost Shield right now coming in from the Lich. You get Frost Shield on Lich onto one of these targets. Somebody else on the DK will throw in the Breathe Fire. So that's what's max level for Lich? Is it 60%, right? Let me just check. Let me just make 100% sure. Where's my boy Lich? Where's Lich? Lich. Frost Shield, 60% at max level, yeah? 60% at max level for that. 30% on the Breathe Fire damage. Even if it stacks multiplicatively and not additively, that's still what? 80% of your damage on the illusions just gone in the blink of an eye. And you have to remember, when you play CK, you're normally trying to go onto these illusions at once, right? Onto a target at once with all of the illusions. You hit Reality Rift, all the illusions close in. That means that they're perfectly positioned to be hit by a Breathe Fire. All of a sudden, where's the damage output now, guys? Don't get me wrong. CK is still a beast of a hero. It's still the kind of hero that can win out these games and demolish opponents. But this is not one of those free CK games where he can just cavalierly dish out the damage. We'll actually have to be careful about when the damage is applied, where it is applied to, and exactly how he is positioned in the middle of the fights. Not the easiest game for the CK. Also, we have to remember that, like looking at their drafts on the dire side of things, you know, you have Slaughter. Yes, the Slaughter is going to make I do think, a pretty big difference in this particular game. But the enemy team is really tanky. Lich, Centaur, DK, bro, Wraith King, bro. I think Power Treads, I think they've got this. I think Power Treads are about to get their first W of the day. Let's find out if that is what's going to happen, as we are now into it. The one hero that does give me a lot of cause for concern is this Lina. This Lina can definitely have a fantastic game, but I really like what Power Treads has to offer. That being said, I haven't seen P.I.V.O actually play Dota just yet, so have no idea if they just find themselves in a situation where their execution is just so much higher anyway that they end up getting the W.
30 seconds.
We'll see. As the game is now starting, the P.I.V.O crew made a pretty massive rap, but I'm not going to find anybody here because Power Treads made a pretty big rap of their own. Everybody operating on the same wavelength, sharing the same brain cell. Now this game is going to start. Does look like people have invested a little bit more in securing this mid lane with the way they warded. Whilst the side of Power Treads want to make sure that top goes as well as humanly possible. So the horn has sounded. Let's see how it all shakes out. It's game one, baby. Looks like they're actually sending the two Radiant supports top. Power Treads, I think they want to maybe hide in the trees and go for like some side gank. Wraith King ports into the lane. Okay, no, let's just gonna take the twin gate. Should be normal. Everything will be fine. So now we're kicking things off. Mid. Lina versus DK. Pure farm fest. These heroes do not have kill threat against each other. DK can't really reach the Lina to harass her too much. Lina, once DK hits the second point in Dragon's Blood, doesn't have enough to force him out of the lane. So just going to be trade farm. Not a very interesting lane, in my opinion. Bottom has some potential for interest because they have Slaughter Undying on the one side with Lich and the Wraith King. So there is some potential for kills there, but it does require a lot of marinating on these squishier supports to make that happen. Right now, Gersheg will take a lot of harass for these first two levels, but level 3 is coming soon. And you can see SS knows, right? SS is doing his utmost to put pressure onto him now before the level 2 arrives, because he knows once that happens, the lane just becomes a wash. But unfortunately, the Lina is missing quite a bit of CS. DK is winning out that lane. Down bottom, Lishi was going onto Kiro. There's kill threat onto the Undying. There is kill threat onto the Lich here. So we're going to have to pay some close attention into how the two of them maneuver around each other, how much regen is remaining on one another, all the things that go into dictating terms on the side of the map. How's the top lane doing? So we have a Witch Doctor with a CK. Oh my god. That sounds so strong! Holy based. Did he take the Voodoo Defenestration, I wonder, on the Witch Doctor? I hope he did. I think in this game they actually have enough disables. They doesn't have to be worried about double casting just to have any kind of stun. So I definitely think they will. Or I hope they did, rather. Let's see. Haven't clicked on the Witch Doctor yet, so do not know. Bottom lane. They almost killed off the Slaughter. Ren was falling low. Managed to survive in the end. He was chilling. Top lane. Bit of a stomp coming out here. They want to try to bring down this Witch Doctor, and they will succeed. First blood picked up now, and now Nar not able to finish the chase just yet onto the Centaur. He might die himself. Fortunately for him, the Maledict is out onto Pros, so we do have a pretty easy pickup onto the Centaur, but nonetheless, I could really have gone the other way. Kind of a scary situation, but Poison able to get himself. Well, he dies, but at the very least they get the support kill first. Get some experience for himself. Got level 2 Dragon's Blood middle. So DK gonna be chilling. Chilling like a villain. Able to jump in with their blinks and then disengage, utilizing the Stampede. But because of Stampede, they also might decide that Wraith King doesn't need Blink Dagger and get like a greedier build up. We'll see, we'll see. Coconut thrown forward with the Chaos Bolts, but not enough damage. He'll be fine. I'm telling y'all, I'm really worried about the CK later. You'll see what I mean. Once we have level 4 Frost Shield, you'll see what I mean. They want to make sure that they keep this Tombstone alive. There's the Frost Shield, but they just want to destroy the Tombstone. And they give the gold towards Lychee as well. That is really a big deal. He's already CSing so well. And then you get him 125 free gold. It's wonderful. Just going to be going into his omelet. And then we'll see the orchid afterwards. Usual CK things. In this mid lane, DK has done a great job of catching up. Not just catching up, but now outstripping this Lina in the CS department. She does not have infinite mana, so does not have infinite harass to just put this hero in his place. It also seems like, oh, excuse me, he ended up going for the Fire Dragon facet. Personally, I think the Corrosive Dragon's the best, but he'll make do with the Fire Dragon. He's just chilling, farming, getting that splash damage out. Bottom. Gonna see some potential onto this Lich, but look how long it's taking to kill this Lich. And here comes the Grimstroke as well. They find the stun onto the Slaughter. They want to kill this Tombstone first. Slaughter does kill off the Lich in the meantime, though. They have drawn the rotation from Briannik. That being said, now it's SS that comes in the opposite direction. I'm not sure they scouted this movement. They probably told them that, hey guys, SS is missing. Be very, very careful here. Click on Witch Doctor. Click on Witch Doctor. Ah! I want to see the facet. I'm almost certain it's the Headhunter facet, though. Almost certain. SS. Coming back middle. Off of a failed rotation bottom. He is 20 CS behind the DK at the moment. Holy base. And now he's missing a large bulk of a wave underneath the tier 1 tower. And DK is going to get most of this wave himself. Oh my goodness, Lich. By taking so long to die down bottom and drawing that rotation from the Lina, it's created this cascading effect with DK. He's feeling really good about himself. Of course, a lot of the CS will be coming from the jungle, utilizing that facet for the splash damage. But still, feeling very good. And once we see the net worth numbers, I imagine that he's going to be quite ahead of this Lina right now. Down bottom, things still continue to look very, very good for this Radiant lineup. Oh my gosh, that is terrible. They forced the Tombstone out of the Undying, very far from where this lane actually is. And now they're going to force them to play away from the Tombstone. Man, you do not want to be doing this. Literally just a wasted Tombstone the entire time. And it's not like this Leechy Wraith King isn't farming. Still getting his CS. This is a problem. Doesn't seem like there's a massive net worth lead just yet, but the two Radiant cores are in pole position right now. The first ones to broach the 4K mark. However, it's not like the CK is that far behind. The Lina, though, is really far behind the DK. Holy moly. She's going for this magic damage build. So we'll get the Aether Lens, Kaya, these sort of items. Bottom, they're running out onto Leechy. They have brought the Lina here, but they have enough to slow down these heroes. In fact, they're thinking about turning. Inkswell is coming out. There's going to be the stun onto 2. Lina throws in the Guna, but only throws it in onto a hero that wasn't going to die anyway. Grimstroke is fine. Instead, the DK comes in and ensures that the Lina goes down. And now the Lich with the Chain Frost thrown onto this Kyoge Witch Doctor. He dies. Gershek breathes fire. The Kiro Undying. That's 4 heroes in the blink of an eye. And remember, that was P.I.V.O that made the move bottom. It's just that the Power Trades lineup have a phenomenal response. And now with the Siege Wagon being in tow, they'll probably be able to take the tier 1 tower. If not, at the very least, bring it down to less than half HP. They just take it heads up. Very nicely done by the Power Trades team. Lich, what a hero, man. What a hero Lich is. I guarantee y'all, when we get to Riyadh, when we get to TI, we're going to see a lot more Lich. Like a lot. Just prepare yourselves for the Lich game. I mean, this is a meta where Naga, CK, Terrorblade are all pretty good heroes. What better way to deal with it than Lich? The anti-illusion strat, baby. Now we do see Kayak. Oh, okay. I knew he already had Headhunter Hunter, and now he's gonna use it. No! He took too long to use the Headhunter. Does get the Maledict off onto Gershek now. And there will be the full Death Ward out with the Laguna Blade. The damage is gonna be sufficient ultimately. Could have been easier though, and now Kayak might end up dying middle as well. They're also gonna go onto SS, dragging him in with the Sinister Gaze, but they can't find the stun. Instead, it's gonna be Nara making the rotation and destroying this young Centaur. At the same time, Zoom also there on the east, getting picked off by Kiro and this offlane Slaughter. Okay, both teams capable of responding to moves made by their opponents. Great play from P.I.V.O in the mid lane. This is what we love to see. Close action-packed game. That movement will put the CK into second position in the net worth, pretty much neck and neck with the DK. You certainly never want to see CK having a good game. Lychee... Oh, Lychee is actually going for the double greed. He's going to go Omelet, into Deso, into Radiance. Or is it going to be Omelet, Radiance, Deso? I would prefer... I actually don't know. In this game, personally, I would prefer the Radiance build. Because you are playing into illusions, and then you double down on making them weaker. Frost Shield makes them weaker. I mean, did y'all see that? How little damage Poison took from that illusion of the CK? Once Frost Shield comes out, you don't take anything. So I want them to get the Radiance, mischance onto the illusions, plus the Frost Shield for the damage reduction, plus the Breathe Fire for the damage reduction. Just make his life a living hell. Stampede. Pop right now. They're gonna go on to the CK. And look who he was fighting against. And I guarantee you, Lich had Frost Shield. And CK was very frustrated that a hero that should be as easy to kill as a Lich just was simply not dying. Gerchek did pop Dragon for middle, so I think they need to put some pressure onto this tier 1 to make this move worthwhile. Feels tough though. Still a fair amount of the duration left, so maybe they wait in for the next creep wave. The wave is fairly far away though. That does not feel good. P.I.V.O. At the very least are recovering farm on their Lina after her pretty hard start, but the gap between her and the DK has only been increasing. Now the beer team has smoked up, hoping to find somebody. They find the DK middle, but this is not the guy that you want to be going on. Look at this. Frost Shield plus Breathe Fire. Where the hell is the damage? This is 4 heroes fighting him, and he's still freaking alive for so long. Does eventually die, but will set up his team to take multiple kills in the opposite direction. They've already got the 2 supports, hoping for SS. They stun him underneath the tier 1 tower. Lychee. Don't go too far to the sun, my friend. He needs a Frost Shield. He needs it now. He's not going to get it. He's going to lose his life. Does have Reincarnation, though. Forced to commit the point. Very unfortunate there that they end up just losing the life of the Wraith King just like that. Now, Brent gonna jump back in with the Blink Dagger. They stun up Lychee. Lychee very far from his team. There's going to be a Stampede, but the Stampede takes him in front of Priyanka. And that is going to be them eating a big amount of stuns from the Paralyzing Cask. This Wraith King shows up middle and just commits both lives almost immediately. Not what we wanted to see from the power treads. And now, with Lich being nowhere near the Centaur, no access to the Stampede, not as able to eat him alive, getting a very easy kill on his Chaos Knight. Now he's coming up the hill. Uh-oh. Goes in onto Lich. A lot of damage being dealt out. There's a Sinister Gaze, but 1v1 with nobody coming to help him. Nod will be able to eventually get himself the double kill. All of a sudden, P.I.V.O playing with some amazing pace on the map. They got kills top. They take the tier 1 middle. They put CK into pole position on the farm shots. Things starting to come up for them. And they're not done yet. They're actually sticking around middle. There's an Invis rune on this Lina. They really want to try find somebody to kill off. They're going to go for the Centaur. LSA will be there. There's a Laguna as well. Centaur is gone. Gerchik will be taking too much damage from the Death Ward. He gets stunned up, but he's a bit far away. Now, all of a sudden, Ren finds out that he has gone too deep. Gerchik might still die. Will the Maledict take him out? The last one definitely will. He's going to get taken out. Nod is here with the damage out onto this Grimstroke. Briannik dies. It's 4 heroes gone. And what the hell has just happened? Power Treads are falling apart right now. These are not the plays they need to be making at this stage of the game. They need to just be a bit patient. Finish their items. Y'all do not have to be skirmishing like this right now. And the thing is, they were taking these engagements before Lychee finished any item. He doesn't have his Blink, he doesn't have his Deso, doesn't have the Radiance. Just been showing up, hoping to leverage his strength and levels, but clearly has not been enough. Now the CK has the full Manta. Ren got himself a Haste Rune. He's running bottom to try find Poison, perhaps. They're gonna go and find Branik instead. There was a Blink back from the Centaur, so that's gonna keep him alive. Honestly, if I'm Branik, I do not mind. That's 3 heroes that rotated just to kill me, and they dropped Tombstone in the meantime for it as well. Personally, I am A-okay with what just happened, if I'm him. But Lychee needs to get out of here. Does make the move to the top lane. They should be able to take down that tier 1 tower, swapping sides of the map. And given that he hasn't bought the Blink yet, looks like Lychee is going to commit for the full Radiance. But he might die here. He's in danger. Gonna get dragged back in by Nod. Where is the Lich? Lich is not here. They need the Lich. LSA connects onto 2 heroes. The Coconut as well, bouncing just between the 2 of them with the Death Ward in tandem. This is certainly going to be both of these core heroes done and dusted, dead and down for the count. Oh my goodness. Oh, they just played that one so cockily. Their push was just taking so long. They did not respect the ability of P.I.V.O to respond. And with both of these heroes dead, this could be a tier 2 tower in the top lane as well. Bear in mind that we'll also have a Tormentor spawning very, very soon. They need to reassert control of this tier 2 area before that Tormentor respawns. Otherwise, it's just going to be a Tormy given away. And then a minute later, you lose your Wisdom Rune as well. Oh no. Power Treads have just not been executing up to par here. They've been getting punished several times. It does seem P.I.V.O doesn't want to punish them too hard. They're not going to go and force the Tormentor. They know these heroes are too close by. So they'll just take the outpost, clear out the triangle. They are playing under vision though, so somebody needs to de-ward the area if they want to stay here. Instead, it does seem like they're going to set their sights towards middle. They got pinged out. Let's see how committed they are to ensuring that they get this tier 2 tower as well. Oh, Nar comes across Poison. Poison didn't blink away in time. The Centaur just gets eaten alive. And Power Treads. Honestly, Power Treads. Centaur is just playing too far away from Lich. I feel like Centaur and Lich should just hold hands right now. Lich needs to be nearby one of these heroes that has a Blink Dagger and is somewhat tanky. But because he's so far away, he's unable to assist, and now P.I.V.O have a Siege Wagon, has some CK illusions. They're pressuring this bottom tier 2. Wraith King still doesn't have anything in his inventory. Phase Boots Omelet? Wants the recipe for, wants the Sacred Relic, wants to get Deso and stuff, but it's not shaking out that way. And because he doesn't have these items, people feel like they are strong enough to fight at the moment. This Lina also ended up going for the straight E-Blade build. So she's playing for the zap. E-Blade into Aghanims.
Dire's top tower is falling.
They do finally end up losing their tier 1 tower in the top lane, but got a tier 2 and lots of pressure on the map. In fact, they got enough pressure. Oh no, they pull back in the Centaur. Centaur, is he gonna live through this? The shield is gonna help him out, but he eventually dies. Slaughter in the meantime, also picking off Briannik. 2 heroes gone. Centaur does have buyback, but oh man, this is so painful. They go on the there used to be a lich there. Now there just simply isn't. Tier 3 tower falling very, very quickly. It's gone now. 22 minutes in the game. P.I.V.O showing us that their loss in the previous round here was just a fluke, because here they are encroaching on taking a full set of racks. 22 minutes in the game. The smoke will come as they respawn on some of these heroes, but how do they even get into this fight? They're already gone from P.I.V.O. Oh boy. Them losing the Centaur that quickly before he could do anything. No stuns, no stampede. Just evaporated. And Wraith King still has no items. At the very least, we are making progress to the BKB for DK. Oh no, Centaur could be in danger. They go on the Lich first. Try to save himself with the Glimmer Cape. There will be a Sinister Gaze at the same time as the Stampede, so he can't run far enough away. Gerchek able to get the stun back out. Ren has Blink soon. Looking for a target, trying to find somebody. Lychee. Okay, gets the Ink Sword on top of him, so they're not going to chase. But these heroes just respawn and they're already being forced back into their base, so they can't go farm. Where is Wraith King supposed to find those Radiants if the game is going like this? Oh no. Roshan attempt now should be on for them. They have a solid minute to take it before it goes onto the Dire side. But with the CK illusions, the corrosive, there's no way they don't do this in time. The first ages of the game gonna be going the way of P.I.V.O here. I wonder if they should even put it on the CK. I think they should put it on the Slaughter. Slaughter is the first one in the fight all the time. Lina is sitting far enough back that she's rarely been threatened in any of these engagements. But they give it to the Lina anyway. Alright, I'm still fine with that. She gets the security. I just don't think CK is dying right now. He's just way too strong. Lychee only at the moment finishes picking up his Radiance. But we already have the Manta Armlet's heart on the CK. I'm very surprised he's not buying the Orchid though. Like these heroes on the Radiant side, one of them might buy a Manta in the form of the DK. He might buy BKB as well. The same might happen for the Wraith King, but Lich, Grimstroke, Centaur, if they get silenced, they can get eaten alive. So I'm very surprised that Na did not go for this Orchid build. Maybe he felt that they have enough damage amp with the Corrosive Haze, but still, we could have found a huge way for them to output the necessary damage. They don't feel they need it. Strong enough, they're coming forward with an Aegis and a Siege Wagon through middle, and the Aghanim Scepter that just arrived right now for the Lina. She has the now she can play around the Flame Cloak. Here they come. They're going onto the high ground. Lich, bro, where you at? Lich! We need the Frost Shield. Frost Shield the tower, Lich! Oh no. He can't find the angle. He knows that if he comes too close and they see him, he'll just get blown up. Now though, they're gonna try go with an Ink Sword play onto this Lina. She's gonna get stunned up as well. The first life is gone. But the Death Ward is going. Look at it go with the Undying Tombstone. Lychee and Gerchek cannot keep standing here. Nar as well, just putting in so much pressure on top of them. And yes, they did manage to take away the Aegis, but at what cost? The cost is multiple of their heroes. Lychee will almost certainly die. They still have access to both of their supports. And both Lychee as well as Gregich do not have buyback. This is going to be one, if not two additional set of racks. Might be staring down the mega creeps here. Zoom is finally able to put the Frost Shield out, but without the rest of his heroes, without Wraith King and DK, it's way too risky to post up. 18k net worth lead, 26 minutes in. Two sets of racks, yo. P.I.V.O. Honestly, are just outplaying Power Treads. That's the big thing. And the thing that sucks for Power Treads is that jump that they made onto the Lina. If they jump somebody else, there's no guarantee they even kill them once, let alone twice. And if you jump somebody else but Lina, she just stands there delivering an astonishing amount of damage. They have now taken the tier 3 tower. Blink forward, it's onto Kiro. Blink from Proz as well, finds a stun onto CK as well as Slaughter. Can they take this fight? The coconut though from Kayuk with the disables of SS is holding Power Treads in position for the CK to just rip absolutely through them. They've taken the Centaur, Wraith King is dead as well, and now they have taken away this Dragon Knight. Bring back the Lich just so we can suffer the same fate. 4 heroes down, and honestly, this game is absolutely over. Any moment now, we should be seeing the GG call. Nothing that they can do here. Wraith King has like one item to fight with, doesn't have the Deso to dish out the damage, doesn't have like a BKB AC to survive while he's running around with the AC. Yeah, this game looking impossible. Tier 4 towers getting taken away. Even without this Aegis, P.I.V.O does feel that strong. And they have the Death Ward back online as well. There's the Lich Chain Frost bouncing around, but they make sure it just sits on the Lich. And now Nar jumps onto the Lich. Lich is gone. Poison is very far forward. He needs to get out of here. The same is true for Litchi. Litchi got caught with the LSA Laguna. Nar just finishes off the Centaur. Lina makes very short work of Litchi. And now with the Death Ward of this Witch Doctor, we're also going to be seeing a dead Dragon Knight. This game is definitely done and dusted. GG call should be coming out very shortly. Maybe want to see one more play from the Grimstroke, but such play will not happen. At the very least, the CK does die. It's a lot of gold going away, but who cares? Game's over, GG. And that is the side of P.I.V.O, the Beer Squad, getting themselves the W, taking it at the very end. And whew! Yeah, one of the cleanest performances we've seen all day today. It looked very good from P.I.V.O. They were able to leverage the strengths of their draft very, very well, blowing up target after target after target after target, going from person to person to person. For me, the two reasons why they lost on the side of Power Treads comes down to, number one, the Lich. The Lich lane up on top did not go well enough. So Lich was actually, bottom lane, sorry, Lich was playing fine, but top lane didn't go well enough. CK ended up being much stronger than expected, and he was over and out leveling the Lich. So by the time he's showing up to bring his full complement of spells to the fight, Lich has like level 3 Frost Shield, not gonna cut it at that point in the game. You have level 1 Chain Frost. Level 2 Chain Frost against CK is actually really, really good. Bounces around a lot on the illusions, makes it a lot harder for him to deal with, but if it's only on one, yeah, I don't know. Level 1 is a bit difficult. And to make matters worse, Litchi's Wraith King had a decent lane, was getting a ton of farm in the bottom lane, but then came middle, immediately fed his first life and the reincarnation, died again in a diff fight where he was trying to go onto the Lina again, and then just could not find items, did not have a game for himself. Once that starts to happen, it's this cascading effect. Y'all can never reach Lina. Lina can just burst you all. If you can burst Lina, you have to commit everything for her. Now you're dealing with Death Ward, Tombstone around you, all these CK illusions. Cascading effects yet again, and that's going to lead to a victory right now for the P.I.V.O lineup. That's going to be their first win, so they are feeling quite pretty about their prospect of heading into the next round of this competition. Unfortunately for the Power Treads boys, that's their second loss, so that means that they are guaranteed not going to be finding themselves playing in tomorrow's playoffs. There is still some hope that they find themselves at the very least taking a win later on today and not going out bottom rock solid lost in the group, but things definitely not looking in their favor at the moment. So sorry for the Power Treads. We will not be seeing you tomorrow. Shout out to y'all for giving us a very entertaining game prior to this. This one, not so much, but I'm pretty sure they are aware of where things went wrong for them. But that does give us an opportunity to celebrate P.I.V.O and we'll be looking forward to seeing what they can do in their final matchup later on today in the group stages. Will it be good enough to get them into the playoffs? We shall see, of course. That is going to be that for this particular game. We're going to be going to a very short break. Hopefully, we get one of the players on the line to have his recollections, his discussions about how this game went. But regardless, go get a glass of water. Join us in a couple of minutes as we continue the PLAYRIX National here for the Dota 2 game, the best game in the world, and see you shortly for hopefully an interview, but if not, our final series of the day.
Next time.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the final game of the day as we are about to wrap up the last group stage game. Of course, we've seen a lot of action happening back and forth, but now it all comes down to a head as we get to witness P.I.V.O taking on the side of P.I.V.O. P.I.V.O, the beer team, just came from a W over the side of the Power Trades, and of course, P.I.V.O were doing quite well earlier on in the day. But this is how we're going to keep things at the very end of things. If you don't know what the groups look like at the moment, of course, we wrapped up Group A earlier on today. PFU as well as the side of Natasha Dva Basha taking 1 and 2 position respectively. Don't Pick Enigma coming third. And of course, Pять, Rаков, ending Group A at the very, very bottom. And then in Group B, P.I.V.O finally getting themselves onto the leaderboard at the cost of power trades, which means that that team is completely eliminated from the tournament. But that does mean that the team that's sitting at the very top, whilst we were watching a different game on server A, Loyal Patch ended up taking a tumble, taking a loss to the P.I.V.O lineup. So playing your heart out, playing our heart out, that team is looking really, really fresh. The 2 wins that they've garnered so far should be enough to push them over the finish line, but we don't know because there's a lot of things that could still happen. If P.I.V.O beats them and the Loyal Patch ends up beating Power Trades, suddenly then we'll have 3 teams on 6 points, and then it'll matter really the head-to-head matchup will be more important. Nonetheless, for P.I.V.O, they'll certainly be wishing to make their road as easy as possible. So this last game of theirs, looking at the schedule, it's been a lot of Dota today. 6 BO1s have been played across both of these groups, and the final one to round out Group B will be this P.I.V.O one. I am, what's the word I want to use? I am hoping that P.I.V.O can level up in a way because although they got the win over Power Trade, I think a lot of it came down to Power Trades playing that game very sloppily. There's a universe where we exist where that game does not go that way and they actually end up losing. In particular because I think it was so risky to go in for the CK pick even though there was a lich in the game. That could really have backfired on them. Fortunately, it did not in the end, but I definitely want to see a cleaner draft coming out of P.I.V.O, one that gives me full-throated confidence in what they're able to perform. Whereas every single time that we've seen P.I.V.O, man, P.I.V.O look fresh. P.I.V.O look fresh. They know what's up. They are playing some pretty clean Dota at the moment. So if they can continue how they were doing earlier on in the day, if they can draft in that same fashion, I think the way they were drafting really suited them. Very up-tempo, constant skirmishing, lots of disables as well. If they can do that again, I think they'll really have a very good shot of going forward here. So looking at these squads, of course, P.I.V.O, we just saw them just now playing things out. Ren, Kyog, SS, and Nar. And then, of course, on the P.I.V.O side, we have Vache, Sunrise, Igor, Tefton, and then, of course, our boy Chip. Yo, I must say, actually, Chip looks like Chip. And the way he was playing, he was putting a chip on people's shoulders. I'm not sure that the teams would have been very happy that he was going up against because they'd just be like, this guy was so annoying for us, guys. What the hell is going on? Why is he always in our face? Why is he always saving heroes with his Pudge? That's something people is going to have to watch out for. Is Pudge going to be something that they give away? Because if they do give away the Pudge, all of a sudden, life looks a little bit easier for the P.I.V.O lineup. So I do not want to see them, or at the very least, if they give away Pudge, have a plan for exactly how to deal with it. And, you know, one thing that I was mentioning in the previous game where we saw P.I.V.O taking on Power Trades, I really think Power Trades, if they had a Phoenix in their game, that could have actually broken the enemy team apart of P.I.V.O. But sadly, no Phoenix was available in that particular scenario. We'll see if there is a Phoenix player on the side of P.I.V.O. We know that they are capable of playing a lot of different styles, of course. So I want to see what they've got in their back pocket. I also would like to see a Witch Doctor play. Please pick Voodoo Devastation. Pick it. It's not Defenestration, it's Devastation because that's what that spell does to you. Please pick the spell. It is so good. I promise you, you will definitely see the returns of what that kind of magic damage can give you in the laning phase. Very rarely in the last while, I've seen Witch Doctors lose games. Very rarely have I seen Witch Doctors lose their lane. So I certainly would want to see them tighten up on that, give the Witch Doctor a better game, and also ensure for themselves that they give the carry player as good of a game as he did earlier. I do think Sunrise was very lucky in that the 1-to-1 heads-up matchup between Wind Ranger and Medusa is so absurdly Wind Ranger favored once she picks up the Diffusal and Disperser and these things. So if they are going to allow Sunrise to have a hero like the Wind Ranger, I don't want to see them on the side of P.I.V.O, pick a hero like Medusa that might end up very, very, very on the back foot, like a up-tempo hero like the Wind Ranger. So that's going to be fun to witness. It's going to be entertaining to watch. And remember, y'all, this is the last game of the day. No more second chances, no more second tries. If you haven't already laid it out on the field of play, it might be a little bit too late for you. Kind of, though, now, when we looked at the bracket earlier, we saw that it's 2-1-1-0. I kind of want P.I.V.O to win. I don't know what happens if we go into a tiebreaker scenario. I don't know exactly what the head-to-head rules are, but I really want to see that happen because it's always more fun when one group is heavily lopsided, 3-2, 3-2-1-0, and then the other group is like very much in between where nobody really knows who is the squad that is claiming the best pole position in the entirety of the group. So going to be looking forward to seeing how this all shakes out after this particular game. Of course, this is not the only game that's happening. Whilst P.I.V.O is busy playing over here up against the side of Poho, we're going to have Power Trades in their final matchup on Stream A. So if you are interested in that, if you are one of their colleagues, if what if you're an aunt and one of your nieces and nephews is playing in this tournament, you want to go check them out, I would say go hang out in Stream A as well. But also stick around here. You can just put split screen. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. So we're not going to have a split screen just yet. Once we do, we're going to have the vertical split screen of the draft. Another thing that I do think I want to talk about heading into this game is there's been a problem that I've seen. And it's not just in this particular qualifier. I saw this as well when we were doing the TI qualifiers. That very often, sometimes smoke ganks would happen. And it would be played very far away from where the vision on the map actually is. And for me, that's always the biggest problem. You need to always play around your vision. Wherever your wards are, that's where you play around. And if you don't have those wards, it's almost sometimes worth it to send somebody on a suicide mission just to make sure that they're able to lay out those wards, get you that vision, so you can curate the next steps of your moves. So those are all technical details of what happens in the game. Now we're going to be looking at the grand overview as we have our only draft of the series, the final game of the day. It is P.I.V.O taking on the side of Poho. If y'all don't know why I call him Poho, is because I felt that saying playing our hearts out every single time felt like too much effort. So Poho it'll be. And let's get into it. We already do have those witch doctor being picked up by Poho. P.I.V.O have gone back for the centaur. Bro, please. Voodoo restoration. Voodoo devastation. Voodoo imagination. I don't even know what you want to call it. Just please get the spell. P.I.V.O, of course, they ended up banning Dark Willow, Axe, Pudge, Ursa. So 3 of the heroes that we've already seen Poho play today. I didn't see them play Dark Willow, but it could have happened on Stream A. Whereas we see Poho have removed SS's Lina. There's no Tree. There's no Wraith King. There's not going to be a CK that we saw from Nar. Nor will they be a Templar Assassin, which, just makes sense. Still a bevy of broken heroes that are left within the pool. So we don't know actually the direction that it's going to go just yet. There's still Storm Spirit. There's still Shadow Fiend. There's still Hoodwink. There's still Tiny. There's still Ember. A lot of really good heroes in the game. Still Morphling that's available. There's still Brewmaster. There's still Phoenix. There's still Beastmaster. There's still Grimstroke, Clockwork. All of those being mentioned, I would prefer to see Centaur go with a Clockwork in his game. Either a Clockwork or Phoenix, one of these 2 heroes. But I do really like Clock. Provides a very easy way to cancel out the Witch Doctor ultimate. And these 2 heroes don't necessarily even have to play together in the lane, but having them together in the game, I think, is very good. Also, it gives you the scouting potential with Rocket Flare, so you know where you should be going in order to activate the Stampede. So I would 100%, if I was in their position, go in for a young Clockwork. But they opt for the Jakiro instead. We did see a pretty nasty Jakiro combination earlier. It was Jakiro Pitlord. I think Underlord Jakiro is better than Centaur Jakiro. Centaur Jakiro feels stronger in the lane, but Underlord Jakiro feels stronger in the game. Still though, there's a lot of follow-up potential for the Jakiro combination after Centaur goes in. Macropire, Ice Path, pretty big stuff. Poho, we'll just go in for the Tidehunter. We saw a Tidehunter earlier today into a Jakiro lane. Didn't necessarily have the most fun in the world, unfortunately. This Jakiro can mess you up. Like, it's a scary hero. Yes, Ursa is already banned, but There's still like a Monkey King in the draft. You can still go for like a Troll Warlord. There are heroes that can make life difficult for the Side Hunter. What is he going to be paired with? I imagine now they're going to pick up their other support. We've seen him being played. I mean, Hoodwink could still be played with him. Wouldn't be too upset. Weaver would have been nice, but it's gone. I know it lost, but I could still see Lich being an effective hero here. But I think the most likely option is probably going to be Vengeful Spirit. Yeah, I think Vengeful Spirit. No, actually, they should pick Disruptor. They should go Disruptor. Position 4 Disruptor, I think, could still own this game. Very good against Centaur Warrunner with the Stampede. Okay, they go Crystal Maiden. Well, now at least they know that P.I.V.O will not be happy to pick like Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit into the mid lane for SS. So that's certainly something that they can hang their hats on.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What do we go for now? The other support for 4, I mean, they could also pick up the Hoodwink I was mentioning. They could get the Disruptor. Getting silence against this Tidehunter in a way that he can't dispel is absolutely busted. It does mean that the 2 supports will be Jakiro Disruptor. Doesn't feel like the strongest duo, but the enemy supports, I wish Dr. Crystal Maiden. I don't think I'm going to be too pressed. I still would not hate to see the Clockwork. That hero is phenomenal. Or even a hero like Tusk that we don't get to see all that often. I would not mind too much because the combination of the Ice Shards plus the Ice Path of Jakiro, very, very strong throughout the game. I also wouldn't be too mad at seeing a Phoenix, but it's a bit more of a niche hero. Pick up the Abaddon instead. This could be the position 1 Abaddon, I think. This is most likely for them. Or it could be 5 Abaddon, 4 Jakiro. Or 4 Abaddon, who knows?
10 seconds remaining.
Not certain who the Abaddon player is on their
5
team at the moment.
seconds remaining.
Abaddon's a hero that's in a fairly strange place. I don't think anybody really knows what to make of the guy. Although I do like the new facets on this hero.
Dire team
The facets are legit. Okay. Get a Wind Ranger coming in right now. So that's presumably going to be the hero for SS. It also means that having seen what can happen, there's no way that they're going to pick like Medusa or something.
10 seconds remaining.
There's not that much disable. You know what hero I would actually not be mad at seeing? They should pick Slog. The Pounce Leash is crazy effective against a lot of these heroes. But who am I kidding? They're going to pick... Oh, no, they can't pick CK. CK is gone. But legit, like, I would not mind seeing Slog. The leashes are decent. You can get a ton of stacks from this Abaddon. And you can't do anything to you, right? You just sit there hitting him, getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And he just stands there like, well, now what? But instead, they go for the other one. They go for Troll Warlord. The rationale between... So there's heroes like Weaver, Troll, Slog, Faceless Void, where the basic rationale of these heroes is if you can't 100 to 0 them during your disables, they will press a button and kill you. Slog will press R, he'll turn around, get all his health back, kill you. Faceless Void will press Q, get all of his HP back. Weaver will press R, Troll Warlord will press R. Troll is also a hero that does not mind buying MKB. He has a root, which is one of the reasons I wanted Slog. I want a root against Centaur. So as he's leashing away or getting away with the Stampede, the target you're on can actually stay in position and be killed off. All right. This is also one of those interesting heroes in terms of the matchup versus Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger can focus fire you and stuff, but it's very funny. If she's close enough to get caught by axes, then she does like very little damage. There's so much mischance coming out of her. It shouldn't happen often, but it can happen once in a while. It's very funny. To round out the draft, we need a mid laner from Poho and presumably a safe laner for the side of P.I.V.O. Wind Ranger can play safe lane versus Troll. But if that was the case, I would have actually not minded them going for Tiny in the mid. I do think they need a little bit more disable. I'm not happy with the amount of stuns coming out of P.I.V.O. right now. So I actually think this Wind Ranger safe lane. I think they need a... maybe not Storm into Crystal Maiden, but it's not that bad. It's only the Crystal Maiden. The other stuns are... you don't reliably get caught by these stuns as a Storm Spirit. And in the game, you have the Abaddon, who will give you the Aphotic Shield. That Dispel will get you out of the Frostbite of this Crystal Maiden. So I actually think Storm. I think Storm is the way.
5 seconds remaining.
Whereas for Poho, their mid laner, they could go for Storm as well and then deny P.I.V.O. the ability to pick Storm. But I think maybe Ember would be better for them instead of Storm. Because they do need a little bit more like mid-game magic damage. Maybe they go for like some Coddle for that damage. Okay, yeah. I thought so. Ember makes more sense to me. Because Storm's damage, Storm does a lot of damage, but a lot of that damage comes a bit later. Now they have like a full court press. Everybody has stuns and disables. And then you just play around Havoc in the middle of the fights. Oh, P.I.V.O. picked the Monkey King. P.I.V.O. picked the Monkey King. It's not Monkey King as well. So they are going to be putting the Wind Ranger into the safe lane. And oh my. Yeah, P.I.V.O's draft in the lanes is impeccably strong. Yes! Yes! Chip did it! He got the Voodoo Festeration. Okay, there's still a lot of time selection, so he could change his mind, but he did get the Voodoo Festeration. Got Chain Gang on the Ember, the Faithful on Nas Monkey. I really like this P.I.V.O. draft. They have really, really good lanes. Wind Ranger wins against Ember Spirit middle. Monkey King really beats or should beat the Tidehunter reliably. They're in the off lane. The Centaur versus Troll. You can't stop the Troll, but you should be fine as Centaur. Centaur, you just farm out of the range of where the Troll is. Because Troll's not going to want to play too far up because there's a Jakiro in the lane as well. There's a lot of harass potential that could come. Their team fight is not necessarily as good as Poho's. Poho has a Tidehunter, Witch Doctor, Crystal Maiden, with the Ember Spirit, like I mentioned, just creating havoc all across the map. But at the same time, they have Centaur, they have Wind Ranger, they have Monkey King. So they have big areas that they can create, especially once the Wind Ranger does pick up the Gale Force. On balance, I would say I still definitely prefer P.I.V.O. I think P.I.V.O, not just because I like beer, but I really do like their draft. I really do. I love their draft, actually. I think also they have the opportunity, if they wanted to, they could have changed the lanes, put the Wind Ranger against the Tidehunter, who still beats the Tide, and then put the Monkey into the Ember. And Monkey doesn't just beat Ember, it eviscerates the hero. They have several options. Their Roshan take and their push potential isn't necessarily the best, but at the very least it can be aided by this Jakiro with the Liquid Fire. Can put in quite a bit of damage there. Yeah, I'm going with P.I.V.O. on this one. Let's go. P.I.V.O. Let's go, P.I.V.O. Let's go, P.I.V.O. We'll see how everything shakes out in the end, as did have an early smoke from P.I.V.O. Does seem like the side of Poho is ready for this. Already situated to try and block any uphill encroachments. That being said, though, P.I.V.O. could potentially position well enough that they get 3 bounty runes from here. Like, if Ren just went a little bit up the steps, he would have been in a very amazing position, but... you know, he could also have died if the rest of the team isn't with him. Why take the risk? Just get the 2 bounties, bro. It'll be fine. So 2-2 trade will end up happening. Both teams will start off on even footing. However, P.I.V.O. should certainly have the advantage in the laning phase. We'll see how Poho plays around it. Now we get started mid lane. SS versus Igor. I will say Igor crit in the mid lane. He's gonna not have a fun time. This lane is tough. Well, that being said, maybe SS doesn't play this lane all that much. I have seen Embers be able to like outskill the Wind Rangers, but it is not easy. It is not easy. There's a lot of flick that ends up going your way. So this Ember certainly will have to play carefully here. But if he plays carefully, he won't win the lane, but he won't die either. She'll be fine. Down bottom. Nar playing into Vashe and Tefton, who are playing Tidehunter and Crystal versus the Monkey King Jakiro. That lane is tough for Tidehunter. Jakiro with the dot damage. Monkey King being Monkey King. Definitely not going to be a fun lane for Tide. Gonna have to be working quintuple overtime just to get himself through this laning phase. He's doing the right thing, starting off by just building straight in for the double bracer. That's what you gotta do to survive. In the meantime, top side of the map, Ren on the Centaur, Kuro on a Baron versus the Sunrise Troll and the Witch Doctor. That lane should be in favor of Poho. Witch Doctor plus Troll. He also went for the Voodoo. Oh, he's dead. That's first blood. They get the Baron. Very well picked up by Sunrise. And now look at him go. Look at Chip. He's just trying to run him down. Oh my god, this is so cheesy. If he had a little bit more movement speed, if he had a Windlace, we'd be looking at a dead Centaur right now. But this Centaur has been zoned away almost completely now from his lane. And the thing is, we look at this Witch Doctor. Chip has a Mango. He has a Clarity. He is not going to let up on the damage he's putting out here. Bro, I'm really high-key surprised at how well Igor is doing. Like, Igor is doing really, really well middle. Actually, CS leader on the map right now. That is not an outcome that I anticipated, but certainly what's happening at the moment. It might be a level issue, where the more levels he picks up on this Wind Ranger, the easier it becomes. I mean, you do not have that point into win. But Igor is just outplaying him at the moment. How he's positioning with his Flame God when it's up. Just playing really, really well on that hero. Top. Oh gosh, that's so annoying. Dude, is he gonna solo kill him? It's not. Like, Igor is doing really well. Down bottom. Defton will get taken out. Kyogre will be credited with the kill. Most of the damage did come from Nar though. And that's just gonna be the nature of this lane. Lane is not gonna be easy. There's gonna be lots of deaths on the Crystal Maiden. Maybe a death or two on the Tidehunter. Unless he plays very carefully. But there's not much happiness that's going to be taking place for said Tide. And it only gets worse from here. There's only 1 point into the Jingu Mastery. Eventually you start to pick up more. In these early days, Dota seems to be giving a 55% win probability towards P.I.V.O. But it is still early days. A lot of Dota that still needs to be played out. I'm kind of surprised, top, that we're not seeing Sunrise marinate Nar or Ren more. It's putting as much pressure out onto the Centaur as possible, so at some point they could go on him with the Maledict Voodoo. Now actually Troll might be in trouble. Very far away from this Witch Doctor, but he's full HP. He's got axes, so he should be okay. You know, I thought this lane would do really well, so I'm not surprised that this top lane is going well, but I'm still in shock by how good middle is going for Igor. It's gotten through pretty much all the Wind Ranger's regen. You know, she's in a close position, and she needs to get to those Javelin ASAP. This Ember, man, just outplaying middle. 27-3 versus 24-3. And you might say, well, if it's this close, is it an outplay? When you're even in a subpar matchup, it's always an outplay. Top lane, Ren. Got Maledict on top of him. They're gonna settle for Kiro instead, and they should be able to pick him up. Good kill, good kill. Well done, well done. The thing that is good though about everything that's happening on the map for P.I.V.O in particular is because this Ember is having such a phenomenal game. His first big moves should be able to net them kills even if they come to the unfavorable part of the map like bottom. And speaking of bottom, Tidehunter's actually started to outstrip the Monkey King in CS. I actually do not know what's happening. Ember beating Wind Ranger, Tidehunter beating Monkey King, bro. I have no idea what's going on, but I do see that P.I.V.O are playing Dota right now. Here in the top lane, we will see Chip taking quite a bit of damage, but it's got that voodoo, baby. What did I tell y'all? That voodoo. Voodoo destruction. This ain't no fenestration. This is demolition. 2 kills picked up in the top lane. And now P.I.V.O in that rarefied position where there's 3 lanes going well. Now they're about to make the bottom lane go even better. As Ember Spirit has an Invis rune going for his first big move. They're not going to get the Monkey King. He's sitting in the trees, so they'll settle for the Jakiro, but this will draw in mass TPs from the rest of P.I.V.O. They will find a 2-hero stun, but unfortunately the Shackle Shot does not latch onto the Ember. He's able to remnant himself away. SS was hoping to focus fire down Vashe, but the Frostbite cancels that out almost instantly. Searing Chains? Nar might have gone a little bit too forward, but does have a magic wand, pops it. Will be a-okay there. And that'll be P.I.V.O. Trying to make a move with this Ember Spirit, but a good response from P.I.V.O. While this is happening, of course, it's going to be Chip solo running down an Abaddon with the Voodoo. What a hero. Honestly, whenever I see this, I'm just like, why would you even ever pick the Headhunter facet? This is just way better. Look at the net worth. Although the Ember was ahead in the net worth department, it's not that far ahead. Or in CS, rather. Ahead in CS, not that far ahead in net worth. And both players have shown a willingness to move across the map when needed. We'll see which one of them decides to do something else when the 8-minute rune comes up. If it's a haste rune, one of them is going to try something for sure. But both sides of this map, of the rune spots, are being scouted out by P.I.V.O, so they'll be ready and waiting for this. And it's not even a haste, it's a double damage in the top lane. SS will get it, he'll be Gucci. Nar ended up killing Tefton down bottom. Chip was trying to run him down with the Voodoo. He will get shackled for his efforts though and should end up dead because of it. So Wind Ranger making very good use of her double damage. As I said, they have vision across both Bantu or both rune spots for Radiant, but they do not have that for Dire. So P.I.V.O could not see exactly where they needed to go. Just end up getting killed off instead. Top lane. They will bring back this Witch Doctor. In the meantime, Troll is farming in the jungle. I wonder how far is he going to go for the Maelstrom build? Because we have seen more and more Trolls opting for Gleipnirs these days instead of the Battle Fury. Personally, I do think unless you really have to, you should almost never have to buy a Battle Fury. Unless you absolutely have no choice. Top lane, Ren will have no choice but to tick out and die. And look at Voodoo Fenestration, man. Double kill for the Witch Doctor, who chases you under your tower while healing and doing more damage as a +5. It's crazy. Fantastic pickup of those kills. They're going to pressure the tier 1 top. They're pressuring tier 1 bottom. And they've already zoned away Nar. They have a Ravage to deal with. They're actually coming for him. They get the Searing Chains out. Ravage, will it be there from Vashe? Vashe actually spent all his mana. Doesn't have enough to cost the Ravage, but doesn't seem to need it. Igor will be critical. They took the tier 1 top. They're about to take the tier 1 bottom. Man, this game is just going incredibly for the P.I.V.O lineup right now. Although they might end up losing Sunrise. Okay, they'll just settle for the kill onto Chip. I mean, everybody's happy on their side to let Chip die. They're like, whatever. SS gets the kill, but they don't really care that much. They did get a Blink Dagger Gold out of that kill for the Centaur. So they could try and make something happen on this hero.
Radiant's bottom
And sadly, Sunrise is going for the Battle Fury build. I would have really liked Gleipnir. Gleipnir against Monkey King, Centaur, Wind Ranger. That sounds amazing to me. And you have an Ember Spirit in your team who not only has the Chain Gang, he's having a phenomenal game. There's a non-zero chance he builds a Maelstrom too. And starts to go into a Gleipnir of his own. We don't see it as much. Nowadays, these Embers are much more focused on the Mage Slayer build. But how much magic damage is there really in the P.I.V.O lineup? You have this Jakiro. You're gonna have like Maelstrom procs coming out of this Wind Ranger. What else is there that I'm genuinely terrified about in terms of magical damage output? That's about it. So I would not be upset if he just skipped Mage Slayer entirely. Built into the greedy lineup with the Gleipnir. That would be pretty cool. We'll see what he decides to do.
Radiant's middle
As they got a quick beat onto the Crystal Maiden. SS committed the wind run to try and close the gap. They even use the full Stampede just to get onto Tefton in time. It should lead to the death on the Crystal Maiden. But fair amount of commitment for that. On the bright side, it's not like they were able to pressure this tier 1 tower middle too much. Tidehunter is here with the Ember Spirit. The two of them are sharing farm and experience, so they'll actually be fine with that kill. It's not like P.I.V.O are doing too much in the meantime. Now, building into a... Oh, this was a surprising one. We still sometimes do see trolls build Battle Fury. It's been a long time since I've seen Monkey King do this. Generally, it's accepted you go Maelstrom on this hero now. But if both teams are planning to turn this into a farm fest, where you just hit creeps for 80 minutes, then I suppose getting Battle Fury could help. But I'm not sure if that's true of P.I.V.O. I feel like their lineup is not that far from trying to do stuff on the map. Igor just gonna steal away some of their farm here in the Radiant Triangle. He is sadly going for the Mage Slayer.
is under attack.
I mean, it does keep him alive, but honestly, like I said, I don't see it personally. I don't think it's that Ember. I would have much preferred the Maelstrom for him. Tefton will get picked off on the map. Was inside the jungle trying to get some D wards going. Plant some vision for his team, but SS is there instead. With that young focus fire going. So the game is slowing down somewhat, as most of the heroes are playing on opposite sides of the map, while their carries are just farming the edges. Wisdom Rune will get stolen away by this Ember Spirit. That's a big deal. Keeping these supports as poor as possible in experience, especially a hero like Abaddon. I mean, look at the experience difference. These heroes on the side of Dire, both their supports have level 6. That has yet to happen for the P.I.V.O lineup. This Abaddon still sitting at level 5. He can actually get jumped on and killed. And if he picked up that Wisdom Rune, would have been level 6 by now. Meantime, Tefton is level 8 on the Crystal Maiden. Are you kidding me? Holy based. He's the same level as the Centaur. Wow. Alright. Ho. Things have gone well enough that they don't need to rush right now too much. Tefton was trying to guess which one was the correct Wind Ranger. Had he guessed right, Wind Ranger would have died. She knows she will still die if she jumps after this Crystal Maiden over the river, so just stick back. It'll be fine. She just gets to live. Kayak now. He's in the vicinity, has level 6 at the ready. They have this Macropire. They would love to find a target since they do have a Blink Dagger on Centaur. They come across Ember Spirit. Will drop these Searing Chains. Holding Ren in position. He does have a Remnant. He's just trying to jabait them to play around him. But now they've committed the first stun. Maybe they actually turn here. They get the roots out onto 2. They potentially want SS, but there's the Ice Path. Holding these heroes in place. They need to Remnant out right now. Monkey King drops the Wukongs. Sunrise just running himself out as quickly as possible. Did not pop the Battle Trance just yet, but might need to soon. He's being chased by Gnar. Gnar can't catch up just yet though, but here comes Bashe. Bashe has a Ravage. It catches 4 heroes, but where is the follow-up? Ice Path onto both him and Sunrise. I think at least one of them will die. No! Sunrise pressed R! What did I tell y'all? Somebody presses R and everybody dies. It's a goddamn rampage for Sunrise! Holy base! I thought they had him dead to rights, but Battle Trance with the Whirling Axes way too damn strong. Finds a rampage there. Incredible pickup. Jeez! What a turnaround. That's like 4,000 gold picked up in favor of P.I.V.O, and a large sum of it going the way of the Troll Warlord. He literally just straight out bought SNY. He had a Yasha, but was not very close to Sanj. I'm telling you that right now. Sunrise, man. I must say, he definitely has been the carry player of the day. Oh no, we only saw the end of the rampage. Feels bad, man. Didn't get to see the 4-hero Ravage. Ah, man, Gnar must feel so unlucky. If a Power Shot or a Boundless Strike, hell, even a Dual Breath, any of those spells hit Troll, he dies before he can use Battle Trance. But Dota 2, a game of margins. That margin very favorable for P.I.V.O. Now they also have a Blink Dagger on this Tidehunter. Blink, Ravage, not very far from having the Guardian Greaves too. Very easily go from bad to worse right now. Part of the problem as well is that this Wind Ranger, it takes a while for her to feel comfortable playing into the Troll. In particular, she needs BKB. Until she has BKB, there's just no way. There's just no way. And part of the problem with the Troll versus Monkey King matchup is Troll Warlord is one of these heroes that if he's equivalent to you in net worth as a Monkey King, you cannot beat him. Because if you pop Wukong's command and he uses Battle Trance, he will kill you inside your own Wukong's command. I'm telling you, it is not fun to deal with. And that's when you're even. Now you're behind said Troll Warlord. Gnar, you need a lot of items, man. You need the BKB to come soon. Might even need an Eye of Skadi because, unfortunately, looking at these heroes, nobody can buy Vessel, really. Mid lane, they're going on the side, but I don't know about this one. There's going to be the Ravage onto 3. Witch Doctor shows up, throws in the Coconut. It's bouncing. Not going to get the perfect bounces, though. Although the Death Ward will do some pretty decent damage. Ooh, nice power shot from SS. Getting the assassination onto Tide, wasting the Ravage and the Death Ward. Quite nicely done by P.I.V.O. Now, potentially, they might want to siege into the Tier 1 tower, but I think they want to fight Ren. He's being healed up a little bit. There's a Boundless Strike going forward. They stun up the Witch Doctor. Tefton, though, on the high ground with the Freezing Field, trying to put in the damage. It is quite a lot of damage. And here comes the Troll Warlord, baby. A godlike streak for him. He wants Gnar. He wants this Monkey King. He wants his counterpart. Can he find him? No, he cannot. He should be able to jump himself away. In the meantime, Ember Spirit was chasing down the Wind Ranger. She also manages to get away at the very last second. Close calls. Doesn't seem like Jakiro will be that lucky, as he will end up dead. Because of this Mage Slayer, Ember, well, this is the one hero the Mage Slayer is phenomenal against, taking literally 0 damage against this Jakiro. And they're gonna take the time and say, well, got quite a bit off the map. Boys, it is time to go and see what the big man is up to. We know he's at work, but let's go pay a visit to our young homie Roche. What's happening, cuz? You good, fam? Mind if we borrow this Aegis right quick, dog? You know, you don't need it. You're at work. You'll be back home soon, right? It's alright. Holy based. He did it. Ember Spirit did it. He went for the Maelstrom. He's doing Gleipnir. My man. Alright, as long as he did the Gleipnir. I would have preferred it first, but it's still very, very good. Super solid. The Maelstrom is already en route. Should arrive just as the Roshan is falling. And Poho. I know it says it's a net worth, but this feels like 13 or 14. Because part of the problem is all the net worth of these P.I.V.O heroes are on heroes who actually can't like sit in the middle of the fight, right? You look at this Troll Warlord. Troll can just stand there. Because he knows he's going to get the ultimate off at some point, especially now that he has the Aegis. Ember Spirit has the Mage Slayer, Flame Guard. He can get into the thicker things, not worry too much about life. The Tide Hunter has Guardian Greaves, maxed out Kraken Shell. But y'all have Centaur, who can get ripped apart by this Troll. You have Wind Ranger, you have Monkey King. None of these heroes are ready to fight just yet. They still need so many items. SS, I don't know about this one, SS. You need to get back, bro. SS, bro, Brody. Don't do this, brother. Don't do this. Do not do this. Run, run, run. Other direction. No, they blink. They ravage him. They're trying to catch this Wind Ranger, but he gets the Wind Run away. Oh, man. These ravages just not been paying off for Vashe in this game, except for the first one. To be fair, maybe the first one was so good that it counts for like 2-3 other ravages, so it's fine at the end of the day. Still, the Ravage being committed, the Wind Ranger being around, all of it comes to nothing, and they'll just go back to working on the tier 2 tower. They get it. Now Wind Ranger, she was trying to kill off Trevsin yet again with the shackle shot. Will not succeed in this endeavor, sadly. Nar, like I said, needs BKB. That is without a doubt, the most important item that he can pick up in this game. Bottom lane, oh, chip! Ooh. TP's out in the trees just before he gets himself revealed. Don't keep him alive. And Sunrise, he's gonna steal their Torment, dude. He steals their Tormentor. He heals back up. Oh, man. This game right now just going from bad to worse. As Poho putting the beat down onto P.I.V.O at the moment. SS is not that far from his own BKB. Needs to be careful though. They're gonna jump in with the scent, at least one. Let's see if they get the others. Maledict with the Death Ward out onto this Wind Ranger. Is she gonna die here? There's gonna be a coconut thrown back in onto the Centaur as well. Dude, he's gonna get a multiple kills. Sunrise, while this was happening, was busy killing off the Jakiro, but Witch Doctor kills the Wind Ranger and they get the kill onto the Centaur. Okay, do y'all understand how busted this facet is? How do you jump a position 5 with your offlaner and your mid, and both of you die instead? That is absolutely nuts. And both of them are also dead without buyback. 20 seconds in the grave. They don't have a glyph either, so this should be at least a melee Rax. Okay, they're just gonna get the tier 3 and get out. Just play nice and safe, nice and safe. Sunrise. Building into this MKB, which is going to prove to be very, very valuable. Allowing him to put more hits into the Wind Ranger. More damage against this Monkey King. And crucially, he's not that far away from having this. Blitz Knuckles and a recipe. Igor also just finished off his Gleipnir. Oh my god, Gleipnir, dude. Woo! Poho, man. They heard me talking about how interesting it would be if P.I.V.O won the game and tied out this group. They're like, nah, we ain't here for none of that. We want the clean ride through into the playoffs tomorrow. Sunrise. He's so strong. MKB is pretty much finished. Couple hundred gold away. Now we're putting pressure onto this tier 3 tower. Still have the Aegis for another 15 seconds. He would happily die for this. especially because he's backed up with all his team's ultimates. He's just got the MKB. He has BKB for the second life. They have Blink Ravage. Ember has Gleipnir now. They're actually going to use the Gleipnir first onto the Jakiro, but Sunrise is going to focus. Take out the racks. Okay. Red jumps in. Only finds the stun onto one. And it's Sunrise. There's a Ravage now, catching 4 heroes. They've already blown up the Centaur. Gnar thinking he can fight within Wukong, but what did I tell you? Troll is stronger than you are, my friend. He's going to end up beating him down. Troll does die in the end. His team sort of abandoned him alone on the high ground. So he had to dish in all this damage by his lonesome. In the meantime, look at Chip. He threw in a pretty big death ward onto Ren. With the Maladit going, I'm not sure if it'll kill the Centaur. But while this Troll was busy fighting mano a mano, the rest of his team was getting picked off by SS. And slowly but surely, they were able to turn the advantage around. Yes, they lose the lane of Rax, but P.I.V.O with a massive turnaround fight on the high ground. Holy base. 6,000 gold exchange for that engagement. And yeah, it did cost the life of the monkey, a buyback from the Centaur. But you will definitely take it. The thing that's very scary about that fight is that had Poho done that fight 30 seconds before, Troll would have still had Aegis when he eventually fell. Would have come back for life too. That would have been devastating. For P.I.V.O though, it's proof of concept. This Troll can be killed, but there's a couple of things that need to happen. First, we need a Wukong's that is so good that it zones most of the enemy team away. We need Igor to have already used his Gleipnir before the fight really kicks off. We need the Witch Doctor to be far enough away it doesn't feel comfortable using the Death Ward. And we need Crystal Maiden to just be like a non-factor in that fight. She couldn't really do anything because of the positioning of the Wukongs. So signs of life from P.I.V.O here. But they still did end up losing the melee racks down bottom. Oh, up on top, sorry. I think for the next while, both teams should be focusing almost exclusively on the Roshan pit. In 30 seconds, we'll know what the duration of the spawn is. P.I.V.O cannot afford to give away 2 of them. They had so much difficulty dealing with 1, but if they come back with a second Aegis, yeah, things become very difficult. Gnar was thinking for a second about a different item there, but he's going to opt in for getting the Skadi. A necessity playing into a Battletrons Troll. I was saying it earlier, right? They don't have a Spirit Vessel builder. Centaur can build the Shivas, but Centaur has not had the best game, so it's going to be pretty far away from having Shivas. So the only nearby source of lifesteal reduction, heal reduction, is certainly going to be that Eye of Skadi from Gnar. Even though it's closer than the other options, it's not like it's around the corner. It's still quite a bit of farm this monkey has to do. And now Poho. They're actually going to decide to smoke up. See if they can come across anybody on the P.I.V.O lineup. Oh no. They're actually pinging out. And it's the perfect hero there. It's Gnar. If they can get to Gnar, even if they don't kill him, if they just force a BKB, it'll be good enough. Instead, they force a fight on the 2 supports. Nice force off onto Kyogg. Here's the jump in from Tidehunter. Can't get off the Ravage though because he gets stunned up. The Ravage will eventually come out, but it's a defensive one. They just want to get the hell out of here. Ren though says no. Stuns up both of these supports. Sunrise, he gets involved in the fray too with this Troll Warlord. Just trying to do what he can. Looking towards Ren. Should be able to kill off the Centaur. And now they've committed a lot of resources for this. That's all the ultimates expended from P.I.V.O, and all they got are the 2 supports. Sunrise will find himself a double. Ember Spirit was maybe trying to reach onto the high ground. Has the Gleipnir going. But doesn't need to. Instead, they're just going to come in, clean up that Raindrax, go sweep towards middle. A buyback will come in from the Centaur. What do they care? Thunder Strike. Catches the 2 of them. And they get the Shackle Shot out as well. Sunrise is going to be forced to go into the Battle Trance here. Let's see if they can drag him into the base. Kyogg He's gonna die as well in tandem with Kiro. Both of them falling to the Battletrons Troll, but now Troll in a bit of danger. Needs some help to be bailed out. Thankfully, Igor is there with the 2 hero searing chains, holding them in position. Create for Sunrise. He gets out the base. They get the double kill, but they did not finish off the melee racks in the mid lane. If I'm P.I.V.O, I'm fine with this. I'm not happy I lost all these heroes, but I'm happier I didn't lose a second lane of racks. So it's not okay, it's not ideal, but it's acceptable. What isn't acceptable is the fact that now that Roshan is up, and he's going to be on this bottom side of the map for quite a while, this troll can just come and solo him. Get another Aegis. And we're going to be putting a Roshan's banner as part of our push in the next step as well. And Chip now sees the Aegis, pings him out. The next fight also has an Ember with BKB. Oh no! Did he get his BKB? Was it delivered? Did the courier die with the BKB? I don't know. If it did, that's a big deal. He also just picked up an Aghanim Scepter for the Switch Doctor. That is a massive increase in the damage output of this hero. And as the Aegis is falling, they should just give the Aegis in toward this Ember Spirit. No, give it to Troll. Give it to Troll. Give it to Troll. He has Satanic now as well. So he can sit with Satanic for life 1. Then he BKBs into the Battle Trance for life 2. Yeah, I think that's the play. That's the play. You keep the Satanic in your inventory. You play around it for the first life. Basically has double Battle Trance. This is crazy. And they still don't have that Skadi for Gnar. I don't know how far he is, but the problem is if he finishes it now, then you won't have buyback. You best believe P.I.V.O wants to end the game. They feel strong enough. 32 minutes in. It is time to bring an end to proceedings. It is time to get into the playoffs of the PLAYRIXNATIONal. Now, Sunrise, he goes BKB on the first life. They're going to turn their attention towards this Abaddon. And here comes Gnar. He's in with the Wukong's command. Unfortunately, he's fighting against the Troll. Troll putting in the damage. There's the Voodoo Switcheroo as well. Gnar is about to die. Sunrise doesn't even lose his first life. Now can go in with the Battle Trance, but now he dies. That's going to be an Aegis committed. Doesn't have Aegis, doesn't have Satanic, doesn't have BKB, doesn't have Battle Trance. Kind of a dangerous place for him to be. Same time, Ren goes forward, gets a stun out onto Vache. Vache is still alive, very, very healthy. They couldn't even kill off Igor with this Ember Spirit. Now they just clip down this Wind Ranger. She is gone. Forced into buying back. Power shot. Almost killed Tefton, but he still lives. They're looking for the second lane. And without the monkey for another 35, they could maybe go back middle and try to secure the full megas here. Ember Spirit with Igor going forward. They have Maledict out onto this Wind Ranger. SS cannot afford to die here. He's inside the fountain though. That should keep him alive, but it's zoning him back from the racks. Mega creeps are now picked up by Poho. They're looking for the jugular. 15 seconds until their safe laner and their off laner are back alive. How on earth can they defend without them? This Jakiro might just tick out to this Maledict, and indeed he will. He does have buyback, however. We see Tide Hunter. Tide, be careful. Focus fire, almost killed. Barely manages to survive in the end, and the Voodoo Switcheroo. Now there's pressure being applied to Wind Ranger. She is dead. 95 seconds, no buyback. Wukong's command triggered out by Gnar onto Sunrise. Can Sunrise fight through this? He has BKB. This troll is so damn strong. He's too strong for Gnar. The Monkey King will fall. Jakiro will follow him. And the GG will be called. That's it. We're done and dusted. They throw in the towel on P.I.V.O. And Poho not just secure the game, but secure Group B here at the PLAYRIXNATIONal. Woo! What a game coming in from them, man. They were playing really, really solid Dota. I mean, I said it earlier that, like, from what I've seen, they've definitely been the best team, but they demonstrated it perfectly here in this final game. Their draft was on point. It was looking pretty legit. I did think P.I.V.O was going to be able to play better against them, but in the end, man, some of these matchups were just a little bit too tough. But I think the main thing, I did not expect the lanes to go as poorly for P.I.V.O as they did. I thought they were going to win at least the mid lane, at least the bottom lane. They didn't win any of them. They lost all 3 lanes. Dota is very hard to play from that kind of position. And as a result, they will have to find themselves faltering coming into the second position. P.I.V.O, only 1 win, 2 losses. And the team that has so far gone undefeated, top of Group B, we got to shout out Poho, playing our hearts out. They lived up to the name, and they will be the first seed coming out of Group B, going into our final day of playoffs. Really, really good Dota being played by them. I think also this is a team I've been hopping on all different things. Knowing when your team is strong, what your power spikes are, and also being able to play around your vision. And both of these teams, they tried in some measure, but it was certainly Poho that did it the best. They were always playing around. They would get a kill, plant a ward in that area to set up for a future kill. They would make sure that when a new big item came in, immediately something is happening on the map. We're not just picking up a big item, going back to farming, going in the jungle. No. We get these items, we do something on the map. And very often, they would hit their timings in tandem. For example, Troll MKB arriving at the exact same time as Gleipnir. Perfect. Because now you have the lockdown from the Gleipnir and the damage potential from the MKB. What a combination of items to pick up simultaneously. Really well done by them. I definitely think they deserve to go into our final day as number 1 seed in the group. And I can't wait to see what Dota they bring us in the playoffs. But of course, those games will only be happening tomorrow. For now, though, that is going to be us wrapping things up here on the secondary stream 2 for the PLAYRIX National. Remember, tomorrow is going to be for all the marbles. Whoever wins, 120 Rix coins for themselves. You get 80 for second place and then 60 for third. But let's be honest, we're all Dota players. We want to win more than anything else. We'll be seeing a lot of these squads playing again tomorrow. So please join us here at the exact same time, exactly the same channels to continue this tournament, see who will lift the trophy and collect the Rix coins, and more importantly, who will prove to be the champions of the PLAYRIX National in 2024.
play. Let's go to play.